Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei Awakens Spardas' Soul. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The battlefield lay in utter devastation at night. Scorched earth stretched as far as the eye could see, the shattered remains of once mighty structures reduced to cinders. The air was thick with the stench of burning ozone and divine remnants, the last echoes of a godly war fading into silence. At the heart of the destruction stood a lone figure, Issei Hyoudou. Bloodied and bruised, he was barely holding himself together. Each breath came as a ragged gasp, his vision flickering at the edges, his body screaming in agony. But despite the torment, despite the pain tearing through every muscle, his brown eyes remained fixed on one thing, Ingvild Leviathan. She lay motionless amidst the rubble, her form finally freed from the cruel grasp of Nyx, the primordial goddess of darkness. Nearby, Nyx herself had fallen, her divine form flickering, her once mighty presence reduced to a hollow husk. The battle had stripped her of everything, just as it had stripped him. But Issei didn't care about Nyx. His only focus was Ingvild. He had to reach her. With what little strength he had left, he crawled forward, fingers digging into the fractured ground. Every inch felt like agony, every movement a fresh wave of blistering pain. His wounds screamed in protest, but he ignored them. Then a sound, a single, heavy, metallic footstep. Issei froze, his body locking up, instincts screaming at him to move. The sound reverberated through the silence, deliberate and calculated. Something was coming. Through the lingering smoke and flickering embers, a figure emerged, and Issei's blood turned to ice. The living weapon towered over the battlefield, a nightmare in steel and power. A humanoid shape, yet undeniably draconic. Its armor a jagged, angular fusion of obsidian plating and pulsating crimson energy. Every inch of its form exuded destruction, its mere presence a manifestation of annihilation itself. Its head was featureless, save for a single, eerie red visor, scanning the battlefield with inhuman precision. Broad, armored shoulders bristled with spike-like protrusions, giving it the appearance of a war-forged predator. Its arms were encased in titanic gauntlets, ending in razor-sharp claws that looked capable of tearing through mountains. And behind it, a long, serpentine tail swayed slowly, the air around it warping from its sheer presence. This was no mere opponent. This was something far beyond any enemy he had faced before. And in his current state, he was powerless. The evil dragon's balance breaker. This was Kuoh Academy, the legendary evil dragon sealed into a sacred gear, its draconic might reborn in perfection. The warrior's visored gaze swept the battlefield, its unreadable face tilting slightly, analyzing the devastation, checking for witnesses. There were only three, Nyx, unconscious, Ingvild, helpless, and Issei, broken. The silence that followed was suffocating. Issei's fists clenched against the rubble. He knew he wasn't making it out of this unscathed. The armor of Kuoh Academy's balance breaker then disappeared, revealing a young male with spiky brown hair and sharp brown eyes. His expression was calm and serious, with a slightly focused gaze. He wore a light-colored, double-bursted coat with a high collar, layered over a black scarf wrapped around his neck. His hands were partially covered by black fingerless gloves, and he carried a light-colored messenger bag with dark straps over his shoulder. His overall appearance was stylish and modern, with a cool and composed demeanor. The moonlight cast eerie shadows over the shattered battlefield, its pale glow illuminating the bloodied and broken form of Issei Hyoudou. His body was barely holding itself together, fresh wounds oozing crimson, his once mighty form now pinned to a wall of fractured stone. His breath came in ragged, pained gasps, but his golden eyes burned with something that refused to die, hatred. Hatred for the man standing before him, Dai Hyoudou, his younger brother. A snake in human form. A manipulator, a liar, a thief, someone who had spent years stealing everything from Issei, piece by piece. His reputation, his achievements, his friends, his lovers, his family. Even his own foster sister had been turned against him. And now, Dai was here to take the last thing he had left. Issei gritted his teeth, his fingers clenching into bloody fists as he glared up at the smirking figure standing over him. Dai, he spat, the name leaving his lips like venom, but Dai's only response was a mocking grin. He knelt down, gripping the torn fabric of Issei's uniform, dragging him away, his bloodied form scraping against the rubble-strewn ground. Away from Nyx. Away from Ingvild. To a place shrouded in ruin and darkness, where no one could witness what was about to happen. Dai's grip tightened, his voice dripping with condescension. Thank you for making my job so much easier, Oni-san. You fought well truly. But it's time for you to retire. Issei's eyes blazed, but his body wouldn't move. Dai threw him against the wall, the impact sending a sharp crack through the air, spiderweb fractures spreading across the surface behind him. Then, before Issei could react, cuffs of glowing light snapped around his wrists and ankles, locking him in place. Trapped, bound, helpless. Dai stepped back, crossing his arms as he tilted his head, mocking amusement dancing in his eyes. You know, Oni-san, you should have just accepted your place. You were always the pathetic son that Mom and Dad never asked for. A disgrace to the clan. So it's only natural, he leaned in, his voice a whisper of pure malice, that everything you own belongs to me now. Then, a magic circle flared to life in Dai's hand, pulsing with holy energy. From it, a blade of legend emerged, the Ascalon. A holy sword meant for slaying dragons. The very weapon that had once been entrusted to Issei, now wielded against him by the very man who had stolen everything from him. The sight of it sent a jolt of horror through Issei's veins. His breath hitched. His muscles tensed. Dread crawled up his spine. Dai grinned, eyes glinting with sadistic glee as he stepped forward, gripping the sword's hilt tightly. But don't worry, brother. He lifted the blade high, its holy edge gleaming under the moonlight. You won't be needing your pathetic sacred gear where you're going. In that moment, darkness enveloped Issei. The world around him faded. The pain of the holy blade burned in his chest, its dragon-slaying power rampaging through his body, tearing him apart from the inside. Blood poured from the wound. His limbs felt cold. His heartbeat slowed. He could hear his own ragged breaths, each one weaker than the last. Through his blurred vision, he saw Dai standing over him, victorious. You've served your purpose. Now die. With a twist of sadistic glee, Dai drove Ascalon deeper, and Issei's body jerked, a choked gasp escaping his lips. His vision darkened further. Then, Dai ripped the sword out. A gush of crimson spilled forth, painting the ground beneath Issei a deeper shade of red. His body slumped forward, barely hanging on. His head tilted downward, and silence enveloped the battlefield. Dai scoffed, glancing at his older brother's motionless form with disdain. Without a second thought, he turned away. He didn't care. Issei was nothing to him. As far as he was concerned, his older brother never existed. Dai walked away, his footsteps echoing across the desolate ground. Ahead of him lay Ingvild Leviathan, unconscious and helpless. A sick grin spread across his face as he approached her. Ingvild-chan. You're mine now, he declared. With a flicker of crimson energy, his body was consumed by balance breaker armor, the monstrous draconic plating gleaming under the pale moonlight. Without hesitation, he scooped Ingvild into his arms, lifting her bridal style, her unconscious form limp against his chest. He glanced one last time at the battlefield, at the broken body of his older brother, at the unconscious form of Nyx. There were no witnesses, no one to challenge him, no one to stop him. Dai Hyoudou had one. Or so he thought. Beneath the rubble, something inside Issei stirred, not his sacred gear, but something older, something darker, something that had been waiting. And now it had awakened. While Ingvild remained unconscious, she dreamed of her childhood, 112 years ago, when she was just a little girl. Back then, Ingvild lay on her bed at night, clutching her blanket while looking up at her father, Lucius Leviathan, a descendant of the Devil King Leviathan, with a joyful expression. "Daddy, can you tell me a bedtime story?" she asked. Lucius smiled warmly at his young daughter, cherishing the sight of her peaceful and happy. He reached out, gently patting her head before letting out a light chuckle. "All right, sweetie. I'll tell you a bedtime story." Reaching for a book from the nearby shelf, he pulled out an old yet well-kept tome titled The Dark Knight. With practiced ease, he flipped open the pages, settling beside his daughter as he began to narrate. Long ago, before the four great Satans ruled the underworld, there was a devil who sat upon the throne of darkness, a being feared by all. His name was Mundus, the Prince of Darkness, and he ruled the underworld with an iron fist. As Lucius spoke, Ingvild's imagination painted vivid images in her mind. A grand, imposing figure seated on a throne of black stone, his third eye glowing ominously as legions of devils knelt before him. His ambition knew no bounds. He sought to conquer all of creation, the supernatural world and even the realm of humanity itself. The angels, the fallen angels, and all the great mythological factions stood against him, but none could match his might. The pages of the book depicted a battlefield consumed by chaos, divine beings and monstrous devils clashing in an endless war. At his right hand stood his most powerful general, Sparda, the Dark Knight. A warrior without equal, a devil feared by both his enemies and allies. Wherever he went, the forces of the alliance fell before his blade. A beautifully detailed illustration of Sparda, clad in his dark armor, appeared. His sword was drenched in the blood of his foes, his presence dominating the battlefield. Ingvild gripped her blanket tighter, completely enthralled. But then, something changed. The next page revealed Sparda standing before a defenseless human, their body trembling in fear as they begged for mercy. In that moment, something awakened within him, something no devil had ever truly felt before. Sparda's grip on his sword trembled, his crimson eyes reflecting the destruction wrought by his own hands. He saw the innocent lives crushed under Mundus's reign, not just warriors, but men, women, and children slaughtered without mercy. Guilt. The word hung heavy in the air. For the first time, Sparda felt guilt. And that guilt led to something even greater, resolve. The next image was one of rebellion, Sparda standing against his own kin, leading a charge alongside the very beings he once sought to destroy. Sparda and those who followed him turned against Mundus. They fought alongside angels, fallen angels, and gods, waging war against the Prince of Darkness. And in the end, the final page of the chapter showed Sparda standing victorious, Mundus's broken form sealed away beneath an unbreakable spell. The Dark Knight's once feared blade was now a symbol of salvation. He won. He saved humanity. But in doing so, he became something neither side could truly accept. Ingvild blinked in confusion as her father's expression darkened slightly. Though Sparda had saved the world, he was never considered a hero in the eyes of his own kind. The illustration now showed Sparda and the devils that stood with him standing alone, the supernatural factions behind him, watching in silence, while the devils he once called comrades glared at him with hatred and betrayal. To the underworld, he was a traitor. Ingvild's smile faded slightly as she looked at the lonely figure in the book. But he saved everyone, didn't he? Why wouldn't they see him as a hero? Lucius closed the book gently, his gaze softening as he ran a hand through his daughter's hair. Because, my dear, sometimes, the greatest heroes are the ones the world refuses to acknowledge. Ingvild didn't fully understand at the time, but something about those words stayed with her. Long after the candlelight dimmed and sleep took her, the image of the lonely Dark Knight remained in her dreams. Back in the present, Issei remained pinned against the ruined debris, his body lifeless, the crescent-shaped restraints still binding his limbs. Blood dripped from his motionless form, pooling beneath him. Within his consciousness, Draig was fighting desperately to keep his host alive, his voice echoing through the fading darkness of Issei's mind. Hang in there, partner. You have to keep living, just don't let go. But then, something unexpected happened. Issei's closed eyes suddenly snapped open, now glowing a deep crimson red. A dark, ominous energy, a demonic aura unlike anything before, erupted from his body, consuming the battlefield in a wave of violent, dark crimson light. The crescent-shaped cuffs shattered instantly, their divine properties meaningless before the overwhelming force now surging within him. The moment his feet touched the ground, his stab wound vanished, completely regenerating as if it had never existed. But it wasn't just his wounds. He was no longer the same. As the crimson energy dissipated, Issei's new form was revealed. His once brown hair had turned pure white, and his once warm brown eyes were now a cold, icy blue. His entire presence had shifted. His expression was no longer the passionate, hot-blooded one he once wore. Instead, his face was cold, serious, and unreadable. Drake, still linked to his host, was left stunned. The dragon could feel it. Issei had changed. His power had skyrocketed beyond anything he had ever sensed before. This wasn't a balance breaker. This wasn't juggernaut drive. This was something far beyond that. Drake called out to Issei, uncertain. Memories surged back to him, and Drake remembered. As Issei's host, Drake had always glimpsed fragments of his past, but now, for the first time, he saw the truth. Issei Hyoudou was never just Issei Hyoudou. The name and identity were merely a vessel for a soul. The soul of the Dark Knight, Sparda. He existed. He wasn't just a myth or a fairy tale. He had walked this world before, and he was here once again. With him came the dark legend of the Mad Prince of Darkness, Mundus. The truth of Sparda's past flooded back. During the Great War, the cataclysmic battle between the biblical factions, where angels, fallen angels, and devils clashed in an endless bloodbath, Sparda had been there. But he had not fought for conquest. He had fought to protect humanity. He had stood alone against the tide of war, trying to shield the innocent from the chaos. But betrayal had come from within. A faction of devils, traitors, had struck him down from behind. Mortally wounded, his once mighty form crumbled. But Sparda was not one to accept death so easily. Using the last remnants of his power, he enacted a desperate plan. He divided himself. With the aid of a Satan who had once respected him, Lucifer, who was also injured, Sparda split his very existence into 5 legendary relics. The first 3 relics were Force Edge, the dormant embodiment of his destructive power sealed away until the time was right, Rebellion, the sword capable of uniting humans and devils, a weapon imbued with limitless demonic potential, and Yamato, a blade so sharp it could sever the fabric of space and time itself, known as the Darkslayer for its ability to separate man from devil. The 4th relic was an amulet, split in 2, containing his vast magical abilities, waiting for the day they would be restored. The 5th and final piece was his soul. Sparda had awakened once more. As the flood of memories continued, Drake saw yet another revelation, one that had been hidden from history. Lucifer had not perished in the Great War. Instead, he had done something forbidden, something so sacrilegious that the current Devil Kings and the ruling council had buried the truth. He had transformed himself into a devil arm, a sentient weapon. This ancient and heavily forbidden technique had long been erased from records, deemed a violation of the natural order. Yet Lucifer had willingly undergone this transformation, not for power, not for conquest, but to protect Sparda's soul. He had fused with it, becoming its silent guardian. And now Sparda, no, Issei Hyoudou, was reborn. Issei smirked. The sensation of raw power coursing through his veins was intoxicating. He felt alive in a way he never had before. He clenched his fist, testing the sheer strength in his reborn body. His once dull, brown locks had turned silver white, and the cold icy blue hue of his eyes reflected his newfound clarity. As he gazed down, he caught sight of his reflection in a puddle of water nearby. He remarked to himself that he actually liked this new look. Drake's voice rumbled in his mind, still coming to terms with everything. He asked Issei if now that he had awakened his true self, he wished to return and reclaim his place as the faction's hero. For a moment, there was silence. Then Issei let out a low, mocking chuckle. He replied that they already had Dai for that and that he was done playing the role of a tool. 3 days later, in Kobe, Japan, Issei resided in a rented safe house, courtesy of Kenji Tsukishiro, the boss of the Blood Wraiths. Inside, steam still clung to the air as Issei emerged from the bathroom, shirtless, a towel draped over his shoulders as he rubbed his damp hair dry. Meanwhile, in the supernatural world, the Devil faction was still investigating the massacre of their scouts in Kobe. The bodies had been retrieved, and autopsies revealed unsettling results. The bullets and blade wounds were unlike anything they had seen before, weapons imbued with something unnatural, designed to kill devils efficiently. Yet they had no suspects. At the Blood Wraith's safe house, Issei's office door swung open. Kenji Tsukishiro stepped in, his usual smirk present as he locked eyes with Issei. Issei asked if Kenji had the information he sought. Kenji didn't answer right away. Instead, he approached the desk, pulled out his custom pistol, and aimed it directly at Issei's forehead. He remarked on the difficulty of obtaining the classified secrets across multiple factions. Issei didn't flinch. Instead, he smirked and teased Kenji about whether he was going to pull the trigger or just flirt. Kenji chuckled and holstered his weapon, explaining that it was just his way of greeting people. Issei leaned back, arms crossed, and urged Kenji to share what he had learned about the 5 relics. Kenji's demeanor shifted, indicating the seriousness of the matter. He revealed that the 5 relics of the Dark Knight had been scattered across multiple factions. He took a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled slowly. The first relic, Force Edge, was locked up deep beneath Lucifer City in the underworld, guarded like a crown jewel. The second relic, Rebellion, was held by the fallen angels in a high-security vault in the underworld, accessible only to a cadre class. Issei smirked, guessing that Azazel was involved. Kenji clarified that it could be any cadre class within the ranks of Grigori. Issei clicked his tongue in annoyance but nodded for Kenji to continue. The third relic, Yamato, had been with the Vatican, but someone had tried using it 18 years ago, causing it to snap in half and become beyond repair. A heavy silence settled between them as Issei rubbed his temples, frustrated. Kenji continued, explaining that the 2 amulets were with the Pendragon family and the Greek faction, specifically Hephaestus. Issei inquired about the 5th relic, and Kenji admitted that no one knew its whereabouts. Issei smirked, claiming he did know. Kenji raised a brow, asking how Issei planned to repay him for the information. Issei leaned forward, stating that devil hunting wasn't new to him and that he would clean up any problems in Kenji's territory. Kenji shook his head, explaining that Kobe was secure since Issei had cleared out the threats, and he needed something else. He leaned in, lowering his voice, his eyes gleaming with something darker, and expressed his desire for the arm of a cadre. Specifically Barakiel. The room was silent. Then Issei grinned, finding the request intriguing. Kenji chuckled and asked if they had a deal. Issei stood up, grabbed his coat, and secured Killer of Death to his back, along with Luce and Umbra in their holsters. As he walked toward the door, Kenji called out to him. Issei, what's your endgame? What do you even want to do with these relics once you have them? Kenji inquired. Issei paused for a moment, contemplating the question. A smirk appeared on his face as he replied, something personal. Something that'll save humanity. He adjusted his collar and opened the door. Oh, gotta go. I have a debt to pay. With that, Issei left, embarking on the next step of his journey, one that would bring him closer to his past, his future, and his destiny. The scene fades in on a lone figure standing atop a jagged cliff in the underworld. The wind howls, carrying the scent of war. Issei Hyoudou stands at the edge, his coat billowing behind him. Below, an army of the supernatural stretches across the battlefield. Devils, fallen angels, angels, and gods from distant mythologies. A force united by a common enemy. Him. A smirk plays on his lips. Without hesitation, he dives into the fray. Mid-air, he draws Luce and Umbra, spinning as he rains down bullets. He lands with a shockwave, instantly cutting down a dozen foes with Rebellion, his blade tearing through armor with ease. With a single, fluid motion, he lunges forward, using Stinger. A piercing move sends an entire legion flying. Suddenly, 2 crimson spheres of power of destruction hurtle toward him. Issei flips, twisting midair. Before impact, his hand glows with Royal Guard, absorbing the energy and dispersing it effortlessly. The attackers reveal themselves, Surzex Lucifer and Rias Gremory stand alongside Team DXD, their eyes filled with fury. Without hesitation, Issei raises Luce and Ambra, the muzzles aimed at his former allies. A gunshot rings out, and the scene shifts to a brutal sword duel. Issei faces off against Dai, who strains under the weight of Issei's blows, his sword trembling. Issei, however, remains calm and toying with him. Their swords collide, and the scene cuts to black. In a new scene filled with mystery and intrigue, a beautiful blonde woman gazes at a massive containment tube glowing with holy magic. Inside lies the shattered remains of Yamato. The scene shifts again to a single gunshot, where a blonde man, his face hidden in shadow, reloads his revolver, stepping over the corpses of stray devils. On the battlefield, Pexinox looms, surrounded by his monstrous army. Facing them alone is Issei, grinning with force edge in hand. Without warning, he charges forward. In the final scene, a silhouette of Issei stands before a mysterious fruit. He reaches out and takes a bite. Dark crimson energy erupts, engulfing him. The screen distorts, showcasing a surge of unstoppable power. The title card appears, Security May Cry. The alley was quiet, save for the distant hum of the city beyond its narrow walls. Streetlights flickered overhead, casting long shadows against the damp pavement. Standing in the dimly lit passage, Issei Hyoudou extended his hand, forming a magic circle beneath his feet. Its crimson glow flickered uncertainly, the runes shifting as if incomplete. He focused, pouring his magic into it. Nothing. With a heavy sigh, he let his arm drop. He muttered to himself, expressing frustration about how having the Yamato would have made things easier. Teleportation was second nature to him, but traveling across dimensions required absolute precision. The slightest mistake could leave him stranded in some forsaken void. Worse still, his power was incomplete. He cursed the amulets that locked away most of his magic, realizing that was why this felt off. Suddenly, a surge of heat enveloped him. Draig's devil arm flared to life, crimson and emerald flames twisting around Issei's forearm. The draconic gauntlet pulsed, its energy resonating through his veins. Draig chuckled, teasing Issei about overcomplicating things. He explained that while Issei was used to teleporting between places, he had the experience to help with dimensional travel. Intrigued, Issei asked if Draig could assist him. The flames around his devil arm intensified, casting crimson light along the alley walls. Draig encouraged him to focus and let him handle the rest. Issei clenched his fist, feeling the energy surge through him. A new magic circle formed beneath him, larger, more refined, infused with draconic power. The runes, once unstable, now burned with unwavering clarity. With one last smirk, Issei stepped forward, and the world around him blurred, then vanished. In Lucifer City, a dim glow from the neon lights outside cast a flickering hue over the streets. The air was thick with demonic energy, the buzzing of activity from devil civilians filling the streets. A bright red magic circle suddenly appeared in a deserted alleyway, and Issei Hyoudou emerged from it. His boots clicked against the stone pavement as he surveyed his surroundings. The city wasn't unfamiliar, but he knew that the wrong eyes spotting him could complicate his mission. As he stepped forward, his gaze locked onto a surveillance camera mounted on the alley wall. For a moment, he simply stared at it, his expression unreadable. Then, a single gunshot echoed through the alley as Luce, his trusted firearm, smoked in his left hand. The camera snapped apart, sparks flying before it fizzled out completely. Twirling the gun for a moment, he holstered it smoothly and spotted a discarded robe lying nearby. He grabbed it, throwing it over himself to conceal his signature look. The fewer people who recognized him, the better. Emerging from the alley, he blended into the crowd. The streets were lively, filled with devils going about their nightly routines. Issei kept his head low, scanning the area for a place to lay low and regroup. Then, something caught his eye. A small pizza restaurant stood at the corner, its bright neon sign flickering above the entrance. A smirk tugged at his lips as he thought a pizza break would do just fine. Without hesitation, he crossed the road and stepped inside. The smell of melted cheese, fresh dough, and warm skis hit him immediately, evoking a sense of nostalgia. He made his way to the cashier, standing in line while scanning the menu. When it was finally his turn, the cashier, a young female devil, greeted him with a polite smile and asked for his order. Issei's gaze flickered to the menu behind her, considering his options. He ordered 1 box of pepperoni, 1 box of cheese, and for dessert, a strawberry sundae. The cashier nodded, punching in his order on the register, and asked if he would like a drink. With a smirk, Issei replied with a request for a Diet Coke. A small beep signaled the completion of the order, and soon the receipt printed out. The cashier informed him that his order would be ready soon and wished him a good night. Grabbing the receipt, Issei moved to an empty table by the window, sitting down as he waited. His icy blue eyes caught his own reflection in the glass. The faint image of his demonic form stared back at him, its crimson energy swirling faintly around the edges. His expression hardened as memories surfaced, betrayals, breakups, and insults. He scoffed, reflecting on the challenges he had faced. Leaning back, Issei relished the rare moment of peace, knowing that soon enough, chaos would come knocking again. Then his order arrived. The smell of freshly baked pizza wafted up as he opened the first box, pepperoni. He grabbed a slice, the cheese stretching between his fingers as he took a large bite. The warmth of the dough, the savory tang of the pepperoni, and the gooey cheese melted in his mouth, making him let out a satisfied sigh. It was his first good meal in 3 days. Without realizing it, he devoured the entire box in minutes. Not done, he moved onto the cheese pizza, taking his time now, savoring the taste. Each bite reminded him of the normalcy he once had, a time before everything went awry. Once he finished both boxes, he moved on to dessert. The strawberry sundae sat before him, pink and sweet, a drizzle of strawberry syrup swirling over the creamy surface. He dipped his spoon in and took a slow, deliberate bite. Cold, sweet, refreshing. It was almost nostalgic. For the first time in a while, Issei allowed himself to simply enjoy something without thinking about the past or the future. But, as with all good things in his life, it didn't last. Just as he was about to finish the last spoonful, a beautiful waitress approached his table. She was young, curvy, and had the kind of figure that could make any man take a second look. Long dark hair, deep red lips, and sharp yet stuck golden eyes. Her uniform, a tight-fitting black dress with a short skirt, accentuated her assets. She smiled politely and handed him the bill. "Sir, your total comes to 44 diavol. Cash or card?" she asked. Issei blinked. He had no bank account in the underworld. No diavol currency on him. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out 6,540 yen and placed it on the table. "You accept any currency, right?" he inquired. The waitress eyed the yen for a moment before nodding. "No problem, sir. However, would you like to pay a diavol or a yen for charity? It'll go towards building orphanages and roads." Issei's expression froze for a second. Slowly, he stood up from the table. Then, as he turned to leave, he felt another presence block his way. The waitress had stepped in front of him, crossing her arms. Her smile was gone. "Sir, please have a heart. It's just a single diavol." Issei narrowed his eyes at her. "Paying taxes or donating a diavol isn't an option. Nor is it my specialty." The waitress's expression hardened. "Tax evasion is a crime, sir. Pay it now. Think of the children in need." Issei's brow twitched in irritation. "It's an obligation." The temperature in the room dropped. A faint aura of energy seeped from his body, washing over the waitress like a cold wave. She flinched, her breath hitching as a primal fear crept into her bones. The other customers felt it too. Some shuddered, while others glanced around in confusion, unsure why the atmosphere suddenly felt heavy. Issei stepped forward, causing the waitress to instinctively back away. Stopping at the restaurant's entrance, he turned his head slightly, his golden eyes gleaming under the dim lighting. "Let me be clear to you all, I will never pay." With that, he pushed open the door and walked out, a can of Diet Coke casually resting in his left hand. The door swung shut behind him. For a long moment, silence filled the restaurant. Some customers whispered to each other, still shaken. Others simply stared at the waitress, waiting for her reaction. She stood there, stunned, before muttering under her breath, "That man." Outside in the dimly lit streets of the underworld, Issei Hyoudou walked alone, hands tucked into his pockets as he searched for a tour guide map, something to help him navigate the unfamiliar territory. However, his plans took an unexpected detour when he found himself standing before a towering structure. The Serafal Memorial Hospital loomed in the distance, its Gothic architecture blending into the eternal twilight of the underworld. The Grand Hospital was a beacon of both healing and secrecy, holding whispers of the past and dark truths buried beneath its foundation. As Issei studied the entrance, something caught his eye. A procession of fallen angel soldiers, clad in their blackened armor and bearing the insignia of Grigori, marched out of the hospital with a grim purpose. Their movements were cold and methodical, their glowing golden eyes scanning the area as they escorted several corpses, the lifeless bodies of the Devil Scouts from Kobe. Issei quickly retreated into the shadows, his breath steady as he pressed his back against the cold stone wall of an alley. He peeked from behind the corner, his icy blue eyes narrowing in silent observation. Their formation was tight, professional, their discipline a testament to their long history of spying, assassinations, and warfare. One of the commanding soldiers turned to his subordinates. "We need scouts during our travel to Grigori. Ensure no one follows us." At his order, a group of scouts took to the sky, their black feathered wings stretching as they ascended, scanning the area with trained precision. They were searching for potential threats, an extra layer of caution against unwanted eyes. Then, the rest of the fallen angel soldiers took flight, the weight of their mission evident in their rigid posture. They were heading straight toward Grigori's base of operations, deep within the underworld. Issei smirked slightly. Interesting. As soon as they left his line of sight, he threw aside his robe, revealing his battle-worn attire. He dashed from the alleyway, sprinting with near-inhuman agility before leaping onto the side of a tall building. A burst of energy ignited beneath his feet, forming a magic circle that launched him skyward. He landed effortlessly on the rooftop, his silhouette blending with the shadows cast by the dim streetlights. He inhaled deeply as he stretched out his arms. Then, his devil wings emerged, large and imposing, reminiscent of the very form he once used. The dark, leathery appendages flared out from his back, their midnight hue contrasting against the dull glow of the underworld's artificial sky. The sensation was foreign yet familiar, as if his body had finally embraced what it once rejected. From within, the deep, rumbling voice of Draig echoed. "Didn't know you could use your devil wings so smoothly. Unlike before, you're not flailing around like an amateur." A chuckle escaped Issei's lips, laced with both amusement and pride. "This is the price for being the Dark Knight itself, Drake. My body's adapting." He adjusted his stance, his icy blue gaze locked onto his targets. With a single powerful flap, he ascended, his wings cutting through the wind as he soared above the city. The lights of the underworld blurred beneath him, streaks of neon reflecting off his cold, piercing gaze. He trailed behind the fallen angels at a calculated distance, his movements deliberate, slow enough to avoid detection but precise enough to never lose sight of them. His hunt had begun. The fallen angel soldiers had finally arrived at their destination, the Grigori base of operations in the underworld. The facility was a fortress, an impenetrable structure with reinforced walls, towering watchtowers, and layers of security meant to keep even the most persistent intruders at bay. Floodlights illuminated the sky, casting an eerie glow over the landscape as multiple patrols of fallen angels moved in coordinated shifts. Descending from the sky, the soldiers landed gracefully at the entrance, still carrying the bodies of the Devil Scouts. Without hesitation, they entered the compound through the heavily secured main gates, their presence barely acknowledged by the guards, who recognized them instantly. A distance away, Issei Hyoudou watched it all unfold, crouched behind a jagged rock formation. His eyes scanned the facility with keen precision, memorizing guard routes, security placements, and possible entry points. He exhaled, knowing this was it. If the intel was right, this was where the rebellion was kept. It seemed like he was going to have to rush the whole operation. With a smirk, he straightened himself up and took a step forward. Then he leaped. His body sliced through the wind as he descended from the cliff, his form a blur against the eternal twilight of the underworld. As he neared the entrance, he concealed his devil wings. His coat fluttered behind him as he landed soundlessly, his boots pressing into the dirt. At the gates, 2 guards stood watch, their expressions indifferent until they spotted a lone figure approaching. The man wore a deep purple trench coat, his cold, calculating gaze fixed on them as he walked forward with a slow, deliberate pace. His posture radiated confidence, arrogance, even. The moment they laid eyes on him, a chill ran down their spines. Their instincts screamed danger. One of the fallen angels tightened his grip on his weapon before stepping forward. He demanded to know the stranger's identity, warning him that he was trespassing in a restricted territory of the Grigori and ordered him to stand down and put his hands above his head. But the stranger didn't stop. He continued walking, his stride unwavering, his presence suffocating. The shadows clung to him unnaturally, shifting at his movements as if responding to his will. The guards readied themselves, gripping their light spears with disciplined precision. But just as they prepared to attack, they heard a single word, "Swordmaster." In an instant, a metallic flash tore through the air as Issei unsheathed Killer of Death from his back. His form blurred. Before the first fallen angel could react, Issei was already in front of him. His right arm became a blur, striking with impossible speed. The rapid stabs left behind afterimages, turning his assault into a phantasmal flurry. The first guard barely had time to drift. By the time the fallen angel realized what had happened, he was already falling, his body lifeless before it hit the ground. The second guard's eyes widened in horror, calling Issei a bsrd and lunging forward with a furious battle cry, moving his light spear toward Issei's back. But before the spear could connect, Issei vanished in an instant, his form flickering out of sight like a mirage. The guard's move met only air. A split second later, a sharp pain tore through his back. His body jerked violently as Issei reappeared behind him, blade in hand. The fallen angel staggered forward, breath shallow, hands trembling as he reached toward his wound, only to see his own blood staining his armor. Then, his body crumpled lifelessly to the ground. Issei exhaled, flicking the blood off his sword before sheathing it once more. He barely paid the corpses any attention as he stepped past them, placing a hand on the gate. With a smirk, he muttered that it was time to get this over with. The blaring of alarms echoed throughout the Grigori base, signaling that an intruder had infiltrated their fortress. In response, 20 fallen angel soldiers took to the skies, their black wings spreading wide as they searched for the enemy. It didn't take them long to find him. At the center of the open courtyard, Issei Hyoudou stood tall, Killer of Death resting casually on his right shoulder. The moonlight reflected off his purple trench coat, his crimson aura pulsing ominously. The moment they laid eyes on him, they knew exactly who he was. The Butcher of Kobe, the one who had taken down the Devil Scouts, a supposed member of the Cow's Brigade. The fallen angel captain at the front scowled, gripping his light spear tightly as he pointed at Issei, demanding his surrender or warning him of the consequences. Issei raised an eyebrow, his smirk widening. He responded with amusement, noting that it didn't matter if they called him scum or shum, as it sounded like a new phrase for his list. He let out a low chuckle, clearly entertained by the sight of 20 fallen angels circling above him. Slowly, he slung Killer of Death back onto his back and reached for Luce and Ambra, his twin pistols gleaming under the lights of the facility. Then he aimed, declaring it was time to heat things up. A crackling wave of dark crimson magic engulfed Luce and Ambra, amplifying their destructive power. Without hesitation, Issei fired. The first fallen angel took a direct hit to the chest, his body jerking violently as demonic energy burned through him. He let out a scream, crashing onto the ground in a heap. Before he even hit the floor, a single precise bullet from Ambra struck his forehead, ending him instantly. The remaining soldiers wasted no time. With an enraged cry, they hurled their light spears toward him in a synchronized barrage. But Issei was ready. He parried them all. The moment the spears made contact with his aura, he absorbed the energy effortlessly, as if their attacks were nothing more than mere flickers of candlelight. 4 fallen angels landed on the ground, trying a different approach. They lunged forward, attempting to stab him in unison. But Issei saw it coming. He smirked. As they closed in, he jumped. Flipping midair, he spun upside down, aiming loose and ombre downward. A deafening barrage of bullets rained down upon the 4 attackers, shredding them apart. Their wings were torn to ribbons, their bodies collapsing onto the cold pavement. Feathers drifted in the air, stained with their own blood. Issei landed gracefully, only to see another fallen angel charging at him. But then, something unexpected happened. Instead of shooting, Issei casually flicked a red rose toward him. The soldier instinctively caught it, staring at it in confusion. Gunslinger! Hyoudou materialized in Issei's right hand. Before the fallen angel could react, a loud bang echoed as the double-barrel shotgun fired point-blank, taking down the soldier instantly. The rest of the fallen angels flinched, watching their comrade's lifeless body slump to the ground. Their leader's face twisted in rage. "What are you idiots standing around for? Kill that scum," the fallen angel captain shouted. The remaining 14 soldiers dived down, weapons ready, determined to overwhelm him. Issei chuckled. "Allow me to introduce a friend of mine." Hyoudou vanished as he reached for something new, Colt Blackstone, his assault rifle. He unleashed a precise storm of bullets, tearing through the wings of 13 of them, causing them to spiral downward in agony. Their bodies crashed into the ground, unable to regain flight. Then, Draig's devil arm materialized in his left hand. With a dark grin, Issei pulled the trigger. A torrent of emerald flames erupted, washing over the fallen soldiers. Their cries filled the air as they were engulfed in dragon fire, incinerated beyond recognition. Only one remained, the captain. His hands trembled, sweat beading down his face. His wings flared in hesitation, his pride battling against his fear. "Stay back! Stay back, you scum!" the fallen angel captain stammered. Issei's smirk faded as he slowly advanced, his steps deliberate and predatory. "Tell me, were you once an angel? A loyal servant of God?" Issei asked. The captain's breathing hitched. "So, that means you must have committed a sin so great that you fell. It means you've done something far worse than I ever have." Issei looked up, his voice now a low whisper. "So tell me then, which one of us is the real scum?" The captain's pupils shrank, his entire body frozen in terror. He tried to move, tried to fly away. But then, a single shot from Blackstone tore through his left wing. Another round shattered his right wing. The captain screamed in agony, his body plummeting to the ground. He crashed hard, rolling across the dirt before coming to a limp stop. He tried to crawl, but his body refused to move. Issei loomed over him. "Pathetic." The captain gasped, his eyes wild with desperation. "Please, don't," he pleaded. A final shot rang out. The captain's body jerked, then stilled. Issei lowered Blackstone, his eyes cold and indifferent. With a sigh, he remarked, "What a waste of time." With that, he continued forward, stepping over the lifeless body of the fallen, making his way deeper into the Grigori base. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by an army of fallen angels waiting for his arrival. Issei dashed forward, pulling out Killer of Death as he began cutting through his enemies one by one. A fallen angel attempted to slash at him. "Swordmaster!" Issei charged his sword with dark crimson demonic power, releasing a thin, precise energy slash that sent his enemies flying with sheer force. Without hesitation, he materialized Draig, his gauntlets glowing with draconic energy, and dashed into the fray. He struck a fallen angel with 2 devastating punches before following up with a powerful kick, sending his opponent skyward. Without missing a beat, he leaped after them, spinning midair before landing directly on their chest, the sheer force cratering the ground beneath them. "Dismal!" Draig's voice echoed as Issei switched back to Killer of Death, seamlessly transitioning into a rapid combo of precise sword strikes, each movement cutting through the enemy ranks like a storm of blades. Another fallen angel attempted a sneak attack from the side, but Issei effortlessly parried the incoming blow before jumping into the air. He brought his sword down in a crushing helm breaker, cleaving the fallen angel in half. Vertically before smoothly spinning around and cutting down another enemy approaching from behind. Crazy! Issei then threw Killer of Death into a crowd of fallen angels, the sword spinning horizontally like a saw blade, slicing through multiple enemies in a devastating round-trip attack. As his weapon carved through them, he materialized Hyoudou, taking precise shots at the already wounded enemies. Each shot shattered light spears, pierced through armor, and obliterated his foes with brutal efficiency, all while the spinning Killer of Death continued to wreak havoc. Badass! The sword finally returned to his hand, but before he could continue, a brave female fallen angel rushed toward him. She had an athletic yet curvaceous body, one that most men would undoubtedly find distracting, but Issei didn't give a thought to it. Her expression was fierce and determined, her confidence unshaken as she summoned 2 light spears, spinning them rapidly in each hand to form a semi-defensive barrier. "Go to hell," she shouted. She leaped high into the air, hurling her spears at Issei with deadly precision. Issei smirked, shifting into a boxing stance, raising his fists covered in Draig's draconic gauntlets. "Walter, move!" As the light spears approached, he weaved through them effortlessly, dodging with fluidity and grace, each attack missing him by mere inches. Her frustration boiled over as she summoned another light spear, this time charging forward in close-quarters combat. But just as she closed the distance, she was met with a devastating gauntlet-clad fist straight to the gut. The impact knocked the wind out of her instantly, her eyes widening in shock as she coughed. Issei wasn't done. With his opponent stunned, he executed a move he called Bantam Revenge, a merciless sequence of precise blows, evasions, and counterattacks. The first hit was a brutal right hook to the ribs, making her stagger. She tried to retaliate, but Issei effortlessly sidestepped, dodging her wild swing and retaliating with a spinning backhand to her temple, sending her reeling. The second hit was a crushing uppercut, launching her into the air. Before she could even process the pain, Issei vanished, only to appear above her in an instant, his fist glowing with demonic and draconic energy. The final hit was a downward smash, sending her crashing into the ground below, the sheer impact shattering the stone beneath her as dust and debris erupted around them. She barely had any time to process what had happened before her vision faded to black. He then finished her off with a blow to the face, knocking her out. Draig announced, "Apocalyptic." Issei dismissed Draig and made his way down to retrieve his sword. He soon spotted a door leading to a hall and sprinted inside without hesitation. As he entered, he saw countless blades hanging on the walls. "What the hell is this?" he wondered. These blades were proof of Azazel's attempts at recreating a weapon similar to rebellion or harnessing its demonic power. His eyes then landed on a document sheet sitting on a nearby desk. He picked it up and quickly skimmed through it. So, this old man was trying to create a devil sword using the power of rebellion and the light of fallen angels. It was a bold move. He tucked the document into his coat, contemplating its value to the blood wraiths, thinking it could make for a nice trade. As he moved deeper into the facility, he was confronted by 2 fallen angels blocking his path. These weren't just any fallen angels, they were Grigori's elite soldiers. One of the fallen angel elites exclaimed, "It's him! The Butcher of Kobe!" The other added, "Let's finish this." They took flight and rushed at him without hesitation. Issei quickly evaded their attacks, flipping back and pulling out Luce and Umbra to fire at them, declaring, "Gunslinger." However, unlike the weaklings he had faced before, these 2 were different. They summoned light spears, spinning them rapidly in their hands to form a semi-defensive barrier that deflected his bullets with precision. Then, they flapped their black wings, unleashing a sharp barrage of deadly black feathers. Issei noted, "Oh? That's new." He began shooting down each feather with perfect accuracy. But before he could react, one of the elites hurled a light spear at his feet, resulting in a massive explosion that sent him crashing through a wall and into the next room, dust and debris filling the air. The first fallen angel elite laughed. "Huh, that got him." The second chimed in, "Let's end this." They summoned another explosive light spear, preparing to throw it. But then a dark crimson glow erupted from the shadows, followed by a green light belonging to Issei's devil arm, Draig, which began boosting its power. Boost and transfer echoed as the energy surged into Killer of Death, causing the blade to pulse with power. Issei grinned and remarked, "You guys sure talk a lot for dead men." He raised his sword and shouted, "Drive!" With a mighty swing, he unleashed a horizontal demonic slash, the wave of energy ripping through the air and colliding with the elites. The attack sent them flying, their bodies slamming into the walls and leaving them badly injured from the sheer force of the demonic energy. As soon as they hit the ground, Issei dashed forward, closing the distance before they could recover. His devil arm crackled with dark crimson energy as he launched himself upward, slamming his foot under the first elite's chin and sending him flying. Before the fallen angel could react, Issei rocketed above him and delivered a brutal downward axe kick, creating a crater beneath him. The fallen angel groaned in pain, barely able to move. Issei landed beside the downed elite, grabbed him by the throat, and lifted him effortlessly into the air. The fallen angel struggled, choking and clawing at Issei's arm, but it was futile. Without hesitation, Issei drove Draig's gauntlet claws into the elite's chest, piercing deep. The elite's body shuddered violently, his screams turning into choked gurgles. "Let's make this quick," Issei said. With one savage motion, he tore his hand back, ripping out the fallen angel's spine along with his skull, the flesh peeling away. The elite's headless corpse convulsed before collapsing, blood pooling onto the ground. Draig, now soaked in blood, let out a chuckle of satisfaction. "I know, right? Let's get this over with," Issei remarked, noticing the second elite, drenched in his comrade's blood, staring in horror, his body shaking uncontrollably. The second elite shouted, "You butcher!" Blinded by rage and fear, he charged at Issei, summoning another light spear aimed straight for his heart. But Issei was already done. Before the fallen angel could even blink, Issei drove Killer of Death straight into his chest, right through his heart. The elite gasped, his face frozen in terror as he reached for the blade impaling him, but it was useless. Killer of Death's cursed energy surged, consuming his essence, causing his body to shrivel and decay as life was violently ripped from him. I don't want to die," the elite stammered, but his words faded into silence as his body went limp, collapsing lifelessly onto the cold floor. Issei pulled the sword free, shaking off the excess blood before resting it on his shoulder. "Honestly, all these guys are just a nuisance," he muttered, turning away and making his way deeper into the facility. He soon arrived at a large steel door, the entrance to an elevator. The moment he stepped in, the control panel flickered, showing the next floor's designation, Prison Containment Chamber. Well, they better have some soap down there," he smirked, pressing the button as the elevator doors slid shut. With a low hum, the elevator descended, taking Issei deeper into Grigori's hidden lair. As he stood in the dimly lit chamber, a familiar presence brushed against his senses, a thunderous demonic energy he hadn't felt in a long time. "Déjà vu, huh?" he mused. The elevator doors slid open with a metallic hiss, revealing a long, empty corridor, with a single prison cell at the far end. A powerful demonic aura leaked from within the cell, familiar yet distant. He paused for a moment, narrowing his eyes. "Not my problem," he decided, shrugging as he turned left and headed deeper into the facility, focused solely on retrieving rebellion. Meanwhile, in the security room, a tall, gruff-looking man watched Issei's movements through the grainy security monitors. His rugged, heavily lined face was shadowed by a short, graying beard, and his muscular frame was clad in form-fitting armor, its shoulder guards bearing a military design. A large, flowing robe draped over his shoulders, signifying both his rank and battle-hardened presence. This was Barakiel, a cadre-class fallen angel, a legendary warrior with 10 imposing black wings. His piercing gaze remained locked onto the purple-coated intruder storming through the containment chamber. "Initiate facility lockdown. No exits. No escape. With or without the rebellion," he commanded. The operator at the control panel quickly responded, "Understood, sir." The operator's fingers danced across the controls, triggering emergency lockdown protocols. Across the facility, heavy blast doors slammed shut, sealing off all potential exits. Barakiel stepped away from the monitors, a magic circle forming beneath his feet as he vanished in a flash of lightning, heading straight for Issei. Back with Issei, he sprinted through the steel corridors, Luz and Umbra spinning in his hands, ready for whatever came next. Suddenly, light spears rained down from above as a squad of fallen angels ambushed him, dropping from the shadows with their weapons drawn. One of the fallen angel soldiers shouted, "We've got you now, Butcher!" Issei grinned, flicking the barrels of his pistols. "You guys must love dying." Bang! The chaos erupted the moment the lockdown alarm blared, metal doors slamming shut across the hallways, trapping Issei inside the prison containment chamber. Issei exclaimed, "Oh, come on, do you really want to see the biblical God?" Before he could grumble further, a squad of fallen angels emerged from the darkened corridors, their black wings unfurling as they hovered above. One of them, a lieutenant, pointed at him and shouted, "It's the Butcher! Don't let him reach the rebellion." Issei smirked, spinning Luz and Umbra in each hand, the barrels clicking into place. "Oh, you dumbass should have just stayed home." Without hesitation, the fallen angels launched their attack. Gunslinger! Issei leaped backward, flipping through the air as he unloaded a barrage of bullets. The custom-made shells roared through the air, slamming into the first enemy's chest. Boom, boom, boom. The sheer impact sent the fallen angel spiraling backward, blood spurting from his wounds before he slammed against the wall, dead. Dismal! Another enemy swooped down, conjuring a light spear and hurling it straight for him. Too slow! Issei twisted midair, narrowly dodging the glowing spear as he landed in a crouch. The moment his boots touched the ground, he fired both pistols sideways, catching two more fallen angels in the chest and head. One exploded, the other's brains splattering onto the wall. Crazy! The last two fallen angels charged forward, weapons glowing as they swung at him from opposite directions. Predictable. He ducked under the first swing, then twisted his body sideways, narrowly evading the second. Without missing a beat, he threw Luz into the air, grabbed Umbra with both hands, and bang 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 bang. He spun himself like a revolver, firing rapid shots at both enemies' legs, shattering their kneecaps. The moment they collapsed, screaming in pain, he caught Luz midair and executed them both with point-blank headshots. Badass! Issei blew the smoke off his gun, spinning them back into his holsters. You know, I should start charging for these body bags. The hallway was now painted red, bodies sprawled across the ground, their black wings twitching lifelessly. But then, boom! A thunderous explosion of lightning shook the entire floor. Issei's eyes narrowed as he turned toward the source. A tall, muscular figure emerged, his 10 black wings stretching wide. Sparks of divine lightning crackled around him as he descended from the upper level, his piercing gaze locked onto Issei. "That's enough," Barakiel declared. Issei grinned, cracking his neck. Took you long enough. I don't know who you are, you butcher in Kobe. But stand down if you don't want to make things worse." Barakiel raised his hand, crackling holy lightning forming between his fingers, the air buzzing with raw divine power. Issei yawned, his eyes half-lidded with boredom. "Man, this is disappointing. You really don't recognize me, old man?" Barakiel's eyes narrowed. There was something off about this intruder, but he couldn't place it. "Who the hell are you?" Issei smirked, taking a slow step forward. "Still don't recognize me? Maybe this will jog your memory." With a flick of his wrist, he summoned Drake, his former sacred gear, now reborn as his devil arm. The crimson glow of the gauntlet ignited, filling the room with an overwhelming draconic pressure. The moment Barakiel saw it, his expression twisted in shock. The Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet, a weapon thought lost forever. Impossible! You're Issei Hyoudou. But how? Everyone knows you perished at the hands of Nyx in Greece. Issei let out a bitter chuckle, shaking his head. "Man, y'all really bought that story, huh? Guess I shouldn't be surprised." The big dogs in the alliance love sweeping things under the rug. He spun Killer of Death in his grip before stabbing it into the ground, leaning casually against it. But hey, if you're too busy liking Dai's boots or playing house with your little Aquino, I get it. The truth's not your problem, right? Barakiel's grip tightened, his fury rising. Watch your tongue. The rebellion will never fall into the hands of a vile, attention-seeking bestiard like you. Without hesitation, he unleashed twin bolts of holy lightning, their golden arcs screaming toward Issei. Issei sidestepped, barely dodging the attack as he yanked Killer of Death from the ground. You bore me, old man. Barakiel's fury erupted. With a sharp motion, he sent a spear of holy lightning slicing through the air, this time with real killing intent. Issei swung Killer of Death to block, but the moment the holy energy collided with the blade, it shattered in half, sparks flying as the broken tip clattered onto the cold steel floor. Issei stared at the remains, his eyes narrowing slightly. He already knew Killer of Death was powerful. It could easily take down an ultimate class being. But a cadre class like Barakiel? That was an entirely different level. Issei clicked his tongue. Guess I overestimated my chances of going blade to blade with you. This thing was good for wiping out ultimate class weaklings. But against someone like you? He tossed the broken sword aside, rolling his shoulders. As Draig's gauntlet and greaves began to glow. Looks like I'll have to settle this with my fists. He cracked his knuckles, then his neck, his stance lowering. But I'm not going down without a fight. The battle began. As the air hummed with divine fury, Barakiel's 10 black wings spread wide, his body crackling with golden arcs of holy lightning. His glare was sharp, filled with battle-hardened rage. You're nothing but a stain on the supernatural world, Hyoudou. I'll erase you myself. Issei rolled his shoulders, his devil arm Draig pulsating with power, and his twin guns loose and Umbra twirling in his grip. Old man. You talk like I said in your serial. Let's get to the good part already. Barakiel lunged forward, a massive spear of holy lightning forming in his grip. Phase 1. Opening clash, speed versus power. Trickster. Issei vanished. 1 second he was there, the next he was a blur, dashing past Barakiel's attack with a slick air step, twisting behind him. Too slow. Barakiel snarled, twisting around midair and unleashing a wide-range thunder explosion. Boom. Issei dodged midair, flipping upside down, and fired loose and Umbra in rapid succession. The bullets ricocheted off Barakiel's armor but forced him to keep his guard up. Gunslinger. Issei shouted. Let's see if you can keep up. He flipped forward, twisting his body, and fired rapidly as if it were a machine gun, using loose to shoot at Barakiel. The gun fired rapidly, unleashing a barrage of spectral bullets mid-flight. Barakiel deflected the attack, slapping the gun aside with a holy lightning-clad palm, but Issei had already rushed in, catching the gun and sliding beneath him. Royal Guard. Barakiel threw a devastating downward punch, his fist wrapped in crackling holy energy. Issei cross-guarded with Draig's gauntlets, absorbing the impact with a perfect Royal Guard parry. The force of the strike shatters the floor beneath them, but Issei barely slides back, skidding across the steel ground. Nice one, partner. But let's turn up the heat. Draig exclaims. Issei grins in response. Yeah, let's dance. As the battle intensifies, Barakiel flaps his wings, dashing forward with blinding speed, his arms extended as twin lances of holy lightning manifest in his grip. He throws one, and it tears through the air like a railgun shot. Issei sidesteps, flipping sideways mid-dash, and fires a charged devil bullet from Umbra, which collides with the spear, causing an explosion of dark and holy energy. Barakiel is already on him, swinging his second lance in a deadly horizontal arc. Gunslinger. Issei summons Coyote, his sawed-off devil shotgun, and spins it like a blade, using its barrel to parry the strike in a blazing clash of steel and energy. Not bad, old man. Issei taunts before pressing the trigger point blank. The blast sends Barakiel flying backward, but before he can recover, Issei airsteps above him, executing a blazing aerial dash and drop-kicking Barakiel downward, sending him crashing into the ground below. As Barakiel rises, his body glows as he coats himself with holy lightning. His black wings pulse with divine fury, and his entire body is wreathed in golden lightning, warping the gravity around them. "You mock me, you filth! I will smite you where you stand," Barakiel declares. The entire prison chamber shakes as massive lightning pillars descend from the ceiling, crashing down in a storm of divine destruction. Royal Guard! Issei crosses his gauntlets, absorbing the impact of the first strike, then sidesteps the second, his movements razor-sharp. Boost! The gauntlets glow intensely, gathering energy. Transfer! The stored power flows into Hyoudou, turning the shotgun into a glowing beast of destruction. "Game over, old man," Issei shouts as he teleports forward, pressing the shotgun right under Barakiel's chin. Barakiel's eyes widen in shock. Judgment blast! The explosion of demonic energy and shotgun pellets tears through Barakiel's armor, sending him flying through the steel walls, crashing into the lower depths of the facility. Issei spins Hyoudou, blowing the smoke off the barrel. "I thought you'd last longer." Barakiel lies on the cold steel floor, his body battered, his once pristine armor now cracked and scorched from the brutal fight. His breaths are ragged, and his holy lightning flickers weakly as he struggles to move. Issei approaches him with slow, deliberate steps, his crimson coat torn at the edges, but his posture remains relaxed, like a predator that has already won. "Tough son of a gun, I'll give you that," Issei remarks. Barakiel grits his teeth, trying to push himself up, but Issei is already next to him, pressing his foot down on Barakiel's back, pinning him against the floor. "Diamen. You!" Barakiel gasps. Issei lets out a low chuckle, crouching down by the fallen cadre's left wing before grabbing hold of it, not gently. "You know, old man, this was fun and all, but I didn't come here just to kick your butt. You're going to help me open that vault." Barakiel's eyes widen in realization. "UBS tier D," he exclaims. "Oh, don't give me that self-righteous nonsense. You Grigori made the vault specifically so only a cadre class like you could open it." "Pretty smart, actually," Issei replies, yanking Barakiel's wing sharply and dragging him across the steel floor like a broken ragdoll. Barakiel lets out a pained grunt, his body still too weak to resist after their fight. They reach a massive reinforced vault door, adorned with angelic runes and glowing holy sigils. The walls hum with energy, repelling any lesser being from even touching it. Issei stops and tosses Barakiel forward, making him slam against the vault's control panel. Barakiel coughs, blood staining the floor beneath him. "You really think I'll help you?" he gasps. Issei smirks, cracking his knuckles. "Oh, I know you will." He grabs Barakiel by the collar and lifts him up slightly, just enough to make eye contact. "I've seen the way you look at me, old man. The way the faction talks about me. You all think I'm a joke, a nobody, attention seeker, as you called me." His grip tightens, his expression darkening. "But look at you now. Look at how easy it was to put you in the dirt. You and the whole Grigori spent years treating me like worthless trash. But now, you're just another stepping stone." Barakiel's fists clench, his pride boiling with rage, but he is too weak to act. "Diamen. You," he mutters. "Tisk. You're not in a position to be saying that, old man," Issei retorts, pulling back his gauntlet, which is wrapped in Draig's glowing energy. The energy surges into Issei's arm, his gauntlet crackling with crimson power. "Unless you want to go to sleep permanently, I suggest you be a good little cadre and open the vault." Barakiel snarls, but he knows he has no choice. With trembling hands, he reaches forward and presses his palm against the vault's glowing sigil. The vault rumbles as the holy locks disengage, the runes fading one by one. The massive doors groan, slowly sliding open, revealing the treasure hidden inside. A single magic containment field case stands at the center of the chamber. Its exterior is lined with intricate demonic engravings, and the air around it is thick with a raw, violent presence. It holds the dormant state of the rebellion. Issei's eyes glow faintly, a smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. Whoa. There you are." He steps into the chamber, dismissing Draig, his boots echoing against the steel floor as he approaches the sealed weapon. The closer he gets, the more he can feel its presence, a slumbering giant waiting to awaken. Issei's gaze settles on the dormant demonic sword, its presence calling out to him. It stands within its containment field, sealed away just like the Yamato, yet this weapon is different. Unlike all the swords he saw in the armory, this one belongs to him. One of the 5 relics of Sparda. A smirk plays across his lips. "Hello, Mama." With slow, deliberate steps, he approaches the rebellion, its wicked blade resting in confinement, waiting. The moment his fingers near the containment field, rebellion reacts. The sword launches itself forward in a violent burst, piercing straight through his chest, right into his heart. Blood erupts from Issei's lips as he staggers back, falling to his knees. The pain is excruciating, searing through his entire body. Across the chamber, the battered and bloodied Barakil grins at the sight, his breath ragged yet triumphant. To him, this is proof. Rebellion has rejected the fraud that the entire faction alliance has come to despise. "It seems your own arrogance has led you straight to death," Barakil exclaims. "Aquino and Dai were right about you. You're just a pathetic, attention-seeking lunatic." But then a deep, ominous rumbling filled the air. The sealed power within the rebellion stirred. Its once dormant crossguard shifted, the skull emblem embedded in its hilt splitting open, revealing a glowing, sinister core. Dark, crimson energy pulsed from within as the sword reacted to the blood coursing through Issei's veins, the blood of Sparda. A bloodline that could not be denied. Barakil's victorious grin twisted into an expression of pure horror. He froze, his entire body trembling. The rebellion wasn't rejecting Issei. It was awakening. Issei let out a sharp breath, his pained grimace shifting into a lopsided grin. With a slow, deliberate motion, he reached up, gripping the hilt of the sword still embedded in his chest. Blood dripped from his lips as he chuckled. "Easy there. Daddy's home. I know you missed me." Barakil's fists clenched, rage and confusion clouding his mind. How are you still alive? That sword should have killed you. You should be dead." Issei merely exhaled through his nose, then without hesitation, ripped the blade from his chest. The wound knitted itself together almost instantly as his regeneration kicked in, the dark magic within him restoring his flesh as if nothing had happened. He rolled his shoulders, testing the weight of the rebellion in his grasp, before letting out a low chuckle. "I know, right? Crazy. But I get it. Aquino and Dai must have filled your head with lies, same as always. Same story, different people." His gaze flicked up, sharp and full of mocking amusement. "You crows are all the same. Always listening to the wrong people, always setting yourselves up for failure. Just like you did. With your wife." The room seemed to drop in temperature, an oppressive silence following his words. Barakil's entire body tensed, his breath hitching. His fury ignited instantly. But Issei just grinned. With a single, effortless motion, Issei swung the awakened rebellion upward, launching the lifeless corpse of a fallen angel into the air. Then, with precise brutality, he twisted his wrist and whipped the sword downward, its edge carving through the air in a shredding whirlwind. The body was torn apart midair, sliced into ribbons as the demonic blade sang through flesh and bone. Blood rained down, painting the ground in a grotesque display. Issei exhaled, rolling his shoulders as he turned to the wounded and fuming Barakil. "Tell me, Barakil, do you really think your little thunder tricks mean anything?" He scoffed, resting rebellion on his shoulder, the massive blade thrumming with power. "I've fought a devil 10 times stronger than you. And guess what? Even he wasn't anything." A booming laugh that belonged to Drake erupted in his mind. The mocking roar of the Red Dragon Emperor only fueled Barakil's rage. His fist clenched, teeth grinding together as humiliation and fury burned in his veins. "Why you?" Lightning exploded from his palm as he hurled a bolt of raw electricity straight at Issei. But before it could even reach him, Issei spun on his heel, twisting his body as rebellion whirled through the air in a full-circle arc. The sword curved through space like a deadly saw blade, severing Barakil's right arm in an instant. Barakiel's scream echoed through the chamber as his severed limb fell to the ground with a sickening thud, sparks of residual lightning crackling from the exposed wound. The rebellion completed its deadly arc, boomeranging back into Issei's grasp. With a casual flick of his wrist, he rested the sword against his back, as if none of this even mattered. He clicked his tongue. You're nothing but an arrogant featherface. Can't even be a proper father. Barakiel's pained glare snapped toward him, eyes burning with rage. But Issei wasn't done. Let's be real. Shuri died. And now you let your daughter get brainwashed by a lying piece of work. Some father you are. Barakiel's breath hitched. His entire body trembled. Issei turned away, strolling toward the shimmering pond within the ruined chamber. He gazed down at his own reflection, his expression unreadable. The demonic power of rebellion pulsed through his veins. It was calling to him. Thinking what I'm thinking, Draig? A low, amused chuckle resonated within him. I'm in your head, partner. Issei smirked. He took a deep breath, then let go. A brilliant red glyph ignited beneath his feet, demonic energy surging violently as rebellion's power merged into his very essence. This wasn't balance breaker. This wasn't juggernaut drive. This was something else entirely. Issei's devil form had a striking, draconic, and demonic appearance, exuding a powerful and intimidating presence. His body was covered in dark, jagged armor-like plating with a molten, glowing core visible at his chest and veins of fiery energy running throughout his body. His head featured sharp, angular horns and a face with a menacing, beast-like structure, further emphasizing his inhuman nature. His arms and legs were encased in sharp, organic armor, with clawed hands that radiated with the same glowing energy. A long, tattered coat-like structure extended from his shoulders, giving him an almost regal yet fearsome look. As Issei gazed into the shimmering pond, his reflection twisted and distorted. He expected to see his original demon form, the one burned into his memory. But instead, the reflection that stared back at him was something else entirely. His body had transformed, engulfed in a hellish aura, his form now a perfect manifestation of the rebellion's devil trigger. His once human skin had darkened to an ashen, obsidian hue, intricate demonic etchings glowing with fiery red energy traced along his arms and chest. His eyes, once vibrant, were now piercing, slitted, gleaming like molten lava. Behind him, sharp, jagged protrusions jutted from his back, resembling the twisted, half-formed wings of a battle-worn devil. Rebellion, now completely awakened, hummed in resonance, its power syncing with its wielder. Not bad. His voice rumbled distorted, a deep, inhuman growl laced with raw demonic energy. He tilted his head, flexing his clawed fingers as the power coursed through his veins. Gotta say, I was expecting my usual look. But this is a whole new level. His lips curled into a smirk. Maybe the devil may cry if they see this. A dark chuckle escaped his throat, reverberating in the silent ruins. Barakiel, still clutching the bleeding stump where his right arm had been, could only stare in horror. He had long since lost his rage. No, what he felt now was pure, unfiltered dread. Issei hadn't just been accepted as rebellion's wielder, he had been transformed by it. The sword's demonic essence, a fraction of Sparda's immense power, had fused with him, granting him a form that was beyond human, beyond devil. This was the rebellion's true gift. For the first time, Barakiel realized they had underestimated him. Badly. Issei deactivated his devil trigger, the red glow fading from his body as he returned to his base form. His breathing was steady, showing no signs of exhaustion from the battle he had just endured. He looked down at the severed arm of Barakiel, still twitching slightly with residual holy lightning. With a flick of his fingers, he used his magic to dismiss it, making it vanish into the ether. He said, "No hard feelings, old man." With rebellion now strapped to his back, he made his way out of the vault chamber, leaving Barakiel behind, unconscious and broken. As he retraced his steps, Issei soon found himself back at the prison containment chamber, the very place he had sensed that familiar demonic presence earlier. He stopped in his tracks, his curiosity getting the better of him. He muttered to himself, "Teeth this again. All right, fine. Let's see what we got here." He approached the solitary reinforced cell at the end of the corridor. Unlike the others, this one was bathed in an eerie purple glow, its walls covered in pulsing electrical veins of dark energy. The magic seals on the door were still active, their runes pulsing faintly, keeping whatever was inside completely restrained. Issei tilted his head, rubbing his chin. They really went all out locking up whoever's in here. Without hesitation, he unsheathed Rebellion and with a single powerful slash, cut through the control panel, causing a violent discharge of energy as the magic seals shattered. Sparks flew, and the heavy steel door creaked open slowly, revealing the darkness within. The moment the seals broke, the entire room shifted. Purple lightning crackled from within, illuminating the cell's interior. But what truly caught his attention was the swarm of bats, hundreds of them, their shadowy forms twisting and swirling throughout the chamber, filling the air with an eerie presence. Then, a voice, distorted yet undeniably feminine, rang out from the darkness. "Who dares to visit my domain?" The voice carried a playful yet dangerous edge, sending a brief chill down Issei's spine. But then, as the bats began to gather, converging into a singular form, his smirk widened. "No way. It's you." The swarm condensed, taking shape before his eyes. A woman stood there, her presence striking and otherworldly. Her long, flowing crimson hair cascaded down her back, a stark contrast to her pale, ghostly white skin. Her deep crimson eyes glowed faintly, holding a dangerous allure, their gaze both playful and predatory. Her expression was one of amusement, a sly smirk tugging at her lips as her fingers idly rested near her mouth. The darkness around her seemed to bend to her will, her form seamlessly blending into shadowy, bat-like tendrils that flickered in and out of existence. The deep purple glow of the chamber, combined with the silhouettes of countless bats, gave her an almost gothic, vampiric aesthetic. Issei took a step closer, his smirk unwavering. "Oh well, guess today's my lucky day," he exclaimed. "Nevin, it's been many millennia since the last time we met." The now-identified Nevin narrowed her glowing crimson eyes, a hint of confusion flashing across her face. Had she met this devil before? His presence was familiar, yet his appearance was entirely different. "Who are you to greet me in such a manner, you lowly devil?" she demanded. Issei blinked before chuckling, shaking his head in amusement. That hurts, Nevin. But I'll let it slide." Still smirking, he lifted Rebellion from his back and let a small fraction of his demonic aura seep into the air. The moment it spread, the air grew heavy, filled with an ancient power, a presence Nevin had not felt in ages. Her eyes widened, a shiver running down her spine. This was no mere devil. This was the magic of the Dark Knight. "Oh my, it really is you," she said, a mischievous grin spreading across her lips as she glided toward him, her movements graceful yet predatory. She circled behind him, her arms wrapping around his torso, pressing herself against his back. Her bare skin brushed against him, her breath hot against his ear. "Tell me, Sparda, how's my beautiful, handsome devil doing? Everyone said you were gone, yet here you are. Back." Issei let out a deep laugh, enjoying the moment. "It's been a long time, Nevin. But let's save the reunion for later. First, we need to get the hell out of here." He turned his head slightly, his smirk playful yet serious. "But do me a favor first, can you transform into a human form?" Nevin let out a sultry laugh, stepping away as she tilted her head coyly. "Your orders are my actions, my knight." With a snap of her delicate fingers, a surge of purple lightning enveloped her, crackling around her body like a raging storm. The shadows around her shifted, morphing as she reshaped her form. When the light faded, Nevin's human form stood before him. Her long, wavy crimson hair cascaded elegantly over her shoulders, framing her pale yet captivating face. Her golden eyes, now radiant and intense, seemed to glow with a supernatural allure. She was dressed in a black leather jacket over a form-fitting dark top, exuding a bold, rebellious aura. A black choker with a dangling purple gemstone rested against her neck, complementing the matching black earrings that added a touch of elegance to her otherwise edgy appearance. "Well, how do I look?" she asked, smirking as she placed a hand on her hip. Issei crossed his arms, giving an approving nod. "Perfect. Now, let's get the hell out of here." The two exited the cell and made their way out of the Grigori base. Meanwhile, in Lucifer City, the entire city was eerily silent. Deep within the sewers, 5 cloaked figures moved through the darkness, their footsteps barely making a sound against the damp stone. The first figure stepped forward and placed a magic circle against the wall. Within moments, they all took a step back as the circle flared to life before exploding, revealing a hidden entrance concealed behind the stone. Without hesitation, the 5 figures stepped inside. As soon as they entered, they were met with a squad of elite devil soldiers, their weapons already drawn, eyes glowing with hostility. "Intruders!" the soldiers shouted. Without wasting a second, the elite devils flapped their wings, propelling themselves forward to strike. In response, the 5 figures summoned their own weapons, ready to face the oncoming onslaught. The moment the elite devil soldiers charged forward, the 5 cloaked figures sprang into action, their weapons flashing in the dim light of the sewers. The first figure, wielding a massive greatsword, took a step forward and swung his blade in a wide arc, unleashing a shockwave of raw demonic energy. The force sent 2 devils crashing into the sewer walls, their armor cracking from the impact. The second figure, moving with inhuman speed, vanished in a blur before reappearing behind an elite soldier. With a swift motion, the dagger plunged deep into the soldier's neck, silencing him instantly. The third figure, cloaked in dark flames, extended his hand, conjuring a whip-like chain of hellfire. With a flick of his wrist, the flaming chain wrapped around one soldier's throat, yanking him forward before delivering a brutal knee strike to his face. The fourth figure raised a hand, a crimson magic circle glowing at her fingertips. From the sigil, dark spears materialized and shot forward at blinding speed, piercing through the remaining soldiers. The final figure, silent and motionless, simply extended his arm, and from the darkness, black tendrils erupted from the ground, skewering the last standing soldier. The body twitched for a moment before falling limp. The sewer fell silent once more. The only sound remaining was the dripping water and the fading crackle of hellfire. One of the figures stepped forward, his deep, commanding voice breaking the quiet. "We're getting closer. Let's move." Without hesitation, the 5 figures disappeared into the darkened passageway, leaving only the corpses of their enemies behind. The scent of blood mixed with the damp air of the sewers, but none of them paid it any mind. Their objective was clear, and they would not be deterred. As they moved deeper into the hidden path, they soon encountered a magic barrier, its ominous glow pulsing like a living entity. This was no ordinary barrier. It was specifically designed to withstand attacks from even ultimate-class beings. A lesser force would have no hope of breaking through. Stepping forward without hesitation, Issei Soy revealed herself. With her slender fingers, she traced a pattern in the air, channeling forbidden magic that crackled with an eerie, dark energy. Her eyes gleamed as she whispered an incantation. The moment her spell was complete, the barrier shattered like glass, fragments of energy dissolving into the void. Beyond the broken barrier lay a dark, eerie tunnel, its walls ancient and worn. A foreboding aura clung to the air, thick and heavy with demonic power. The 5 moved cautiously, following the tunnel's winding path until they finally entered a vast chamber. The sheer magnitude of demonic energy surging through this place was overwhelming, sending chills through even the most hardened among them. At the center of the chamber, embedded in an obsidian pedestal, they saw it. The sword of legend. The myth. The Force Edge. Dormant yet radiating immeasurable power, this was the sealed form of the Dark Knight Sparda, a weapon of unparalleled might capable of bestowing immense demonic power upon its wielder. Issei Soy took a step forward, her eyes fixated on the weapon. "We're here." Before she could take another step, a roaring ball of fire suddenly shot toward her. With lightning-fast reflexes, Issei Soy dodged, flipping to the side just in time to evade the incoming attack. The fireball exploded against the stone behind her, sending sparks and embers flying in all directions. From the shadows, a lone figure emerged. She stood tall and confident, the flickering flames around her casting an almost divine glow against her sleek black outfit. Her short black hair was tipped with vivid orange highlights, mirroring the flames that coiled around her body like living serpents. Her sharp golden eyes locked onto Issei with a gaze filled with unyielding determination. A gold-trimmed black choker adorned her neck, accentuated by layered necklaces that gave her an aura of elegance and danger combined. A belt with chains rested at her hips, a symbol of her status and power. She was Caitlin Doidiane, the guardian of this sacred place, the devil entrusted with keeping the Force edge from falling into the wrong hands. Her lips curled into a smirk. Well, I was wondering when some rats would come crawling in here. She raised her hand, flames flickering at her fingertips before forming a burning whip that cracked against the ground, leaving scorch marks where it touched. If you think I'll just let you take that sword, you're dead wrong. Issei sighed, rolling her shoulders. I was hoping to avoid unnecessary fights, but I guess you won't just step aside, huh? Caitlin grinned before suddenly lunging forward, her flame whip slashing through the air with terrifying speed. Issei barely dodged as the searing heat singed the edge of her cloak. The moment she landed, she kicked off the ground, closing the distance between them in an instant. She slammed her fist forward, aiming for Caitlin's gut. But the flame user was faster than expected. She twisted her body, narrowly avoiding the punch, and countered with a flaming roundhouse kick aimed at Issei's ribs. Issei blocked with her forearm, wincing slightly as the heat scorched her sleeve, but she didn't let it slow her down. She retaliated with a devastating elbow strike, aiming for Caitlin's jaw. Caitlin barely managed to weave away, but Issei followed up immediately with a knee strike to the stomach, sending her skidding backward across the stone floor. You're not bad, but you're in my way. Caitlin wiped a bit of blood from her lip, her grin widening. Oh, I like you. But don't get cocky. She snapped her fingers, and suddenly, pillars of fire erupted from the ground, trapping Issei in a ring of flames. Let's turn up the heat, shall we? Issei narrowed her eyes, clenching her fists. Bring it on. The real fight had just begun. Caitlin flicked her wrist, and the flame whip cracked through the air, sending a wave of heat straight at Issei. The fiery tendril lashed out, aiming to ensnare her neck. Issei reacted instantly, ducking low. She spun on her heel and launched herself forward, dodging under the whip's arc. She closed the distance in an instant, her fist glowing with raw magic energy as she drove a brutal punch straight toward Caitlin's ribs. But Caitlin was fast, too fast. She twisted her body, narrowly evading the strike, then countered with a fiery backflip kick aimed at Issei's chin. Issei barely managed to block with her forearm, but the sheer heat of the flames burned through her sleeve, searing her skin. With a grunt, she pushed forward, grabbing Caitlin's leg before she could land and slamming her into the ground with monstrous force. Caitlin hit the stone floor hard, a small crack forming beneath her. But she didn't stay down. Before Issei could press her advantage, Caitlin's entire body ignited, a burst of fire exploding from her form, forcing Issei to leap back to avoid getting scorched. Caitlin rose, her eyes gleaming with battle-hungry excitement. Diamen, you're good. But you're going to have to do better than that. Caitlin snapped her fingers, and the flames around her surged, forming 3 blazing spears that hovered in the air behind her. With a flick of her hand, all 3 spears shot forward at once, aiming to impale Issei from different angles. Issei reacted quickly. She sidestepped the first spear, but the second one was already coming at her from behind. Instead of dodging, she caught it mid-air, wincing as the heat scorched her palm, before spinning and redirecting it straight at Caitlin. Caitlin's eyes widened in surprise, but she smashed it away with her whip before it could hit her. That momentary distraction was all Issei needed. She dashed in, her footwork perfect, weaving past the final spear and closing the gap in the blink of an eye. Before Caitlin could react, Issei drove her knee into her stomach with bone-crushing force. Caitlin gasped in pain, But instead of stumbling back, she grinned through gritted. "Gotcha," she said. Her hands ignited once more, and she grabbed onto Issei Soi's shoulders. Suddenly, a violent burst of flames erupted between them. Issei Soi's eyes widened as the flames engulfed her, the intense heat threatening to consume her completely. But then she stopped. Issei Soi froze in place, her entire body stiffening. Caitlin narrowed her eyes, confused by the sudden pause. "What are you doing?" she asked. Before she could finish, Issei Soi stepped back, completely ignoring the fight. The flames around her flickered as she turned away. Without a word, Issei Soi withdrew, leaving Caitlin standing there, perplexed but wary. Something had changed. Something, or someone, had just given Issei Soi an order, and their communication was secret and private, unheard by anyone else. "Yes, Lord Pexinox," Issei Soi said quietly. With that, she glanced over her shoulder, her piercing gaze meeting her comrades'. A subtle nod was all it took, the signal to retreat. She then turned back to Caitlin, the guardian of the Dark Knight sword, her lips curling into a knowing smirk. "Let me tell you something, Guardian. This was merely a message. The beginning of a new age." Caitlin furrowed her brows, her grip tightening on her weapon. "What are you talking about?" she demanded. Issei Soi merely chuckled, the eerie glow of her crimson eyes intensifying. "A new age for the righteous ruler of the underworld. No, not just the underworld, but the entire universe itself. Soon he will rise, and when he does..." She leaned in slightly, her voice a chilling whisper. "He will be the faction alliance's worst nightmare." Before Caitlin could respond, Issei Soi and her remaining comrades dissolved into swirling tendrils of dark energy, vanishing into the shadows. The silence that followed was almost deafening. Caitlin let out a deep sigh, lowering her weapon but remaining on high alert. "I swear, peace never lasts in this world." She lifted her gaze to the darkened skies above, her mind racing. Whatever this righteous ruler, whoever they were referring to, it wasn't over. And deep down, Caitlin knew this was just the beginning. The entire scene suddenly transitioned into a glass with the last image of Caitlin, and then, bang, 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 bang. The glass shattered, transitioning into the words, "Mission 1, end. Mission rank, this. To be continued." 2 days later, Japan, Kuoh Academy, time, 6:27 p.m. It had been 2 days since the incident in Grigori and the attack beneath the sewers of Lucifer City. Barakiel, who had suffered grievous injuries during his battle against Issei, was still in a coma, slowly recovering under the watch of Grigori's best healers. Meanwhile, Kuoh Academy had suspended its classes for 2 days under the guise of renovations, but in reality, it was merely a cover-up. Behind closed doors, a secret meeting had been convened among the faction leaders to discuss the catastrophic events that had unfolded in a single night. The meeting hall was filled with some of the most powerful beings in existence. Seated at the table were the Devil Kings, Surzex Lucifer, accompanied by his wife Graphia Lucifuge, Seraphal Leviathan, and Ajuka Beelzebub. Across from them sat Michael, the leader of the angels, while the fallen angels were represented by Shemhazai, alongside the former Governor-General, Azazel. The Yukai faction's leaders, Yasaka of the East Yukai and Nurarahayan of the West Yukai, were not present, having other urgent matters to attend to. However, the other pantheons made their presence known. Odin, the All-Father of the Norse, was accompanied by his trusted Valkyrie, Rosweiss. From the Greek pantheon, Zeus, the king of the gods, attended the meeting, accompanied by his daughter, Athena, the goddess of wisdom. As for Shiva, the god of destruction, representing the Hindu pantheon, was absent as he had other matters to attend. With all the necessary figures gathered, the silence in the room was finally broken. "I believe it is time we discuss the current situation we are facing," Surzex began. "Shemhazai, please elaborate." Shemhazai gave a tired sigh, standing as he waved his hand, summoning a magic projection that displayed all the evidence regarding the two incidents. The projection flickered to life, showing the Grigori base in the underworld being raided by a single individual. 2 nights ago, one of our bases in the underworld was infiltrated and attacked by a single person. And, coincidentally, he turned his gaze towards the assembled leaders. That same individual was responsible for the attack on the Devil Scouts in Kobe. With another wave of his hand, the projection shifted, now displaying the assailant in action. A crimson-coated figure, tearing through the facility's defenses like a walking calamity. The next image showed a fierce battle between this individual and Barakiel. The muzzle flashes of Coyote and the blazing energy of the gauntlet and greaves of Drag illuminated the battlefield as the projection displayed their intense fight. When Issei's face appeared, a certain redhead clenched her fists in fury. Akino felt her blood boiling. Her father, the man who had raised and trained her, was in a coma because of him. She wanted nothing more than to make him pay. Shemhazai continued, explaining, "As you can see, this man is responsible for Barakiel's current condition. But that isn't the worst part." The projection shifted, revealing a massive demonic sword resting on a pedestal, its aura radiating raw power. During his raid, he managed to steal one of the most dangerous relics in history. The Rebellion. At the mention of that name, the entire room fell into stunned silence. Then Zeus exclaimed, "He what?" A thunderous crackle erupted from the king of the gods, his fists sparking with divine electricity as he processed the revelation. One of the 5 relics of Sparda, one of the Dark Knight's most powerful weapons, had fallen into the hands of the very man they all despised. And worse, he was worthy to wield it. The next image displayed Issei in his rebellion devil trigger form. The raw demonic power emanating from his transformed state made some of the weaker members in the room visibly tense. Then came the final revelation. To make things even worse, the man responsible for all of this, Shemhazai paused, glancing around the room, is none other than the former pillar, Issei Hyoudou. The reaction was immediate: anger, disbelief, denial. Those were the emotions that the entire Gremory experienced upon discovering he was alive, especially Akino, as he was the one responsible for her father's injuries. Dai was the first to slam his hand against the table, standing up in rage. "Impossible! There's no way it's him. He died in Greece." His outburst was met with a sigh from Shemhazai. Barakiel confirmed it himself before he fell into a coma, Shemhazai stated. With another wave of his hand, the projection changed once more, this time displaying a woman. A stucked, almost ghostly figure, draped in shadows and crackling with purple lightning. And if that wasn't enough, he freed one of the biggest threats sealed away long ago. The Thunder Succubus, Nevin. At the mention of her name, the Devil Kings tensed. A powerful figure from Sparda's era was now walking free once more. Caitlin, who had been quiet until now, finally spoke. This isn't just about Issei anymore. Her golden eyes hardened as she gazed at the projection. This is about a new age. A new age of chaos that will soon rise up. Her words sent a wave of unease through the room. The faction leaders exchanged wary glances, their minds racing with the implications. A new age of chaos? Was this another branch of the Chaos Brigade? Another rebellion seeking to plunge the world into war? Surzex leaned forward, his crimson eyes narrowing. Caitlin Doidian, please elaborate further. Caitlin took a deep breath, steadied herself, then exhaled. She opened her eyes, now fully prepared to explain. During my investigation, the sacred tunnel beneath Lucifer City was breached by a squad of strays. However, they were not affiliated with the Chaos Brigade. One of them spoke of a new age for the righteous ruler of the underworld. Meaning? Her golden eyes hardened. Someone is planning to overthrow the Devil Kings. The room fell deathly silent. Even among gods and kings, this was an alarming revelation. Again? It was all too familiar. The echoes of past rebellions resurfaced in their minds. The faction wars, the rise and fall of false rulers, the endless cycle of power struggles. And yet, this time, something felt different. Not just the underworld. Caitlin clenched her fists. But the entire universe. That's what they said. The tension in the room deepened. The Devil Kings exchanged silent glances, their expressions dark. Even Zeus and Shiva, both known for their calm indifference, looked more intrigued than before. Their supposed lord behind the attack is named Pexinox. He or she sent those strays to infiltrate the sacred tunnel in an attempt to retrieve one of the 5 relics of Sparda, which they ultimately cancelled for unknown reasons. The 5 relics of Sparda. This made the Gremory peerage pause in confusion. Who is Sparda? Rias turned to her queen, Aquino, who seemed just as perplexed. The others, Kiba, Kaneko, and Gasper, also showed no sign of recognition. Except for one person, Ingvild Leviathan. Her violet eyes flickered with something. An old memory, perhaps? She had heard that name before. But before she could speak, Rias stepped forward. Excuse me, but who exactly is Sparda? We've never heard of a devil by that name in any historical records. Her voice was firm but curious. Sona adjusted her glasses, her analytical mind already searching for a connection. Rias, have you forgotten the fairy tale we used to read as children? The Dark Knight. Her eyes narrowed slightly, shifting back to Caitlin. Tell me, Miss Caitlin, what does Sparda have to do with these 2 incidents to begin with? At this, Serzex exchanged a glance with the other Devil Kings. Ajuka, who had remained quiet until now, closed his eyes and nodded. Even Seraphal, usually playful and energetic, gave a solemn nod of agreement. It was time. The younger generation, their sisters, their heirs, their future rulers, needed to know the truth. Serzex sighed before speaking. Rias, Sona, and everyone else in your respective peerages. What I am about to tell you is something deeply connected to our future. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. Now that we are on the verge of peace, it is time you all learn the truth. A slow dread began to creep into the room. The Dark Knight Sparda, the figure from the fairy tale, is not a myth. The peerage's eyes widened. A fairy tale was real? His existence was covered up for a reason, because long ago he was one of the strongest beings to have ever lived. He let that fact settle. Then he continued, and during the great war between the biblical factions, he perished. But before his death, his power was divided into 5 relics, each one carrying a fragment of his immense strength. The room felt heavier with each revelation. The 5 relics of Sparda. Caitlin spoke next. The first relic is the Force Edge, under the hands of the devil factions. She waved her hand, summoning a projection of a massive, ancient blade. It is said to contain the dormant essence of Sparda's true power. A weapon overflowing with demonic energy, even greater than the rebellion. However, it remains inactive, waiting for the right wielder to awaken it. The projection changed, displaying a long, crimson sword. The Devil Kings and faction leaders tensed, already knowing what came next. Caitlin explained that they were discussing a blade capable of withstanding any attack due to its immense demonic magic. It was similar to the Force Edge, though not as powerful. However, the rebellion had a unique trait. It united man and devil. The air in the room grew thicker as they all recalled what that sword had done to Issei and what he had become. Caitlin continued, shifting the projection to a slender katana. She introduced the 3rd relic, the Yamato, which pulsed with an otherworldly aura. Unlike the rebellion, which united, the Yamato was said to separate man from devil. It could cut through anything, even dimensions themselves. Unfortunately, it had been snapped in half due to an incident many years ago. Sona furrowed her brows, contemplating the implications of a sword capable of cutting through anything, even reality. Caitlin moved to the 4th relic, revealing a pair of intricately designed amulets. She explained that together, they contain the majority of Sparda's magic, and it was said that with them, one could wield power beyond comprehension. Then, silence fell as the projection remained blank. Caitlin turned back to the room and stated that the 5th relic was still unknown. A murmur spread through the room, and even the Devil Kings looked uncertain. Serzex exhaled deeply, reflecting on the situation. He noted that for centuries, they had believed these relics would never be stolen, but now, at least one had been taken, and another was nearly lost. A new war was on the horizon. Rias questioned why Sparda's existence had been kept a secret and why he had been hidden from history. Her tone was a mix of curiosity and frustration. Sirzex sighed, anticipating her question. He explained that his predecessors, along with the other faction leaders, had decided to bury the truth about Sparda and his relics. He paused to let his words sink in before elaborating. He pointed out that if knowledge of Sparda's relics had been made public, the world would have descended into chaos long ago. Countless individuals and organizations would have fought for control, leading to wars that would shatter the balance of power among the factions. Rias frowned, processing his words. Sirzex continued, explaining that to prevent such a catastrophe, Sparda's existence was erased from history and turned into a mere fairy tale, a legend. Only a select few were entrusted with the truth. The room remained silent, heavy with the weight of this revelation. Caitlin, arms crossed, let out a small sigh before turning her sharp golden eyes toward Rias and Sona. She anticipated their thoughts about the whereabouts of the relics and confirmed that the fifth relic's location and nature were still unknown. She mentioned that the Yamato had been entrusted to the Vatican, specifically under the command of Lord Michael himself. However, due to an incident, the blade had been damaged beyond repair. Michael nodded solemnly, confirming her statement and expressing regret over its destruction, stating it was the only course of action at the time. Sona adjusted her glasses, her analytical mind already working through the implications. She inquired about the fourth relic, the amulets. Caitlin's expression darkened slightly as she explained that the two amulets were kept separately for safety. The first was held by the Pendragon family but had gone missing due to an incident. She gestured toward the Greek faction's representatives, revealing that the second amulet was in the hands of Hephaestus, the god of the forge. A murmur spread through the room at this revelation. Zeus acknowledged that Hephaestus had indeed been safeguarding a fragment of Sparda's magic. Athena, standing beside her father, narrowed her eyes, realizing the significance of the amulets. If they contained a majority of Sparda's magic, they were not just simple artifacts. The implications of someone collecting all 5 relics were clear to everyone in the room. Irina interrupted, expressing disbelief that the Vatican had the Yamato in their possession. She questioned why she had never heard of it. Zenobia stepped forward, echoing Irina's demand for answers. Even Asia, usually quiet in such meetings, looked to Michael with curiosity. Michael turned his gaze toward his warriors, understanding they deserved an explanation. He reiterated that the existence of Sparda and his relics had been erased from supernatural history to prevent catastrophe. If word had spread, countless factions and power-hungry individuals would have fought for control over them. He paused, allowing his words to settle before continuing. He confirmed that the Yamato had been under the care of the Vatican, specifically kept in the United Kingdom, in a city named after one of the Vatican's finest priests and exorcists, Redgrave City, named after Tony Redgrave. The church trio widened their eyes in shock, recognizing that name. Tony Redgrave was a legend among exorcists, known for his unwavering faith and bravery in the face of danger. Asia clasped her hands together, filled with admiration as she spoke of the current priest of Redgrave City, Father Carl Redgrave, who was known for his kindness and charitable deeds. Irina nodded, recalling her own memories of Carl and how he had taught her to wield a weapon for the first time. Michael chuckled, sensing the warmth in their words, affirming that Carl Redgrave was indeed one of the Vatican's finest. His devotion to the faith and his selflessness had made him a pillar of inspiration for the new generation. He then shifted his tone back to the serious matter at hand. Michael stated that Father Carl was currently in charge of safeguarding the broken Yamato, with hopes of one day repairing it. This revelation sent murmurs through the room. If the Vatican had actively been attempting to restore the Yamato, it meant they still considered its power invaluable. Before the discussion could continue, Sirzex stepped in, his tone firm and commanding. He addressed the group, stating that they still had much more to discuss. First, they needed to address the so-called Lord of the Stray Devils, a being known as Pexinox. A visible tension spread through the room at the mention of the name. Sirzex explained that they did not yet know which of the original Satans he was a descendant of, but one thing was certain, he was not to be taken lightly. His influence had been growing in the shadows, and the events of the past few days proved that he was finally making his move. The weight of his words hung in the air, but before anyone could respond, Surzex's expression darkened even further as he shifted to the next, more personal subject. He brought up the matter of the former pillar, Issei Hyoudou. A palpable wave of anger spread through the room at the mere mention of his name. Surzex noted that Issei not only managed to injure Barakiel but also stole the rebellion. Gasps of disbelief and outrage echoed across the room. Some clenched their fists, while others gritted their teeth in barely restrained fury. To make matters worse, the sword had accepted him as its wielder. That revelation sent chills through the council. For a relic as powerful as the rebellion, a blade meant to unite man and devil. To acknowledge him as its owner meant that Issei wasn't just wielding it, he had been chosen by it. For many, this was the worst possible scenario. Zeus's fingers crackled with faint arcs of lightning as he spoke in a low, thunderous growl, expressing his disdain for Issei's audacity. Seraphal crossed her arms, her usual playful demeanor absent, insisting that it didn't matter what the sword thought, they would reclaim it from that unworthy individual. The tension in the room only grew heavier. The reality was clear, Issei Hyoudou wasn't just alive, he was a threat. And if he truly intended to wield Sparda's power, then he might become something far worse than any of them had anticipated. The room had fallen into a heavy silence before Azazel finally broke it. He argued that if they were all just going to stand there and do nothing, they were only making things worse. They needed to reclaim the rebellion as quickly as possible, as they had no idea what Issei planned to do with it. Surzex nodded, acknowledging the truth in Azazel's words. He stated that they could not afford to sit idly by while Issei wielded such power. That was why he intended to send Rias, her peerage, along with Rosweiss and Lord Michael's ace, Irina Shidou, and their pillar, Dai, to reclaim the blade from Issei. Azazel narrowed his eyes at Surzex in disbelief, while Odin simply nodded, knowing that sending a group of high schoolers wasn't enough, even with Dai. They could not underestimate the rebellion's gift to Issei. Azazel questioned whether sending them was truly enough, given Issei's previous accomplishments. Surzex hesitated for a moment but remained resolute. He believed that based on the young one's experience facing past threats, they could take him down and reclaim the blade. If not, they would continue to pursue him and take it back by force. Michael, who had been deep in thought, suddenly spoke up. He mentioned that if the worst came to pass and Rias's team failed, he knew of one exorcist who could serve as their last resort. She was the ward of Father Carl Redgrave, his most talented disciple and, in all likelihood, his adoptive daughter. Her name was Eva Redgrave, also known as the Red Scarf Exorcist. A wave of recognition passed through the room. Zenobia and Irina, in particular, tensed at the mention of her name. They knew exactly who Eva Redgrave was. Even among the Vatican's finest, she stood at the pinnacle of exorcists. Her mastery of magic and swordsmanship was unparalleled, a prodigy raised under the direct guidance of one of the Church's most respected warriors. Compared to her, Zenobia and Irina had always felt as if they were standing in her shadow. Still, despite their unease, they remained determined. They had to believe in themselves. They would take down Issei and reclaim the rebellion without needing Eva to intervene. Surzex folded his hands together, considering Michael's words carefully before nodding. He agreed that if all else failed, Eva might be their last resort, but they should not hope it would come to that. He entrusted Rias with the task of reclaiming the rebellion in one piece, whether the former pillar was dead or alive. Rias nodded as she listened to her brother's order. The discussion continued, with the faction leaders debating their next steps, but amidst it all, one individual remained silent, Dai. Though his face remained neutral, his mind was filled with a storm of thoughts that bordered on something far darker than mere duty. Inside Dai's mind, a sinister realization took root. He pondered what the rebellion granting his brother such immense demonic power could mean for him. His fingers twitched slightly, and his pulse quickened at the thought. He wondered what would happen if the Yamato were to be repaired. A subtle smirk curled his lips as his thoughts dripped with greed and malice. He resolved that he would plunge his brother back to where he belonged. The scene fades in on a lone figure standing atop a jagged cliff in the underworld. The wind howls, carrying the scent of war. Issei Hyoudou stands at the edge, his coat billowing behind him. Below, an army of the supernatural stretches across the battlefield, devils, fallen angels, angels and gods from distant mythologies, a force united by a common enemy, him. A smirk plays on his lips, and without hesitation he dives. Mid-air, he draws loose and Umbra, spinning as he rains down bullets. He lands with a shock wave, instantly cutting down a dozen foes with rebellion, his blade tearing through armor. With a single, fluid motion, he lunges forward with Stinger, a piercing move sending an entire legion flying. Suddenly, two crimson spheres of power of destruction hurtle toward him. Issei flips, twisting midair. Before impact, his hand glows with royal guard, absorbing the energy and dispersing it with ease. The attackers reveal themselves. Surzex Lucifer and Rias Gremory stand alongside Team DXD, their eyes filled with fury. Without hesitation, Issei raises Luce and Umbra, the muzzles aimed at his former allies. A gunshot rings out, and the scene shifts to a brutal sword duel between Issei and Dai. Dai strains under the weight of Issei's blows, his sword trembling. Issei, however, remains calm and mocking, toying with him. Their swords collide, and the scene cuts to black. In a new scene, a beautiful blonde woman gazes at a massive containment tube glowing with holy magic. Inside lies the shattered remains of Yamato. The scene shifts again to a single gunshot, where a blonde man, face hidden in shadow, reloads his revolver, stepping over the corpses of stray devils. On the battlefield, Pexinox looms, surrounded by his monstrous army. Facing them alone is Issei. He grins, force edge in hand, and without warning he charges. In the final scene, Issei stands before a mysterious fruit. He reaches out and takes a bite. Dark crimson energy erupts, engulfing him, and the screen distorts with a surge of unstoppable power. In Kobe, Japan, at the Blood Wraith's safe house in Issei's office, the air smelled of pepperoni and melted cheese. The dim lighting cast a faint glow over the room, reflecting off various documents and weapons scattered across his desk. Sitting in his chair, shirtless, Issei lazily chewed on a slice of pizza. His white hair was down, slightly messy, giving him an unbothered, almost careless look. Then, without warning, the office door swung open. Nevin stepped inside, the rhythmic click of her heels echoing through the room. She wore a sleek, fashionable outfit paired with sunglasses, but as soon as she approached Issei's desk, she casually pulled them off, revealing her striking golden eyes. She leaned forward, placing her hands on the desk, her gaze locked onto him. Issei, still mid-bite, smirked. He asked if she had finally landed a job in the human world, suggesting modeling or even stripping. A flash of purple lightning shot from Nevin's fingertips, striking the slice of pizza in Issei's hand, which instantly disintegrated into fine dust, crumbling to the floor. Issei blinked, his deadpan expression unchanged. Nevin exclaimed that she would never accept such a degrading job, emphasizing her loyalty to her glorious knight, which was him. She dramatically folded her arms, expressing her hurt feelings over his suggestion. Issei sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose, thinking about how this woman was a mix of a flirt and a goof. As if to rub salt in the wound, he reached for the last slice of pizza in the box, but before he could grab it, Nevin snatched it first. She took a deliberate, slow bite, glaring at him with her cheeks slightly puffed. Issei just stared at her, a single sweat drop forming on his forehead. Nevin leaned in closer, her smirk dripping with mischief as she crossed her arms under her chest. She asked if Kenji had paid him properly for retrieving that lowly crow's arm, threatening to zap him if he hadn't. Her voice was laced with sadistic amusement, but there was an underlying seriousness in her tone. Issei sighed again, slumping back in his chair before answering that Kenji had already paid him while she was away. He explained that the initial payment was 35 million yen, but after he swiped a document from Grigori, it shot up by 7%, bringing the final payment to 250,000 yen. Nevin narrowed her eyes, still not fully convinced. She remarked that he should have taken more, perhaps some swords or artifacts, something worthy of his strength. Issei chuckled, shaking his head, saying that taking rebellion was already enough to send those bureaucrats into a panic. Nevin let out a sultry laugh, liking a stray bit of sauce from her lips before grinning. She expressed her wish to see the expressions of their enemies, horror and despair. Leaning in even closer, she whispered that he was playing with fire, and she loved it. Issei smirked again, resting his chin on his hand as he met her gaze, acknowledging the chaos yet to come. Standing up from his desk chair, Issei made his way toward a small fridge tucked in the corner of his office. He pulled the door open, revealing stacks of Diet Coke cans neatly packed inside. Without hesitation, he reached in and grabbed a single can, the cool condensation already forming against his fingertips. With a smooth flick of his thumb, Issei popped the tab open, the faint sound echoing through the room. Bringing the can to his lips, he took a refreshing sip before lowering it, savoring the crisp taste. He glanced at Nevin, a small smirk forming on his lips as he declared that she would always be his top priority. "Hey Nevin. If you're thirsty after your little trip, feel free to grab a can. There's plenty to go around," he said casually, gesturing toward the fridge, which he took very seriously. Nevin raised an eyebrow as she watched Issei open the fridge. Her amusement quickly turned into disbelief as she took in the sheer absurdity of its contents. "You can't be serious," she remarked, staring at the stacks upon stacks of Diet Coke that filled every possible space, crammed into the chiller, stuffed into the freezer, and stacked neatly along the shelves. It was a monument of carbonated artificial sweetness. Crossing her arms and leaning against the desk, Nevin watched him with a mix of disbelief and amusement. "I swear, for a man who defeated the tyrant Devil King, you have the most bizarre priorities." Issei simply shrugged and gestured toward the fridge with his can. "Hey Nevin, come on, just try it out. It won't be that bad." Nevin scoffed, flipping her hair back as she walked toward the fridge. "I prefer wine. But I suppose I'll humor you just this once." She opened the fridge, staring at the overwhelming sea of silver and red cans. "You definitely have a problem." Issei smirked at her response. "I have a lifestyle." Suddenly, a crimson magic circle flared to life beside him, casting sharp shadows across the room. The insignia of the Gremory peerage burned into the air, signaling an ambush. Before he could reach for his weapon, 3 figures emerged from the portal, their movements swift and precise. Irina was the first to strike. Without hesitation, she manifested a holy light-based sword and drove it deep into his left side, her expression filled with determination. Zenobia followed suit, summoning a magic circle to call forth Exdurandal, the massive holy blade gleaming in her grip. She wasted no time, stabbing Issei on his right, the force of her attack making his muscles tense with pain. Kiba, ever the swift knight, activated his sacred gear, Sword Birth. Twin blades formed in his hands, and in the blink of an eye, he was upon Issei, his speed overwhelming. With a sharp, calculated slash, he severed the tendons in Issei's knees, forcing him to buckle. As Issei fell to one knee, Kiba delivered the final blow, stabbing him straight through the chest, pinning him in place. Then, from above, a sinister presence loomed. Dai stood on the rooftop, his expression twisted into a smirk as he held Ascalon in both hands. Without hesitation, he leaped down and drove the sacred blade into Issei's back. Surzex had given orders to retrieve him dead or alive, but Dai had already made his choice, dead. He twisted the blade slightly, relishing the feeling of power over his fallen brother. Nevin's eyes widened in sheer horror as she called out to Issei. Rage flared in her crimson eyes as she conjured a swarm of bats, each coated in crackling purple lightning, ready to unleash hell. But before she could act, another crimson magic circle emerged on the office wall. From it, a sharp bolt of golden lightning lashed out, striking Nevin before she could release her attack. The shock sent her body into convulsions, momentarily stunning her. A small figure stepped through the portal, Kaneko, in her senjutsu mode. Her aura flared as she lunged forward, grabbing hold of Nevin and locking her in place with her enhanced strength. Nevin's body suddenly froze, encased in a suffocating purple energy. It was Gasper, his forbidden Baylor view. Now it was Aeon Baylor, a true Longinus. His glowing red eyes locked onto Nevin, ensuring she remained paralyzed in time. Rosweiss soon stepped forward, clad in her full Valkyrie uniform. A magic circle formed beneath her feet as she cast a powerful sealing spell, golden runes wrapping around Nevin's form, binding her completely. Then, Rias entered, clad in her elegant attire, exuding dominance. Akino stood beside her, wearing her priestess kimono, lightning crackling in her palm. Asia followed behind them, her hands clenched in worry, yet her faith in her comrades unwavering. Kaneko, that's enough. Nevin is already restrained. Now, I need you to find the rebellion before the blood wraiths arrive, Rias commanded. Kaneko gave a firm nod before stepping away from the immobilized Nevin. Without wasting another second, she began scouring the office, searching every possible hiding spot for the demonic blade. But no matter where she looked, the rebellion was nowhere to be found. Back with the four swordsmen, Kiba barely had time to register what happened before he was sent flying across the room. A simple flick had sent him crashing into the far wall, his body embedding into the plaster as cracks spread outward from the impact. The room fell into a stunned silence. Standing there, casually spinning the empty Diet Coke can between his fingers, was Issei. Not only was he alive, he looked completely unharmed. His tendons, which had been slashed to prevent movement, were fully healed. The deep stab wounds from Durandal and Kiba's sword birth were gone without a trace. Even his pants, which should have been torn and bloodied, were in pristine condition, as if the battle had never occurred. Zenobia, Irina, and Kiba, all skilled swordsmen who had inflicted fatal wounds upon him, stared in horror as Issei simply walked forward, spinning the can with an almost bored expression. The once embedded Durandal had already slipped from his body, clattering onto the ground behind him. The only remnants of the attack were the glowing light blades still lodged in his left forearm and the two blades from sword birth impaled in his chest, none of which seemed to hinder his movement in the slightest. Dai, standing a few feet away, tightened his grip on Ascalon. His eyes narrowed, his smirk faltering as he realized that this wasn't the outcome he had expected. He had planned to kill Issei. Not wound him. Not weaken him. Kill him. Yet here he was, walking around like nothing had happened. That wasn't right. He wasn't just walking. He was toying with them. Dai's frustration snapped. With a sharp inhale, he lunged forward, Ascalon raised high, ready to strike him down properly this time. But before the blade could even descend, a single back foot kick slammed into Dai's midsection with bone-crushing force. The impact sent him rocketing across the room, crashing through a wooden desk before slamming into the far side of the office. The moment his body hit the ground, Ascalon slipped from his grasp, clattering lifelessly beside him. His gun, Luce, who had been lying lazily on the floor near a fresh box of pizza, barely flinched as Dai's unconscious body skidded past him. His only reaction was a slow blink. Issei let out a sigh, flicking the Diet Coke can into the air before letting it clatter onto the floor. Without breaking stride, he crouched down, grabbed a slice of pizza from the open box near Luce, and took a casual bite. Zenobia snapped out of her shock first, gripping Durandal tightly as she lunged forward. Issei, mid-bite, barely even glanced at her. With a flick of his wrist, he pulled one of Kiba's sword birth blades from his own chest and hurled it across the room. The wounds on his chest healed at an immense speed, almost akin to the speed of light. The makeshift sword cut through the air, slicing into the ceiling fan's wires. With a loud creak, the fan detached from the ceiling and came crashing down directly onto Zenobia and Irina, pinning them to the floor in a tangle of metal and broken wood. Issei exhaled through his nose, shaking his head as he chewed on the pizza. They really thought that was enough to stop him? As Issei finally reached his destination, a dusty, old jukebox standing in the corner of the room, he came to a stop. The dim glow of the neon lights reflecting off its glass surface gave it an almost nostalgic feel, like something out of an old action movie. With a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips, he lifted his right arm into the air, pointing his index finger skyward with unmistakable confidence. "This party's getting crazy. Let's rock," he declared. Without hesitation, he brought his hand down and pressed the jukebox's start button with a firm tap. Silence. His smirk twitched slightly, but he wasn't about to let something as trivial as this ruin the moment. With the same flair, he pressed it again. Still, No music played. A bead of sweat rolled down the side of his forehead as he pressed it a third time, this time with a bit more force. Nothing. Frustration flickered across Issei's face as he clenched his jaw. He had built up the perfect momentum, only for the machine to ruin it. Without a second thought, he balled his fist and slammed it down onto the jukebox. The sheer force of the impact sent a deep crack splintering across the top, partially crushing the machine's frame. A few loose parts rattled inside as the jukebox let out a distorted hum, its neon lights flickering wildly like a dying heartbeat. Music play. The jukebox suddenly crackled, its speakers blaring as an energetic rock song filled the room. A wide grin stretched across Issei's face as he nodded along to the beat, his left foot stomping in rhythm against the floor. His white hair swayed slightly as he started bobbing, his head completely immersed in the music. Meanwhile, Irina and Zinovia groaned as they pushed themselves up from the collapsed ceiling fan that had momentarily trapped them. Dust and debris clung to their clothes, but their focus remained locked on Issei. Their eyes burned with determination. With a battle cry, Irina rushed forward first, summoning another holy light blade in her grip. She lunged at him, swinging it in a sharp, precise arc aimed at his chest. However, Issei barely spared her a glance. He smoothly twisted his body, his back now facing her, and with a flick of his arm, he raised the remaining embedded light sword still lodged in his left forearm. The blade clashed against hers, sparks flying as their weapons collided. Before Irina could push forward, Zinovia charged in, gripping Hyoudou tightly as she prepared to bring the massive sword down on him in a devastating strike. But Issei was faster. His right hand shot out in an instant, his fist slamming directly into Zinovia's face with enough force to send a shockwave through the air. The impact made her stumble, and before either of them could react, he followed up with a swift kick, his right foot smashing into both their faces simultaneously. The force of the blow sent both girls flying backward, their bodies crashing into the debris-strewn floor. Issei smirked, rolling his neck as he took a step forward, the music from the jukebox still pounding through the room. He taunted the girls, asking if that was all they had. Zinovia's rage boiled over as she clenched her sword tighter, trembling with fury. Blinded by her frustration, she charged forward, swinging Hyoudou in a wide arc, aiming to cleave Issei in two. However, just as her blade was about to make contact, Issei suddenly opened his right hand. From across the room, a random electric guitar levitated into the air, humming with an eerie purple glow before it flew toward him at high speed. The moment it landed in his grasp, he swung it effortlessly, parrying Zinovia's attack. A crackling surge of purple lightning erupted from the point of impact, momentarily blinding Zinovia as sparks and energy scattered through the room. The sheer force of the clash sent a powerful shockwave outward, rattling the furniture. Then the illusion shattered. The guitar flickered, its form distorting before revealing the rebellion itself, now crackling with Nevin's purple lightning, which had disguised its true identity all along. Zinovia's eyes widened in pure horror as the realization struck her. Her mind raced. Hyoudou was a sword that could cut through anything. And yet, not only had the rebellion blocked it with ease, it remained completely unscathed. Issei smirked, casually resting the massive sword on his shoulder. He spun rebellion once in his grip, its blade humming with untapped power. He explained that if the holy sword Durandal, now Hyoudou, attempted to cut through rebellion, it would stay in pristine condition. Since this sword was forged to withstand any magic attack, her so-called holy power didn't mean anything to it. Zinovia gritted her teeth, her mind scrambling for an answer. Before she could react, Issei shoved her back with one hand, sending her stumbling several feet. Then, with a casual flick of his wrist, he extended his left hand outward. A faint ripple in the air formed as he activated a form of telekinesis magic, causing the fallen gun, loose, to suddenly lift from the floor. The weapon spun in midair before snapping into his waiting palm. Without hesitation, Issei aimed it at Zinovia and pulled the trigger 3 times. The first shot struck her, making her gasp in shock. The second shot hit her wrist, causing her to lose her grip on Hyoudou. The third shot slammed into her shoulder, sending her reeling backward in pain. Zenobia crashed onto the ground, struggling to move as the burning pain spread through her body. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to Nevin, still restrained by the seals placed upon her. Suddenly, a crackling surge of purple lightning struck the bindings, shattering them instantly. The purple glow of Aeon Baylor, which had immobilized her completely, also disintegrated into nothing. The unexpected turn of events sent a wave of horror through Rias, Asia, Rosweiss, and especially Gasper. Nevin slowly rose to her feet, rolling her shoulders as if she had just woken up from a nap. Her lips curled into a sadistic smirk, her violet eyes gleaming with amusement. She taunted them, asking if they truly believed those pathetic little seals would hold her. With a wicked laugh, she raised her arms, summoning dozens of bats made entirely of purple lightning. The swarm burst forward in a chaotic frenzy, rushing toward Rias, Asia, and Rosweiss with terrifying speed. Aquino, reacting instantly, extended her hands and unleashed her own lightning, aiming to counter Nevin's attack. However, something went horribly wrong. The moment Aquino's lightning clashed with Nevin's, it suddenly turned purple, as if corrupted by Nevin's own power. Aquino's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Instead of repelling the attack, her own lightning suddenly turned against her. Before she could react, a bolt of her own corrupted lightning shot toward her, slamming into her chest and sending her flying backward. Rias, Asia, and Rosweiss could do nothing but watch in horror as the thunder succubus began her counterattack. Rias instinctively stepped forward, conjuring a sphere of destructive power, her crimson aura flaring violently. She called out to Aquino, asking if she was all right. Aquino struggled to push herself up, her body still crackling with the residual effects of Nevin's corrupted lightning. She replied that she was fine but that Nevin was interfering with her magic somehow. Nevin let out a sultry chuckle, casually flicking a strand of her deep violet hair behind her ear. She taunted Aquino, reminding her that a daughter of the infamous fallen angel should know better than to play with lightning in front of its queen. Suddenly, her bats swarmed forward, moving faster than before. Rosweiss barely had time to reinforce her barrier before they slammed into it, sending powerful electric pulses rippling across the shield. The force of the attack sent Rosweiss staggering back, her forehead breaking into a sweat. Asia clung to Rias, trembling. She had already summoned her healing power, but in the chaos, she didn't know who to focus on first. Meanwhile, Kaneko, still in her senjutsu mode, gritted her teeth as she searched every corner of the room for the rebellion. But now, she understood why she couldn't find it. Kaneko's gaze shifted toward the battle between Issei and Zenobia, her eyes widening as she realized that rebellion had never been hidden at all. It had been in plain sight, disguised as a simple electric guitar. Kaneko thought to herself that this was why she couldn't sense it. She turned her focus back to Nevin, her fists clenching as her white cat-like aura flared. She knew they couldn't afford to waste time. She needed to take Nevin down before she could help Issei any further. With determination, she launched herself forward, aiming a senjutsu-infused punch at Nevin's exposed side. But just as her fist was about to land, Nevin smirked and simply raised a single finger. A loud crack echoed through the room as a pulse of purple electricity shot out, hitting Kaneko in midair. She gasped, her entire body locking up as the purple lightning overwhelmed her nervous system. She crashed onto the floor, convulsing her muscles spasming uncontrollably. Nevin tilted her head, watching Kaneko struggle to move. She remarked on Kaneko's predicament, noting that she would play with her more, but her knight might get jealous. With a snap of her fingers, another surge of lightning erupted from the floor, sending Kaneko flying backward, landing near Aquino, who was lying unconscious. Rosweiss barely had time to react before a powerful bolt of purple lightning crashed into her, sending a violent current surging through her body. Her muscles seized up instantly, and her voice escaped in a strangled gasp as her nerves were overwhelmed by Nevin's electricity. Her body collapsed limply onto the floor, smoke rising from her uniform as she twitched involuntarily. Gasper, who had been watching in horror, took a step back, his entire body trembling. The way Nevin commanded her lightning and used her swarm of vampire bats terrified him to his very core. Panicking, he tried to activate his sacred gear, forbidden Baylor view, hoping to freeze her in place. But before he could even focus, a massive wave of bats surged toward him, their tiny bodies crackling with Nevin's signature violet electricity. The swarm struck him with brutal precision. The moment the bats made contact, Gasper let out a sharp, pained scream as the electricity tore through him, his limbs flailing helplessly. The sheer force of the attack sent him stumbling backward, collapsing onto his knees, his body convulsing violently from the shock. Before he could even recover, the swarm swirled around him, shifting and twisting until, in a fluid, almost hypnotic motion, the bats merged together, reforming into Nevin's alluring human form. She stood before him, her crimson eyes gleaming with mischief as she tilted her head, examining him with amusement. She remarked on how cute and innocent he looked, cross-dressing as a girl, and how pitiful it was for such innocence. Gasper's breath hitched, his body paralyzed with fear as Nevin leaned in closer, her smooth lips mere inches from his own. Then she pressed her lips against his, capturing them in a deep kiss. Gasper's eyes widened in sheer terror, his muffled whimpers of protest barely audible. A strange, electrifying sensation flooded his body, stealing the warmth from his very being. His strength withered away as he felt something being drained from him. His energy, his magic, even his will to fight. His body trembled violently as Nevin sucked the very life force out of him. Tears began to well up in his eyes, his vision blurring as exhaustion overtook him. For Gasper, this was nothing short of a nightmare. Rias, who had been watching in horror, finally snapped. She called out Gasper's name, her rage exploding as a massive sphere of crimson destruction magic formed in her palm. She wasted no time, hurling the attack straight at Nevin. But Nevin didn't even flinch. She merely extended her free hand, allowing her purple lightning to lash out violently, colliding with Rias' attack. In an instant, Rias' power of destruction was completely neutralized. Instead of weakening Nevin, it only seemed to strengthen her. Nevin's violet aura flared brighter, her presence growing even more menacing. Before Rias could react, a powerful bolt of lightning shot from Nevin's fingertips, striking Rias' left arm. Rias let out a piercing scream. The pain was unlike anything she had ever felt before. Her arm burned as her nerves were seared by the raw voltage coursing through her flesh. She crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Asia gasped and rushed forward, desperate to heal Rias. But Nevin simply flicked her wrist, and another streak of purple lightning struck Asia square in the chest. The poor girl barely had time to react before she collapsed beside Rias, her consciousness fading instantly. Finally satisfied, Nevin pulled away from Gasper, releasing him from her grasp. The young damper slumped onto the ground, his body shaking violently. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he curled into himself, completely traumatized. Nevin clicked her tongue in disappointment, expressing her boredom with Gasper, noting how he had so little to offer her. With a look of utter disinterest, she casually shoved Gasper onto the floor, leaving him sobbing in complete shock. But before she could savor the moment, a bolt of golden lightning suddenly struck her foot. The impact sent a tingling sensation up her leg, making her flinch. Nevin's gaze flickered toward the source, standing defiantly in the wrecked office, her body still aching, was Akino. Her breathing was heavy, her arms trembling, but her eyes burned with unrelenting fury. Akino declared that she would make Nevin pay for what she had done to Gasper. Nevin merely raised a brow before letting out a soft chuckle, feigning offense as she placed a hand on her chest. She taunted Akino, asking if she had struck a nerve. Akino's body crackled with golden electricity, her fury manifesting into raw power. She shouted that Nevin thought she could just waltz in and hurt her friends. Nevin liked her lips, thoroughly amused, and confidently stated that she knew she could. Akino let out a furious scream as she unleashed a massive bolt of lightning straight at Nevin. But the thunder succubus merely smirked, morphing into a swarm of bats and evading the attack effortlessly. As Akino's lightning struck the ground harmlessly, Nevin's bats swirled around her in a chaotic storm. Akino expressed her frustration, and Nevin's voice echoed from the swarm, mocking her. Akino's rage surged as she declared that Nevin's night was nothing but a disgrace, an arrogant, selfish individual who didn't deserve to be called a knight. A cruel, sadistic laugh echoed from the swarm as Nevin responded with amusement. But now, it was time for Nevin to show the wrath of a knight's succubus. The bats struck, one after another, electrifying Akino and shocking her relentlessly. Akino screamed in agony, her body convulsing as the intense voltage overwhelmed her. Desperate, she unleashed a powerful pulse of lightning, but it was useless. Nevin's magic was far beyond hers. As the final shock sent her crashing onto her knees, the bats swirled together, reforming into Nevin's human form once more. With a smirk, she crooked a single finger, beckoning Akino forward, then ran her tongue across her lips, grinning mischievously. "You think you're being cute?" Akino gritted her teeth, seething in frustration. "Beach, I'm adorable," Nevin replied, her sultry laugh echoing through the ruined office, a haunting melody of amusement and cruelty. Akino, trembling with pain and fury, refused to let it end like this. Gritting her teeth, she clenched her fists, summoning every ounce of strength she had left. Golden lightning crackled around her, flaring wildly and illuminating the entire battlefield. The sheer intensity of the energy she gathered made the air tremble. This was it, her strongest attack. "I won't lose to you," she cried out, unleashing the full power of her divine lightning, aiming directly at Nevin. But something was wrong. The brilliant golden glow began to flicker, shifting and darkening until it was no longer gold. It was purple. Akino's eyes widened in horror. Nevin had hijacked her magic. Before she could react, her own lightning turned against her, surging violently through her body. The pain was excruciating. Her nerves burned, her muscles locked up, and her throat tore from her screams. The overwhelming voltage sent her crashing to the floor, twitching and convulsing from the raw electrical surge. Her vision blurred, her senses fading. With one final gasp, Akino succumbed to the pain, her consciousness slipping away. She lay motionless, completely defeated. Nevin smirked, admiring her handiwork. How tragic! The so-called priestess of thunder, undone by her own lightning. With a satisfied chuckle, she flipped her hair before turning her attention elsewhere. Meanwhile, back with Issei, Zenobia was completely unconscious, her body still racked with pain from the gunshot wounds. That left only Irina. The former childhood friend of Issei stood her ground, gripping her light sword tightly, determined to defeat him. But Issei remained calm, his movements sharp and precise. Irina's attacks came fast and relentless, but Issei effortlessly deflected each strike with smooth parries and calculated dodges. His defensive stance was near impenetrable, each of her swings met nothing but air or steel. "Issei Hyoudou. In the name of God, I shall exorcise you. Amen," Irina proclaimed. With her declaration, her angel wings burst forth from her back, her halo glowing brilliantly above her head. A divine aura surrounded her, amplifying her strength and speed. Her next strike came at twice the speed. But just as her sword was about to land, a deep, commanding voice echoed through the air. "Royal Guard." In an instant, everything changed. Irina quickly formed a magic circle with her hands, her fingers trembling slightly as she gathered pure holy energy. A radiant beam of light erupted from the circle, shooting straight toward Issei with divine force. But Issei was ready. Timing it perfectly, he jumped, activating Royal Guard at the exact moment of impact. The energy collided with him, but instead of harming him, it was completely absorbed, siphoned into his body and converted into dark, demonic energy. As the beam faded, Issei descended gracefully, landing without a single scratch. His expression remained locked onto her, unwavering and unshaken. Now it was his turn. The sheer pressure of his presence intensified, his demonic aura swelling and radiating outward like an ominous tide. He took a single step forward. Irina flinched, a cold, creeping fear crawling up her spine, an instinctive reaction to the monstrous energy he was now exuding. She flapped her angelic wings, lifting herself into the air and putting distance between them. Desperately, she fired a barrage of holy light projectiles, hoping to keep him at bay. But Issei didn't even slow down. Each attack was met with effortless precision, his royal guard activating in rapid succession, negating and absorbing every single blast. His body never faltered, his slow, menacing approach continued. The office lights flickered, reacting to the immense energy crackling in the air. Then, a sudden glow emanated from both of his gauntlets. The jade gem embedded in the devil arm drag pulsed brilliantly. Boost! The energy he had absorbed from Irina doubled. Her attacks had only made him stronger. Irina's breathing quickened as panic set in. Her grip tightened on her sword as she made a split-second decision. She summoned another light blade, her determination outweighing her fear. With all the strength she could muster, she rushed him. Her wings flared, and her blade sliced through the air, aiming straight for his chest. But then, Dreadnought! A blinding orange light engulfed Issei, illuminating the entire office. When the light faded, Issei stood there, transformed. His body was now clad in dark crimson demonic armor, adorned with intricate purple and red highlights. The Dreadnought form. Unlike Royal Guard, which required precise timing to absorb attacks, Dreadnought was automatic. Any physical or magical attack that touched him would be absorbed instantly. Irina froze, her heart pounding violently in her chest. She had no time to process her fear. She had already committed to her attack. Her sword clashed against his armor and bounced off. Her eyes widened in horror as she felt the entire force of her own attack vanish. It hadn't even scratched him. It had been completely absorbed. And then, boost! The energy multiplied again. Her attack had only made him even stronger. Before she could react, Issei raised his hand, his entire body now overflowing with enhanced power. He took another step forward. Stay back! Irina's voice wavered, her eyes wide with terror. She staggered backward in the air, clutching her sword tightly as if it could somehow protect her. Issei did not stop. His presence was overpowering, his menacing gaze locked onto her as he closed the distance. She desperately fired another blast of holy energy, but it was too late. With a flicker of movement, a massive shockwave of raw demonic force erupted from Issei's body. The impact was immediate. Irina was blasted backward, her body slammed into the far wall, sending debris and shattered furniture flying. She let out a pained cry, her armor cracking, her wings twitching from the sheer force of the attack. As she lay stunned and injured, her breathing shaky, she could do nothing but watch as Issei slowly stepped forward, unchallenged as he deactivated Dreadnought. Back with Nevin, she was just minding her own business, enjoying the aftermath of her rampage, until a sudden shift in the air caught her attention. A presence behind her. Kiba, who had finally regained consciousness, rose to his feet. His eyes burned with determination as he activated his sacred gear, Sword Birth. The ground around him rumbled, and from it, countless demonic swords emerged, their dark auras crackling with energy. Without hesitation, he gripped one tightly and rushed at Nevin, letting out a fierce battle cry. His blade whistled through the air, aimed straight for her. But before it could make contact, Nevin smirked. With a sudden burst of movement, she morphed into a swarm of bats, her form dispersing into countless tiny creatures that fluttered and zipped around Kiba in an eerie, chaotic display. Kiba skidded to a stop, his blade slashing at nothing but air. Before he could react, the bats swirled behind him, reforming into Nevin's stuck figure. And then she lunged at him, her sultry voice sending a chill down Kiba's spine as she pulled him in and kissed him deeply. Kiba's eyes widened in horror as a cold, paralyzing sensation washed over him. He felt his strength draining away, his demonic energy being devoured by Nevin's insatiable hunger. His body grew weaker, his knees buckling beneath him. The moment she pulled away, Kiba collapsed, his breathing ragged, his limbs trembling from sheer exhaustion. Nevin liked her lips, her crimson eyes glinting with amusement. "Quite the energy, pretty boy. But still bores me," she said, letting out a mock sigh as she stepped over his limp body as if he were nothing more than an afterthought. Meanwhile, back with Issei, he was just taking a moment to breathe in the midst of the chaos when a sword suddenly came swinging down at him. But Issei, with unnatural reflexes, caught it midair using rebellion. The steel shook from the impact, but he held firm. He glanced up to see Dai, his face twisted with fury as he held Ascalon in his grip, trying to push the blade deeper against rebellion. I'll put you back where you belong, Issei. And after that, I'll reclaim rebellion as mine. Dai's eyes gleamed with greed and vengeance. Issei, however, remained completely silent. His gaze lowered slightly, noticing Dai's stance. More importantly, his legs were wide open, a perfect target. Without hesitation, Issei activated Draig's greaves and shouted, "Boost!" He delivered a brutal kick straight to Dai's groin. Dai's eyes nearly popped out of his skull as he let out a scream, his grip on Ascalon immediately failing as he dropped the blade. But Issei wasn't done yet. Planting rebellion into the ground, he pet his right arm back, his gauntlet glowing ominously as he charged up another attack. Boost! The energy surged through him, doubling the strength of his next move. Then he shouted, "Rising Dragon!" He leaped high into the air, his fist rocketing forward, straight into Dai's already shattered groin. The sheer force of the attack launched Dai off the ground, sending him hurtling into the distance like a rag doll. His body twisted unnaturally midair, his eyes rolling back as tears streamed down his face from the unbearable pain. Before he even hit the ground, he passed out. Draig then announced, "Savage." Issei landed gracefully, shaking his head. When will this idiot learn? But before he could reflect any further, a familiar voice called out to him. Nevin launched herself at him, wrapping her arms around him tightly. "Can I please zap your tormentors for what they did to you?" Issei simply stared at her, deadpan. She was literally clinging onto him like a love-struck fangirl. "No. Let them be," he replied, his tone flat and final. "Fate has other plans for them, anyway." Nevin pouted dramatically, tightening her grip on him. "Fine." She reluctantly let go, crossing her arms like a grumpy child. Issei sighed, running a hand through his hair as he slicked it back to his desired hairstyle. It seemed like no matter what happened, he always had someone on his back. He sighed with a deadpan expression, "Story of my life." The entire scene suddenly transitioned into a glass with the last image of Issei, then bang, 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 bang. The glass shattered, transitioning into the words, "Mission 2, and mission rank, this, to be continued." Inside Issei's wrecked office, the aftermath of battle was evident. The unconscious and injured bodies of the Gremry peerage sprawled across the floor. Despite the destruction surrounding him, Issei remained unbothered. He reached into the open pizza box lying on the floor, grabbing another slice. Taking a bite, he chewed casually, his gaze shifting to Nevin, who was just as relaxed. "Tell me, Nevada, should we call the blood wraiths for a body cleanup?" he asked, gesturing lazily at the bodies of his fallen enemies. "I mean, their unconscious bodies and weapons could fetch us some extra cash. Devil biology and all." Nevin, still happily munching on her own slice, let out a soft, satisfied "I can feel the cheese's flavor flowing through my tongue," she said, liking her lips with gleaming eyes. Then, with a sultry smirk, she turned to Issei, lowering her voice to an NTMT whisper. "Almost like tasting my night's essence." A moment of silence followed. Issei stared at her, completely deadpan. This woman was a DMN simp, a freaky one, to be precise. He let out a tired sigh, rubbing his temples as he leaned back against rebellion, which was still stabbed into the ground. "Anyone listening?" His voice echoed in the now eerily quiet office. Nevin, still lost in her pizza-fueled euphoria, suddenly turned her head toward him, a small pout forming on her lips. She grumpily turned her back to him, crossing her arms in fake annoyance. "If it's cash, go ahead. These tormentors of yours deserve to have their bodies dissected for what they did to you," she said. Just as she finished speaking, a sudden glow engulfed the office floor. A large magic circle flared to life, the familiar crimson sigil of Rias Gremry. From her position on the floor, Rias, barely conscious, managed to activate a teleportation spell. One by one, her fallen comrades vanished in a flash of red light. Their bodies, their weapons, everything was gone. Nevin and Issei, who were unaffected by the spell, simply stared at the now empty battlefield. There was a long, awkward silence. Then Nevin's rage exploded. Those miserable little... Her purple lightning crackled violently, shaking the entire room as she fumed with frustration. Meanwhile, Issei just sighed. He never really cared about finishing them off, but still, that was potential cash. Well, there goes my payday, he remarked with a bored shrug, grabbing another slice of pizza and taking a bite. After chewing for a moment, he spoke up again. On second thought, if they already escaped, how about I just take some paid missions instead? He glanced at Nevin, who was still seething with anger. But I'm still said, she exclaimed, stuffing another slice of pizza into her mouth aggressively, clearly using food as a coping mechanism. Issei shook his head as he took another bite of his own. Honestly, at least pizza never disappointed him, along with Diet Coke. As Issei finished his slice, he stretched his arms before grabbing the last piece from the box. Nevin, who was still sulking, noticed this and immediately puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. Hey, that was mine, she protested, reaching for the pizza, but Issei tilted his head back, taking a large bite before she could snatch it. Nevin let out a dramatic gasp, placing a hand over her chest as if she had just witnessed a grave betrayal. How could you betray me like this, Spakuin? Issei, chewing nonchalantly, raised a brow at her theatrics. Relax. I'll buy you another one later. Nevin huffed, crossing her arms. It's not about the pizza. It's about the principle. Issei just rolled his eyes, finishing the last bite. Just as he was about to lean back and relax, a sudden noise echoed through the office, a sharp beeping sound. Issei's gaze flickered toward the desk where his mission communicator was flashing. He walked over and picked it up, checking the incoming request. As he read through the details, his golden eyes gleamed with interest. Oh well, looks like I won't be bored after all. Nevin perked up, her earlier sulking immediately forgotten. Oh? What kind of mission are we talking about? Assassination? Demon hunting? Or maybe some poor fool who needs a little persuasion? She liked her lips at the last part, her purple lightning crackling faintly in excitement. Issei scrolled further through the details, his smirk growing. Something bigger. Looks like someone just put out a contract. On an entire faction. Nevin's eyes widened, and then she grinned. Oh, now that's exciting. Issei chuckled, tossing the communicator onto the desk. Looks like I'll need to gear up for this one. As he grabbed Rebellion from the ground, the blade hummed with power, sensing the battle ahead. Nevin clung onto his arm, pressing herself against him. Let me come with you. Pretty please? I promise to be a good girl. Issei sighed, but he knew there was no way in hell she'd let him go alone. It had been a week since Issei's last fight against one of the Vatican's finest exorcists and his grim encounter with Nello Angelo. He and Nevin had decided to move to Osaka, knowing full well that the factions would just keep bothering them, trying to reclaim Rebellion. Fortunately, Osaka had its perks. The Yakuza family in the area, known as Blood Armor, were close allies of the infamous Blood Wraiths. The Blood Armor provided protection to the Wraiths, especially against any supernatural interference that dared to meddle in their black market dealings or disrupt the creation of their custom supernatural weaponry. In return, the Wraiths traded some of their finest weapons to the Blood Armor, creating a continuous cycle of mutually beneficial exchange. Inside Issei's newly furnished office, he sat comfortably at his desk, digging into a strawberry sundae and enjoying the sweet reward after polishing off 2 entire boxes of pizza. The desk still had the new shine to it, and the room had that faint scent of leather and wood polish. Nevin lounged nearby on the couch with a glass of rich red wine in hand, casually swirling it while watching him with a raised brow. She let out a groan of pure frustration. Seriously, Spakuin? You're telling me you bought a new bike, 2 pool tables just so you could play billiards, a whole bunch of band instruments, and a 2-month stockpile of Diet Coke? Now we're short on cash. Issei's expression dropped deadpan as he froze mid-scoop. The spoon slipped from his fingers and clattered to the floor. He turned to glare at her with a sharp, annoyed tone. Weren't you the one who spent half of it on your expensive makeup, perfumes, and fashion clothes? We could have bought a satellite with the amount you blew at the designer store. Nevin scoffed, turning her back to him dramatically as she took another sip of wine. At least I look good doing it. Yeah, and I look good being broke thanks to you. They both stared at each other in silence for a moment. The tension hung in the air like a tight string. Then came a simultaneous, tired sigh from both sides of the room. Just another day in the chaotic, broke life of the Dark Knight and his very expensive demon lady companion. Suddenly, the office doors burst open with a loud thud, drawing both Issei and Nevin's attention. The figure who entered walked in confidently, exuding a cocky aura that matched the smirk plastered across his face. It was Kenji, the old enforcer of the Blood Wraiths, dressed in his sharp black suit with a loosened red tie and his signature trench coat, stepped inside with swagger in each step. His boots clicked against the wooden floor as he made his way toward Issei's desk. Issei, it's been a week since we last saw each other in person. We've only talked over the phone about relocating here to Osaka. But now, seeing you in this fancy office with dessert in hand, he smirked wider. Life treating you well, huh? Kenji asked, leaning forward with curiosity. Issei didn't even look up from his sundae. He simply muttered in a deadpan tone, "It was treating me well, until the budget went to hell." Kenji chuckled, glancing at the purple-haired demoness lounging on the couch. And I'm guessing this is the baddie you warned me about. The one who'd zap my. If I paid you lower dash. Before he could finish, a loud crack of energy surged near his foot. Purple lightning scorched the floorboards, just inches away from his boot. Kenji yelped and leapt back. Yow. You nearly turned my toes into barbecue, he exclaimed. Nevin casually tilted her wine glass, a sly smirk on her lips as she locked eyes with him, her index finger crackling with the residual electricity. And that was me being nice, sweetheart. Keep barking and next time I won't miss. Kenji raised both hands in mock surrender, backing off with exaggerated care. All right, geez. Message received. Din, Sekiyudii wasn't kidding. You're all beauty and lightning bolts. Issei finally looked up, his expression unimpressed. Kenji, she once fried a fallen angel's spine just because they commented on her perfume. You think you're walking out with your intact if you keep poking the thunder succubus? Kenji slumped into a nearby chair, sighing with mock exhaustion. This job's gonna be the death of me. Nevin's voice cooed dangerously. You'd be lucky if it was just death, darling. Issei rubbed his temples, grumbling under his breath. God damn it. You two sound like a bad comedy duo. Kenji leaned back, one leg over the other, tapping his chin thoughtfully. Hey, at least we bring life to the party. Imagine how dull this office would be if it was just you, your swords, and your very unhealthy obsession with strawberry sundaes. Says the guy who once threatened to stab someone over his ramen order. Issei shot back. Kenji snapped his fingers. Exactly. That was principle. There's a certain way miso should be made, damn it. Nevin sighed, but there was amusement in her tone. Osaka really is going to be a circus with you two buffoons running around. Issei leaned back in his chair, spooning another bite of ice cream. Yeah, well, better a circus where we're the ringleaders than a graveyard run by angels and devils with sticks up their backs. Kenji raised his glass, grabbing one from the shelf behind him and pouring himself a shot of sake from Nevin's private stash. I'll drink to that, Sekiyudano. He reached over and grabbed a half-full bottle of booze that was lying on the table. Without hesitation, he twisted off the cap and raised it to his lips, chugging the entire thing in one go. The empty glass bottle let out a hollow thunk as he placed it back onto the table, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. Issei had just finished the last bite of his strawberry sundae, setting the glass bowl aside. He looked up at Kenji, now with a more serious expression replacing his usual relaxed one. So, got any jobs? I'm sort of running out of cash because this baddie here spent 67% of it on stuff. Nevin let out a scoff from the couch but said nothing, simply swirling her wine. Kenji's casual demeanor shifted the moment he heard that. His smirk faded, replaced by a colder, more solemn expression. He leaned back slightly in his chair, shadows falling across his eyes. Now that you've mentioned it, Kobe's situation is turning into literal chaos. They've sent multiple devil scouts sniffing around looking for both of our. And it isn't just about chasing us. Some devil is trying to reclaim her old position as Kobe's governor by taking me out. She's being backed by other mythological gods and the biblical faction, besides the Shinto faction. Issei's brow furrowed. That caught his attention. Wait a minute. Reclaim her position? There was a governor before you? What kind of conflict do you have with the entire faction alliance to make them support someone else over you? Kenji let out a low chuckle, dry and sardonic. He grabbed another bottle of booze from under the desk, popped the cap, and took a quick swig before slamming it gently back onto the table. The tension in the air thickened, as if the mention of the past had stirred something. A lot if you really want to know. But let's start with this before me. The governor of Kobe was Latia Astaroth. That name hit Issei like a jolt of lightning. His eyes widened. Of course he knew her, he had met her before. Latia was smart, classy, and competent. But like so many others, she'd fallen for the silver tongue of Dai. Wasn't expecting that. She seemed different. So what happened? What started the conflict between you and the entire alliance? Kenji sighed, pulling a cigarette from his coat pocket and lighting it with a flick of his thumb. The smoke curled around his face as he took a long drag and exhaled slowly, like he was letting out weeks of irritation in one breath. Here's the thing. Latia? She was actually decent. A good governor too. Not like the others back in Kuoh. She did her job, kept the peace. He tapped ash into an empty glass as he continued. But then she caught wind of my black market dealings. She came storming into one of my warehouses like some kind of moral crusader, demanding to shut it all down. Issei narrowed his eyes, trying to process it. She had no clue that my operations were officially sanctioned under the Shinto factions. Every deal, every piece of supernatural tech we sell is by the book. But she didn't ask questions. She just saw what she wanted and tried to shut me down. He took another puff, eyes glowing faintly from frustration. So, she got impeached by the Shinto faction. And guess who got picked as her replacement? Yours truly. So, she got kicked because she didn't understand the system? Issei asked. Exactly. She didn't know how to mind her own business, and she didn't know how to read the fine print. The only thing separating her from those other faction-obsessed individuals is that she actually cared, but in the wrong way. DMN. No wonder they're sending people after us, Issei remarked. Kenji grinned bitterly. Yeah. Welcome to Kobe politics, Sekyuryuti Idano. Where the knives aren't in your hand, they're already in your back. Nevin glanced over from her seat, casually swirling her wine. Sounds like another typical power struggle. Gods, politics, and individuals playing chess with loaded guns. Kenji laughed grimly, taking another drink. Yeah, but this time. The pieces bite back. Issei sat back in his chair, his eyes narrowing in thought. He realized it was time to remind everyone who truly ran the board. Kenji smirked and raised his bottle high, cheering to that sentiment. He took a swig, then let out a sigh, his expression shifting as something came to mind. During that time, they had received intel that a group of ultimate-class devils had been roaming around Kobe, attempting to hijack their black market supply of supernatural items. This group was led by a certain individual named Pexinox. Issei raised an eyebrow at that name. He knew exactly who that was. The Nello Angelo he had fought a week ago had mentioned that name, referring to him as his lord. Wait, that guy? If you remember, I told you about the Nello Angelo I fought last week. He said Pexinox was his lord and leader. What's his deal? And what's with the whole rightful ruler of the underworld act? Issei asked. Kenji let out a dry chuckle, leaning forward on the table, his fingers tapping against the bottle. Oh, I know him all right. Pexinox isn't your average devil, Sekyuryuti Dano. He isn't part of the Cow's Brigade either. No sides, no allegiance. Just his own twisted vision. And get this, Rizavim tried recruiting him once. Offered him power, influence. The whole buffet. He grinned, puffing on his cigarette. And you know what that crazy BSTRD did? He laughed in Rizavim's face, calling him a spoiled brat playing overlord. He said anyone who calls themselves a Lucifer shouldn't act like a child. Issei leaned back slightly, absorbing that information. He wasn't surprised, but it still angered him. Kenji continued. Pexinox's philosophy is simple: strength is everything. Authority isn't given, it's taken. To him, the underworld should be under one banner: his. He exhaled smoke from his nostrils and paused for a moment before continuing. Now about that Kobe incident. We were holding it down. Bloodwraiths were cornering those BS Spardas. Victory was within reach. Then, out of nowhere, guess who decided to show up and ruin everything? He scoffed. That troublesome individual, Latia. Issei blinked, caught off guard. Seriously? She showed up in the middle of a battle? Thought she could pull off a hero's return and get her position back by playing savior. She didn't even bother talking, just launched an assassination attempt right at me, Kenji explained, clenching his jaw slightly. So, I responded the only way I know how, he added, leaning closer with a wicked grin. I used one of the relics we got in a trade. Messed her head up badly. I mean real bad. Dropped her straight into a lucid hell loop, reliving her biggest failure over and over again. Every step she takes, she questions if it's even real. Issei frowned. You're saying you trapped her in a psychological loop? It's non-lethal, just torturous. Keeps her off our backs, and the higher-ups don't even realize it's a relic-induced mental trap. They think she just had a breakdown from the stress. Isn't that poetic? Kenji said, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. Issei nodded slowly. He wasn't one to pity those who tried to harm him or his allies, but the power of those relics reminded him just how deep this game was going. Kenji continued, bottom line, Security I don't know. Kobe's on fire. And Pexinox? He isn't done yet. That guy's just warming up. Then I guess it's time I start getting serious again, Issei replied. Kenji smirked. Good. Because trouble is about to knock, and I need my devil hunter right at the front door. He let out another laugh, shaking his head as a memory surfaced. And just so you know, the psychological loop didn't stay a loop. I'm not a complete JRK like most of those stuck-up supernatural types. He leaned back, a smug yet bitter grin forming. But guess what happened after that? That girl ran straight to her uncle, Ajuka Belzebub. You know, the one who thinks being a genius gives him the right to meddle in everyone's affairs. Issei narrowed his eyes, knowing exactly who Kenji was referring to. She spilled everything. Every little detail that happened in Kobe that night. She cried her eyes out to him like a kicked puppy. And that's when things escalated. Kenji's expression darkened, the grin fading as he recalled what followed. That guy was so furious, he teleported straight to Kobe, out of nowhere. And the first thing he did? He scoffed. Wiped out a significant portion of my Bloodwraith forces. Just like that. No warning. No words. Gone. Issei's jaw tensed, gripping the edge of the desk. Kenji wasn't exaggerating. That kind of power wasn't just dangerous, it was a declaration of war. And not just that, he came straight for me. Didn't even hesitate. Got in close and with one swipe. Kenji turned his head slightly, revealing the faded scar that trailed from above his right temple down to his cheekbone, the empty socket hidden behind his patch. Slashed my right eye socket clean. That's how I lost this eye. He grabbed the bottle again, took a sharp swig, and set it down with a dull thud. All because I defended my territory. Because I exposed his precious niece's mistake. And instead of owning it, they acted like I was the villain. He leaned forward again, looking Issei dead in the eye. That's the thing about the faction alliance. They preach balance, law, and unity. But the second someone from their inner circle screws up, they turn rabid if you call it out. Issei listened intently, sensing that Kenji had taken more than just a physical hit from that encounter. This wasn't just about an eye, it was about pride, respect, betrayal. Kenji continued, they can play their politics all they want. But I'll never forget that night. And if they think I'll ever bow to them, or let their governor come crawling back into power after that. He crushed the now empty bottle in his hand, shards falling onto the carpet. They've got another thing coming. Kenji's voice turned cold. Death. He placed a cigarette between his lips, lit it, and took a long drag. Smoke curled from his nostrils as he leaned back in his seat, exhaling a heavy breath that carried the weight of his past. After that night, my team and I were officially branded as strays by the entire Supernatural Alliance. Even the Shinto pulled out. They didn't approve, but they couldn't stop it either. All because that individual sweet-talked her uncle into turning the whole world against us. Still holding the title of Kobe's governor, but treated and hunted like an outlaw, that's how this twisted system works. Loyalty means nothing. Losing something close really brings out people's true colors. Issei leaned back with a low, dry chuckle. It sounded familiar to him. This was how it was. Those sitting in their ivory towers threw people like them to the wolves and then cried foul when they bit back. They painted them as monsters, but they didn't know the hell they had crawled through just to survive. Nevin, reclining on the couch with her half-finished wine, scoffed. Hypocrites, all of them. They screamed justice, order, balance, until it threatened their control. Then it was witch hunts and exile. The second someone challenged the narrative, they were branded a heretic. She gave her wine a lazy swirl and glanced at Issei with a knowing smirk, sensing he was about to drop something big. Issei stretched, exhaled, and locked eyes with Kenji. Since they were sharing war stories, he told them to buckle up because what he was about to say didn't leave the room. Kenji raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Issei's tone cooled as he revealed that he wasn't just some unlucky person who had set off the wrong crowd. There was a reason certain devils, angels, and fallen kept reacting strangely around him. They felt it, even if they didn't understand it. He tapped his chest with 2 fingers and declared that he was Sparda, or rather, Sparda's soul reincarnated into this body. His memories, his power, his burdens, all of it. Kenji froze, astonished. The Sparda, the Dark Knight who defied Mundus? Issei confirmed it was indeed that Sparda. And before Kenji could ask, he clarified that no one in the Alliance knew he was Sparda, not the 4 Satans, not the Vatican's holy puppets. Only a few trusted individuals were aware, and he intended to keep it that way, for now. Kenji stared, then laughed, genuinely amazed. He had thought Issei was just a dragon-possessed maniac with a sword addiction, but now he realized he was the legendary figure. Issei, in flesh and spirit, had witnessed the rise of the original Satans, stood with angels before their fall, and met the biblical God before silence took him. He had even put down the Devil King before the underworld had a throne. Kenji leaned back, speechless. No wonder Issei was so natural with relics. No wonder everyone saw him as greedy, a disgrace, even. In their eyes, he was some clout-chasing lunatic. But what they really sensed was something ancient, something primal. Nevin stood, her heels echoing across the room as she placed her wine glass on the desk beside Issei, her gaze sharp. The best part? They had no idea who they were messing with. The elite factions thought they were gods, but if they even suspected what he truly was, they would be terrified. Kenji let out a long whistle and asked what was next for Security. Was Issei going to march into the Alliance and drop the bomb? Issei smirked cool and deadly and said no. He would let them sleep. He wouldn't need to announce anything. When the time came, they would feel it, and by then, it would already be too late. Kenji stood, grabbing a bottle and lifting it. He proposed a toast to Security, or should he say Sparda? Issei chuckled, waving it off, insisting that just Issei was fine. Nevin rolled her eyes, saying Spokane had a nice ring to it, but for now, Issei it was. They toasted in silence, a rare bond between monsters, outcasts, and a legend in mortal skin. The world had no idea what was coming, but the tremors of the storm had already begun. Issei then asked about the mission and how Ajuka and his niece were tangled up in this mess. Kenji leaned forward, flicking the ash off the tip of his cigarette, a grin curling on his lips. It was simple, he wanted payback. Issei would take care of the nerd, and Kenji would handle the other person. Even if it meant marching through the flames of hell, he was cashing in this grudge. He pulled out a silver flask, took a swig, then offered a lopsided smirk. He would even throw in some payment for Issei's troubles and a special bonus if he could humiliate that Beelzebub. He wanted his ego crushed, make him stutter, cry, combust, whatever worked. Issei chuckled, running a hand through his hair, agreeing to make sure the nerd never looked at a calculator the same way again. He gestured lazily toward Nevin with his thumb, suggesting she should receive some cash instead of splitting it between them. He had seen what happened when the airhead Aseb of Michael from the church tried to manage their funds. That girl had blown 2 months' worth of supply money on holy water-scented shampoo. Nevin raised an eyebrow, her lips quirking in amusement. She had thought Issei was the reckless one, but at least she knew how to save for emergencies, food, water, and the occasional vintage blood wine. She flicked her hair with theatrical flair and turned to Kenji, assuring him she would handle the money. Maybe she would even put some aside for a replacement eye, though she doubted he would want to cover up that pirate aesthetic. Kenji laughed, a dark chuckle that echoed off the walls. He told her to keep the eye patch, it intimidated the rookies. Issei's grin widened as he sat back, folding his arms, and asked about Ajuka. What was his niece doing tied into all this? Kenji's smirk faded, replaced by something colder. His fingers drummed slowly on the side of the table as he spoke. Ajuka was trying to sweep things under the rug, wanting Kenji's name to vanish, to make him a ghost in the underworld. His niece was a spoiled brat who thought she could reclaim her title as Kobe's governor, mainly by killing him. But she had failed once, and next time, he wouldn't let her walk away. The air thickened with tension as the weight of Kenji's words settled in. Issei could almost taste the anger in the room, raw, untamed, and on the brink of eruption. The silence was broken only by the soft sound of Nevin swirling her wine. Issei cracked his knuckles, the faint hum of power pulsing beneath his skin. It was time to shake up the hierarchy and remind them why they feared the shadows. Kenji raised his bottle again, his eyes gleaming with a mix of bitterness and amusement. Let's make hell freeze over, again. Nevin clinked her glass against the bottle, her voice dripping with sarcasm. May Beelzebub and that Astaroth brat learn what it means to anger legends. Kenji's grin returned, sharper and more predatory. Once they were done with them, they wouldn't forget who put them in their place. They would be crawling back to their precious factions, begging for mercy. Issei leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with a quiet fire. And when they did, they would wish they had never crossed them. There was a moment of shared understanding, an unspoken pact between the three. It wasn't just about revenge. It was about sending a message. It was about carving their names into the underworld's history forever. Kenji swirled his drink, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he contemplated their next move. He expressed his thoughts, wondering how the so-called Satan Beelzebub would handle the storm they were about to unleash. Nevin smirked, finishing her wine and setting the glass down with a decisive thud. She shared her excitement, declaring that this was going to be fun. The finality in the air was palpable. There would be no turning back once they began. The wheels were already in motion, and nothing would stop them from tearing down the empire the faction alliance had built. The scene fades in on a lone figure standing atop a jagged cliff in the underworld. The wind howls, carrying the scent of war. Issei Hyoudou stands at the edge, his coat billowing behind him. Below, an army of the supernatural stretches across the battlefield, devils, fallen angels, angels and gods from distant mythologies, a force united by a common enemy, him. A smirk plays on his lips as he dives without hesitation. In mid-air, he draws loose and Umbra, spinning as he rains down bullets. He lands with a shockwave, instantly cutting down a dozen foes with rebellion, his blade tearing through armor. With a single, fluid motion, he lunges forward with Stinger, a piercing move sending an entire legion flying. Suddenly, 2 crimson spheres of power of destruction hurtle toward him. Issei flips, twisting midair. Before impact, his hand glows with royal guard, absorbing the energy and dispersing it with ease. The attackers reveal themselves. Surzex Lucifer and Rias Gremory stand alongside Team DXD, their eyes filled with fury. Without hesitation, Issei raises Luce and Umbra, the muzzles aimed at his former allies. A gunshot rings out. The scene shifts to a brutal sword duel, where Issei faces Dai. Dai strains under the weight of Issei's blows, his sword trembling. Issei, however, remains calm and mocking, toying with him. Their swords collide, and the scene cuts to black. In a new scene filled with mystery and intrigue, a beautiful blonde woman gazes at a massive containment tube glowing with holy magic. Inside lies the shattered remains of Yamato. The scene shifts again to a single gunshot, where a blonde man, face hidden in shadow, reloads his revolver, stepping over the corpses of stray devils. The scene transitions to an apocalyptic confrontation. On the battlefield, Pexinox looms, surrounded by his monstrous army. Facing them alone is Issei, grinning with force edge in hand. Without warning, he charges. In the final scene, a silhouette of Issei stands before a mysterious fruit. He reaches out and takes a bite. Dark crimson energy erupts, engulfing him. The screen distorts, showcasing a surge of unstoppable power. The title card appears, Security May Cry. The scene begins in the underworld, specifically in Lucifer City's meeting chamber. The biblical faction is gathered, with Michael the Archangel, the leader of the angel faction, sitting at the head of the table. His presence is commanding yet calm. Beside him are Shemhazai and Azazel of the Grigori, the latter wearing an ever-present smirk while Shemhazai maintains a composed expression. At the opposite end of the table sits the devil faction, led by the regal Surzex Lucifer, flanked by his fellow Satans, Ajuka Beelzebub, Seraphal Leviathan, and Falbium Asmodeus. Ajuka's eyes glimmer with thought, while Seraphal, ever the optimist, wears a light smile that barely hides her unease. Falbium sits back in his chair, seemingly disinterested but sharp enough to follow every word. The Nordic faction is represented by the formidable Allfather Odin, whose presence is overwhelming even without a word. By his side stands Thor, the god of thunder, radiating a powerful aura. Odin watches everything with his piercing gaze, as though measuring the tension in the room. The Norse gods remain quiet but ever ready to act. The Greek faction is led by the mighty Zeus, king of the gods, who towers with his usual dominance. Beside him stands his daughter Athena, the goddess of wisdom. Her calculating eyes never leave the assembly, always thinking 2 steps ahead. Zeus, though powerful and revered, keeps his thoughts close to his chest, his presence as imposing as the lightning he commands. The Yukai faction is represented by Queen Yasaka, her composed demeanor masking the sharp intelligence behind her golden gaze. She exchanges a few quiet words with her aides before turning her attention back to the ongoing discussions. Her regal bearing commands respect, even among gods, devils, and angels. Lastly, the vampire faction is represented by Elmenhild Karnstein, who appears calm and collected, though her calculating eyes tell a different story. She is the quietest of the group, but her power is undeniable. Her gaze sweeps over the other leaders, assessing and weighing what lies ahead. The peerage of Rias Gremory is present as well, though they have not fully recovered from their last encounter with Issei and Nevin the week before. Gasper, especially, is visibly shaken, avoiding eye contact and trembling, as if reliving the nightmare in his mind. His fear is palpable, haunted by memories of Nevin's attack. The thought of activating his own bat-like vampire abilities sends chills down his spine. Kiba isn't much better. Though he maintains a facade of stoic composure, the trauma from the battle lingers. His posture is stiff, and a haunted look lurks in his eyes. The overwhelming power Nevin displayed has shaken him deeply, not just physically, but mentally and emotionally. The tension in the room is palpable as the leaders gather to discuss the rapidly escalating situation. They are all aware of the growing threat, but none have yet made the connection that Issei, the rogue Security and the fallen pillar they speak of, is more than he appears. The fact that he is aligned with Nevin is already troubling, but none know that Issei is, in fact, the reincarnation of the legendary Dark Knight Sparda, the one who defied the tyrant Mundus and reshaped the demonic world's fate. His true identity remains a well-guarded secret. As the meeting begins, Michael breaks the silence, his voice steady and filled with authority. He addresses the assembly, stating that the situation with Issei is precarious. They are all aware that he possesses the rebellion, but they must also understand the depth of his connection to Nevin. He emphasizes that they have seen what they are capable of, and together, they are a force that cannot be ignored. Michael pauses, scanning the room to ensure his words sink in. He insists that they need a strategy, and they cannot afford to underestimate the threat they pose. The sooner they act, the better. Azazel, ever the pragmatist, leans forward, his tone casual but heavy with warning. He reminds everyone of the last confrontation with Issei and Nevin, noting that Issei is not your average devil, and Nevin is no ordinary rogue. They need to tread carefully. Shemhazai follows, his voice calm and low. He points out that there is more to this than just their strength. Issei's motivations are unclear, and while they have seen his power, they do not know what drives him. This unpredictability makes him the most dangerous kind of opponent. Surzek glances toward Ajuka, who has been silently observing. The strategist finally speaks, his tone smooth and analytical. He states that if they are to confront them, they need to understand the full extent of their connection. Issei and Nevin are not simply a threat of brute force. There is a history between them that they do not yet understand. And that connection might be what gives them their terrifying synergy. Seraphal, who had been leaning in her chair, finally chimed in, her voice light but edged with worry. She expressed her understanding of their strength, emphasizing the urgency of their situation. They couldn't just sit around and wait for them to strike again. This was bigger than any of them could handle alone. Falbium cleared his throat, his deep voice cutting in with a more grounded perspective. He pointed out the need to address Nevin's abilities first, noting that she had incapacitated Rias's entire peerage alone, placing her high on the threat list. He added that Issei was more than just an enemy. He had become a symbol of something they had yet to fully grasp. As the discussion intensified, the room shifted into careful planning. Gasper sat silently, still trapped by the memory of Nevin's golden eyes and the fear she and Issei embodied. Kiba, though equally shaken, knew better than to run. The world they knew was changing, and they would have to meet that change head-on. Yet, no one in the room knew the truth. Issei Hyoudou, the rogue they feared, was Sparda reborn. Dai sat quietly at the table, his expression dark and stormy. He clenched his fists beneath the table, rage burning in his chest. The humiliation from his older brother, Issei, just a week ago still echoed in his mind. The image of Issei's smug grin after their last encounter haunted him like a curse. He swore to himself that he would make Issei pay for this and take everything from him, including the rebellion. His jaw tightened as his resolve hardened. He couldn't allow his brother to continue making a mockery of him. He would turn the tables, even if it meant going through the entire devil faction and challenging the rebellion itself. Before his thoughts could spiral deeper, a glowing magic circle suddenly formed at the center of the chamber. All eyes turned to it. Michael narrowed his eyes slightly, recognizing the sigil instantly. A hush fell over the room as the light flared, and two figures stepped through. The first was Carl Redgrave, the legendary exorcist, his reputation preceding him. Behind him stood Eva Redgrave, his ward. Her expression was grim, sharp, and cold. The moment her eyes scanned the devils present, her face hardened, her icy demeanor like a blade drawn, controlled, but deadly. Carl offered a polite nod, his voice respectful as he addressed Michael, apologizing for their delay. Michael smiled warmly at the sight of Father Redgrave, his expression unchanged by the room's tension. He welcomed them and inquired about the retrieval of the rebellion, noting that they had heard nothing since last week. Carl exhaled slowly, his displeasure clear as he delivered the unfortunate news that the mission had not been successful. The former pillar's demonic power, combined with the rebellion's cursed essence, had proven too strong. Even with Eva's talents, the weapon had resisted, almost as if it had a will of its own. Eva stood silent beside him, arms crossed, her frustration hidden behind a steely expression. Carl continued, revealing that they had discovered something far more disturbing. The elite exorcists who had accompanied Eva were not who they seemed. They were devils in disguise. The revelation hit like a thunderclap, prompting shock and concern from the leaders present. Surzek exclaimed in disbelief, while Azazel noted the troubling implications of being played from the inside. Shemhazai suggested that this could be tied to the coup beneath Lucifer City from 2 weeks ago, indicating they might be dealing with something far more coordinated. Michael nodded solemnly, acknowledging that this changed everything. A shadow organization was manipulating events, and the rebellion may not even be their primary concern anymore. They needed to uncover who was behind this and what they wanted. As the silence deepened, Dai's gaze flicked toward Eva. His anger turned momentarily into something else, desire. He lingered on her cold, beautiful face, considering her a different kind of prize. The idea struck him like a forbidden thrill. He envisioned Eva Redgrave as the first human exorcist in his harem. Eva, feeling his gaze, glanced toward him and let out an irritated growl under her breath before looking away, unimpressed. Michael, unaware of the exchange, continued. He acknowledged Eva's achievements, noting that despite her failure to reclaim the rebellion, she had defeated the disgraced former pillar in single combat. He paused, contemplating whether she would be worthy enough to wield one of Sparda's blades. Eva was taken aback by this proposition. The idea of wielding a devil's sword, especially one of Sparda's, was unprecedented for an exorcist known for her mastery of holy blades. She respectfully questioned the wisdom of such a choice. Michael reassured her, emphasizing her capabilities, disposable, and the fact that she had defeated the fallen pillar. Gasps quietly filled the chamber as the church trio was stunned, their eyes wide in disbelief. The realization that Eva, a human and an exorcist, had overcome the former pillar reframed everything. Irina and Zenobia exchanged glances, acknowledging the extent of Eva's strength. They had always viewed her as capable, but this revelation highlighted her as a force to be reckoned with. Dai, however, seethed in silence. His jaw clenched, and his hands curled into fists beneath the table. A human, an exorcist no less, was being offered the chance to wield one of the remaining blades of Sparda. He was the faction's pillar and felt he should be the one chosen, not her. He thought to himself that this was absurd. She was just a human, and that blade should be his. He was the one destined to surpass Issei, not her. From across the chamber, Queen Yasaka, the regal Kyubi no Kitsune of the Yukai faction, observed Eva with quiet interest. Her eyes shimmered with curiosity as she noted that it was rare for a human to draw such attention from celestial beings. She recognized that Eva carried an aura not unlike a tempered flame, quiet, yet dangerous if provoked. Lord Michael saw a potential vessel, not of corruption, but of balance. Odin, seated with arms crossed, huffed in interest. The All-Father's piercing gaze narrowed slightly as he looked upon Eva. He remarked that a mortal exorcist wielding a demon sword was something he would have called folly in his youth. However, he acknowledged that Sparda's blades were not mere weapons. They chose their wielder as much as they were wielded. If the girl had the will, he believed she should be allowed to prove it. Thor, beside his father, nodded in agreement, stating that courage and willpower were often stronger than bloodlines and that the girl possessed both. Zeus, watching in his usual contemplative silence, finally spoke, his deep voice rumbling like distant thunder. He emphasized that the balance of power shifts not by titles, but by strength. If she could master Sparda's blade without losing herself, she would be feared even by the gods. Such resolve could not be ignored. Athena said nothing, but her sharp eyes watched Eva closely, as though already calculating what it would mean if she took up the blade. Meanwhile, Elmenhild Karnstein, the leader of the vampire faction, remained seated with her fingers gently folded. Her crimson gaze lingered on Eva for a moment longer before she finally spoke. She suggested that humans were often underestimated until they changed the course of history. If Lord Michael believed Eva was worthy, perhaps it was time to consider what she might become. The chamber fell into a reflective silence. Eva stood tall, her expression unreadable. Internally, she was still at odds. Was this truly a path she could walk? Or would accepting this blade make her something else? Her voice was calm but resolute as she asked for time. If she was to wield one of Sparda's blades, she would do so by choice, not by impulse. And if she did, she promised it would not fall into disgrace. Michael nodded, his eyes full of pride, stating that was all he could ask of her. Thus, the seeds of a decision that could shift the tides of their world were quietly planted in the hands of a human who might one day wield the devil's blade without becoming one herself. The tension in the chamber slowly began to dissipate. With Eva's stance made clear and the leaders offering their silent approval or contemplative interest, the meeting began to draw to a close. Michael declared that it was settled for now and suggested they reconvene when the time was right, wishing everyone may the light guide their steps. The celestial glow around Michael gently dimmed as he rose from his seat. The other leaders began their exits, murmuring quietly amongst themselves. Rias Gremory, ever observant, approached Aquino as they walked away from the central table. She whispered that Eva Redgrave was unlike any exorcist she had seen before, cold, composed, and dangerous. Aquino smirked softly, expressing her liking for strong women who didn't bow easily, wondering if Eva was always like that or if she was hiding something beneath her steel exterior. Rias agreed that Eva was definitely not someone to take lightly. As they left, Dai saw an opportunity. With most of the high leaders departing, he approached Eva with his usual smug confidence, brushing a hand through his brown hair and wearing his signature cocky smile. He greeted her, acknowledging her impressive feats, defeating his brother, catching Michael's eye, and possibly wielding a blade of Sparda. He added that he was once human but had been reincarnated as his lover's pawn. Eva did not even look at him, her expression stone-cold as she adjusted her coat. Dai leaned closer, suggesting they grab a drink sometime, claiming she might find he was not like other devils and that she would enjoy his company. Finally, Eva turned her gaze toward him, icy, sharp, and devoid of warmth. She firmly stated that he was mistaken. Stepping past him without hesitation, she declared that he was a devil, the host of the evil dragon, and no matter what title he held, he would always be a heretic in her eyes. Dai's grin faltered as Eva coldly stated that she did not break bread with devils, let alone share drinks with one. She walked off, leaving him standing in stunned silence, a mix of rejection and humiliation clawing at his pride. A faint chuckle echoed behind him as Aquino passed by, commenting that maybe Eva was not in the mood, like Zenobia before. Rias smiled faintly, adding that Eva was not the type to play games and wished him better luck next time. The grand chamber's doors slowly shut behind them all, leaving only the lingering whispers of tension and the echo of a devil's bruised ego. Dai muttered with a smirk that one day, Eva Redgrave would be part of his harem, along with the Blade of Sparda, whether it was the Yamato, the Rebellion, or the Force Edge. His words hung in the air like a vow etched in shadows and pride. In the United Kingdom, Redgrave City, at the church's hidden sanctum, Eva stood in silence. She and Carl had left the meeting from the underworld after they were all dismissed. In a sanctified chamber deep within the Vatican, her gaze was fixed upon the broken blade sealed before her. It pulsed faintly with dormant power, its presence casting a subtle pressure in the air. The Yamato was not just any devil's sword, it belonged to Sparda, the legendary Dark Knight who once defied his own kind, a figure woven in myth, now made tangible in steel. Eva thought about whether she should wield this sword, born of a devil's will and a relic of his rebellion. Her fingers hovered just above the case, hesitating. She reminded herself that she was an exorcist, a guardian of the church, trained to wield holy blades, not demonic ones. She was meant to strike down evil, not carry it. Conflicted, her eyes narrowed as the weight of responsibility gnawed at her faith, her training, and her very identity. Yet, somewhere deep within, something stirred, a pull, a question not yet answered. Was she meant to wield it, or was this temptation? She didn't know, but fate always had a way of forcing the hand. A time skip brought forth a scene in the underworld, Astaroth territory, at the Astaroth mansion. It had been 2 hours since the meeting had ended. Inside one of the storage rooms of the mansion, Issei, Nevin, and Kenji were holed up in secret, whispering amongst crates and shadows as they discussed their plans. Kenji asked what the plan was and how they would lure Eva and the Beelzebub nerd there. Issei and Nevin exchanged a knowing glance, both thinking the same thing. Kenji frowned in confusion as he listened to Nevin. She had a coy smile on her face, and he could sense something was off. "What do you mean?" he asked. But before he could finish his question, a bolt of crackling purple lightning surged from Nevin's fingertips, striking him square in the chest. He collapsed instantly, smoke rising lightly from his jacket. With a dark chuckle, Nevin brushed back a strand of her hair as she looked down at Kenji's unconscious body. "It means we're going to use you as bait, my dear," she said, her smile widening. Issei muttered to himself, "Yeah, definitely getting docked for this." The trap had begun. Inside the mansion's halls, multiple guards were stationed, maintaining strict vigilance. Suddenly, a blur, a fast and unnatural purple streak, rushed past their vision. Alerted, the guards immediately raised their weapons, whispering sharply to one another. They cautiously moved toward the direction the blur had gone, weapons drawn and senses heightened. The blur flickered past their line of sight once more, leading straight toward the old storage room. One by one, the guards entered, the atmosphere thick with tension. Inside, they saw a figure sitting on a wooden chair, back turned toward them. A long purple trench coat hung off the figure's shoulders, and spiky white hair crowned their head. The guards narrowed their eyes. Slowly, the chair creaked as it turned to face them, revealing not Issei, but Kenji, begrudgingly tied to the chair. He wore Issei's coat and a cheap white wig, glaring at them with utter disdain. The other side of his face bore a faint scar where his missing eye had once been, half covered by messy strands of the wig. "Tisi, seriously? A wig? You people are the worst," Kenji said, squirming slightly in the chair, clearly annoyed but not afraid. The guards blinked in confusion. Recognition struck. This wasn't just some decoy, it was Kenji, the infamous punk who had humiliated Latia Astroff. But what was stranger was his getup, the coat, the wig, the whole act. Before they could react, a sharp sound echoed through the room. From a shadowed corner above, Issei stood silently, poised with a pool stick in hand, next to a full set of billiard ball arranged on an old table. The dim lighting flickered across his face, catching a smirk that spelled trouble. "Hey, quick question," Issei said, snapping the cue ball with expert precision. It slammed into the others, each one bouncing off the walls and smacking multiple guards in the face with loud thwacks, knocking them back in surprise and groans. "Who are we shooting at again?" Issei grinned. Chaos erupted in the storage room. Guards stumbled over each other, falling back from the unexpected assault of flying pool ball. Kenji, still tied up and unimpressed, let out a dry grunt. "Took you long enough, Jet. I've been sitting here playing dress-up like some circus freak." "Hey, relax. Cyclops, you make a good decoy. I mean, you even had me convinced," Issei chuckled. Kenji growled under his breath, yanking at the ropes that kept him tied. "Swear to God if I get out of this, I'm beating your smug face in with your own pool stick." Nevin's smooth voice echoed faintly through the intercom hidden in the corner of the room. "Play nice, boys. We've got company coming soon. And remember, Kenji, try not to lose your only eye. It's your best feature." Kenji's expression twisted further as he muttered curses under his breath. "I hate all of you." The sound of backup approaching echoed down the hall, heavy boots and shouting filling the space. "Looks like showtime. Let's give them a little performance," Issei said, cracking his neck. He twirled the pool stick once more before leaping down from the upper level, landing with a thud as the next wave of guards burst through the doors. The room became a storm of chaos, with Kenji fuming in the center, tied up, eye blazing, and absolutely done with everyone's antics. He soon broke free from his restraints, ripping the ropes with brute force and sheer frustration. With a grunt, he yanked off Issei's coat and threw it high into the air, revealing his own dark, rugged combat wear fitted with holsters and a custom sheath across his back. From his side, he pulled out his modified pistol, a handcrafted weapon forged with silver, inscribed runes, dragon bone grips, and a sleek, matte black design made for precise takedowns. He cracked his neck, raised his arm, and without hesitation, fired 3 shots. Each bullet, infused with magic, pierced through enchanted armor with ease. "From this day on, kid, I'm never gonna listen to your plan again." "And where the hell is that woman?" Kenji shouted. "You mean Latia? I dunno, maybe fixing her ego after what you did to it a long time ago?" Issei replied, grinning as he flipped over a crate. Kenji fired again. "I'm gonna start shooting you next, idiot." Another guard lunged forward, sword drawn, only to be struck midair by Nevin's lightning whip, crackling violet in the dim light. She stepped into view with elegant lethality, her movements casual yet deadly. Now boys. Play nice. Or do I need to de-escalate both of you? She purred. She lashed her whip again, coiling it around a guard's neck and yanking him violently into a stack of crates, which exploded on impact, wood and splinters flying. What can I say? Teamwork makes the dream work. Issei exclaimed, grabbing a second pool cue and dual-wielding them. He spun the cues like batons, jabbing one into a guard's gut and cracking the other across another's skull. Issei weaved through the chaos, a whirlwind of improvised violence, unpredictable and cocky. This is not a dream, it's a nightmare. Kenji shouted, kicking over a table for partial cover before unleashing another volley of enchanted rounds. The bullets ricocheted in precise angles, each hitting its mark with lethal efficiency. Kenji moved like a one-eyed demon, fueled by fury, magic, and a severe lack of patience. Then, a loud magical burst blew open the far entrance of the storage room. A powerful surge of demonic energy followed as Latia Astaroth stormed in. Her aura flared dangerously, regal and commanding. She had long, flowing blonde hair with sharp bangs and bright blue eyes that burned with intensity. Her outfit was bold, a stylish red dress with black and gold accents, featuring a heart-shaped neckline trimmed with white frills. A black fur collar wrapped around her shoulders, complemented by long white gloves and a miniature black and red top hat with a bow perched stylishly atop her head. Gold buttons, a black sash with dangling chains, and a cross-shaped charm completed the ensemble, aristocratic, theatrical, and armed with deadly charm. Latia, furious, demanded to know what was happening in the room. Her eyes immediately locked onto Kenji, who still had smoke curling from the barrel of his pistol. Kenji smirked, growling that it seemed like he had summoned the devil. The chaos in the room froze, the tension thick enough to slice with a blade, and dust hung in the air like fog. Nevin cracked her whip with a sultry grin, commenting that things were about to get fun. Kenji let out a low, mocking chuckle as he twirled his pistol and holstered it with a smooth click. His one good eye locked onto Latia with that same cocky smirk, half predator, half provocative. He remarked that it had been 2 years since they last met, referring to her as Astaroth's spoiled brat. He taunted her about still being upset over losing Kobe and sending scouts around to cling to her old title as governor. He stepped forward over broken glass and the crumpled bodies of unconscious guards, moving casually as if he owned the room. Kenji grinned, declaring that the title was his now and that no amount of fake smiles or noble tantrums would change that. Latia stood tall in the doorway, radiating arcane authority, her eyes burning with a cold flame as she strode forward. Her crimson-red dress shimmered with the power gathering around her. She frostily replied that he should not flatter himself, stating that the only reason she lost her position was because of him dragging her name through the dirt with his business ventures. Kenji mocked her, claiming that his legal trade routes were sanctioned by the Shinto under divine neutrality, and that the black market was cleared by Amaterasu herself. He accused her of sabotaging it because she couldn't stand the idea of him being respected. Latia snapped back that it was illegal by the standards of the underworld and the laws they upheld. Kenji countered that she had broken a treaty and crossed a line, using her status to crush him behind the scenes, then crying to her uncle when it backfired. Her gloves flexed, magic flaring in her palm as her jaw clenched, unable to stand the sight of him. Latia accused him of corrupting the city, bringing chaos, filth, and dishonor to a territory that was meant to be hers. Kenji retorted that she ruled with a leash around her neck, begging for scraps from her clan's table, while he built something instead of inheriting it. The air crackled with rising energy, and Nevin leaned against the wall, amused as she watched the verbal exchange. She grinned, wondering if this was a political debate or the start of FRPY. Issei snorted from behind a pile of crates, casually flipping a pool cue between his fingers, adding that someone was about to get slapped. Latia narrowed her eyes dangerously, quietly stating that Kenji would pay for what he did to her name, for the humiliation, and for taking everything she worked for. Kenji stepped closer, asserting that he hadn't taken anything. She threw it away the moment she stabbed him in the back. He paused, tilting his head and taunting her about the Astaroths being good at playing the long game, implying she was just a sore loser. Latia declared him a disgrace to every faction that tolerated his existence. Kenji grinned, remarking that he was still alive, thriving, and still managing to irritate her, suggesting he must be doing something right. The tension snapped taut like a drawn bow, sparks dancing along Latia's gloves as Kenji's hand hovered near his holster. Their messy and blood-stained history was boiling to the surface again. Suddenly, a green magic circle lit up beneath the shattered floor, its intricate patterns glowing ominously as runes pulsed in a rhythmic hum. The air shifted, charged and heavy, followed by a sharp gust of arcane wind. Without warning, Ajuka Beelzebub emerged from the summoning circle, his presence commanding silence. Clad in his Satan devil attire, with flowing robes trimmed in emerald and black, he surveyed the scene with detached calm, processing the chaos, the unconscious guards, and the rising magical tensions in an instant. He had known this day would come. The probabilities had aligned too perfectly. It was inevitable. Ajuka's gaze fell briefly on Issei, who was casually leaning against a crate, flipping a pool cue like a bored trickster. Issei didn't flinch, knowing Ajuka would eventually find him. The so-called stray devil, long presumed dead after the incident in Greece, had become a ghost in the aftermath of the failed Team DXD operation to retrieve rebellion. Ajuka narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing that for Issei to still be alive and hiding in Kobe, there was only one logical conclusion: he was working with Kenji. And that meant only one thing: vengeance. The gears had already been turning behind the scenes. Issei was never one to let grudges die quietly, and Ajuka had known that a day would come when Issei would pick up the pieces of his past and aim them back at those who betrayed him. Ajuka calmly stated that the probabilities were correct after all. His voice cut through the tension like a knife. Kenji turned his head toward him, one eye locked on Beelzebub with measured indifference, his pistol still warm from battle. Kenji remarked that Ajuka had taken his time. Issei smirked and leaned on the pool cue like a staff, greeting Ajuka and asking if he missed him. Ajuka did not answer, his gaze remaining unreadable as he calculated countless possible outcomes from this singular moment. The room fell into a quiet standoff, heavy with implication. Whatever happened next, fate had already begun to move its hand. The atmosphere was dense, dust floating in the air like hanging tension, heavy with old grudges and silent accusations. As the last of the magic energy from Ajuka's circle dissipated, Kenji lowered his pistol slightly, though his stance remained firm. His single eye locked onto Beelzebub's with a cold, deliberate glare. Kenji remarked that it had been a long time since they last met and questioned if Ajuka was still doing the math while others spilled blood. Ajuka did not flinch, his expression unreadable, and replied that Kenji was still letting his emotions compromise his logic. Kenji chuckled dryly, circling slowly, like a wolf reminiscing in a cage. He recalled clearly that 2 years ago, Latia couldn't handle the truth and ran to Ajuka, crying to her uncle about how the barbarian had humiliated her precious little pride. He stopped, darkening his voice as he reminded Ajuka that he had given the order without hesitation, wiping out 15% of the Bloodwraiths, his comrades. For what? A sanctioned deal? A black market trade that was legal under Shinto law? Ajuka remained still. His silence was neither denial nor regret, just cold, statistical neutrality. Kenji's fingers twitched near the grip of his pistol. The weight of memory was heavier than the gun. You didn't just stain that title, you turned me into a stray. You took my DMNI. He reached up and tapped the black eye patch covering the scarred side of his face, an ugly reminder of the purging spell that tore through his right eye the night Latia's report reached Beelzebub's desk. 15%. My whole squad. Burned by your judgment like we were pawns. Ajuka finally spoke, his voice low and analytical. You were operating in a gray zone. The deal may have been legal by Shinto customs, but it disrupted the political balance. Latia was reckless, yes, but your retaliation nearly sparked a war. I made a calculated decision to prevent greater loss. Kenji growled. Calculated, huh? You think putting me in the ground would have solved your equation? Well, for your information, that woman came on to you and told everything about what I did to her, and you decided to go after me and mark me as a stray. He stepped closer, closing the gap just enough to let the air between them vibrate with tension. You didn't finish the job. And now you're standing here, looking me in the eye. The one you left me. Ajuka's gaze remained sharp and focused. No. I'm here because the math changed. Issei's reappearance, the rebellion, Kobe, your alliance, and the trajectory you're on, it's all leading to a singularity. He paused, then added without emotion, whether you burn out or break through. It's already begun. The room grew still again. Behind them, Nevin liked her lips playfully from the shadows, her whip still humming with residual magic. Issei tapped his pool cue on the ground with a lazy rhythm, watching everything unfold with devilish amusement. Ain't fate just a challenge? Issei grinned, but Kenji didn't laugh. He just stood there, his eye locked on Ajuka, waiting, calculating, but no longer running. Only forward now. Ajuka raised his hand, a glowing green magic circle spiraling to life beneath him. The air vibrated with unnatural force as reality twisted under the weight of his calculations. His gaze, cold and precise, fixed on Kenji. A stray like you still dares to breathe beneath my sky? With a flick, he unleashed a beam of compressed demonic energy, a strike forged by precision and intent. The attack blazed across the marble floor toward Kenji. But before it could land, a crimson flash interrupted. Royal Guard! Issei stepped into the path, arms crossed, his aura flaring outward like a wall of defiance. The beam smashed into him, but instead of recoiling, he absorbed it, compressed it, until it collapsed into harmless sparks around him. 3 days later, Underworld, Lucifer City, meeting chamber. It had been 3 days since the incident at the Astaroth mansion. Ajuka Beelzebub, one of the 4 Satans, had lost everything that once defined him. His Kenkara formula, the ultimate ability that had earned him the title of Beelzebub. The transformation process of becoming a devil arm had begun during his defeat, a forced metamorphosis triggered by the overwhelming might of his opponent. But Ajuka's pride refused to yield. He resisted the devil arm transformation with all his will, and in doing so, he lost the Kenkara formula, a power now stolen by the one who humiliated him in battle, Issei Hyoudou, the so-called disgrace of the pillars. Now, that very ability lived on, not as Ajuka's, but as a new battle style wielded by Issei himself, strategist. As for Latia Astaroth, Ajuka's niece, she remained confined to Serafal Memorial Hospital, along with her uncle, both still recovering from the wounds inflicted by Kenji. Physically, they would recover. But their pride? Their influence? That would take far longer to mend. Inside the Great Council chamber, the atmosphere was dense with pressure and veiled hostility. An emergency assembly had been called, and the room was filled with power players. Present were the leaders of the 3 biblical factions, Heaven, Underworld, and the Grigori. The Nordic faction had also sent their representatives, grim-faced and solemn, whispering among themselves about ancient prophecies and omens. Their thunder god's silence spoke volumes, his one eye watching all with suspicion. The Greek pantheon, however, was not present. They were preoccupied, working in secret. After acquiring the amulet of Sparda, which held the other half of Sparda's magic, the Greek gods had retreated to their divine forges. There, they were crafting weapons, divine demonic hybrids, tools forged specifically to counter the rising threat that was now Issei Hyoudou. The Yukai faction sat quietly, their queen regal and contemplative, watching with unblinking eyes. And in the shadows, the vampire faction, with their leader Elmenhild, loomed in silence, cloaked, unmoving, but listening to every word. And so, the war council stirred. Whispers of Issei, of Sparda, of devil arms, and of the fall of a Satan drifted like smoke across the chamber. Ominous. Foreboding. The balance of power was shifting. And every faction in the chamber knew it. Surzek stepped forward, his expression grim. You've all heard the news. The disgrace of the pillars, Issei Hyoudou, has returned to the underworld once again. Accompanied by Nevin and the one-eyed Kenji. The 3 of them attacked the Astaroth mansion. Reports indicate that Kenji intended to send a message to Latia Astaroth, while Ajuka, our Satan Beelzebub, lost his Kankara formula in the process. Murmurs erupted across the chamber. The moment Issei's name was spoken, frustration and dread silently spread among the leaders. Then, Azazel, the former Governor-General of the Grigori, raised his hand to speak. No surprise there. He even threatened her, said he'd bring the JSDF and the US military straight to the underworld if she didn't stop sending her forces to Kobe to assassinate him. The council grew tense. A few leaders exchanged uneasy glances. Then, grim but practical, spoke, raising his hand in calm suggestion. Why don't we send an elite strike force to Kobe? Catch him off guard. He's just a human after all. A black market dealer leading a gang of Yakuza. Surely we can eliminate him before he causes more damage. Several heads nodded in agreement at Odin's proposal. It was simple, tactical, logical. But Azazel only sighed, rubbing his temples as if he were the only one who truly understood the gravity of what they were dealing with. Not an option, old man. Kenji may be human, yeah, a black market dealer, leader of a Yakuza syndicate, but he's not someone you underestimate. He's got connections not just in the human world, but in other factions too. That man has eyes and ears everywhere when it comes to supernaturals. For all we know, he might have someone in this very room listening. He let that silence sink in for a moment before continuing. And it's not just the JSDF he's threatening to drag into our affairs. It's the US military too. All because of the pull he has. Political strings. Military favors. But this isn't just some underground criminal we're dealing with. This is a walking war zone in a business suit. The room grew silent again, this time in tension, not uncertainty. The enemy wasn't just strong. He was connected, prepared, and already several steps ahead. The chamber remained in uneasy quiet, waiting for the next name to be spoken. The air was thick, almost suffocating, as the weight of Azazel's warning settled over the room like a storm cloud. His words lingered like a curse, too real to ignore. Eyes shifted, brows furrowed. Even those with centuries of wisdom behind them now looked uneasy. It was Yasaka, the queen of the Yukai faction, who finally broke the silence. Elegant and composed, the golden-haired Kyubi no Kitsune leaned forward, her amber eyes shimmering with restrained concern. She stated that if what Azazel was saying was true, they were not just dealing with a rogue human. They were facing a manipulator, someone who could bend the tides of war in his favor without ever raising a sword. That was far more dangerous than any devil. Her words were calm, but the underlying tension in her voice was undeniable, like a blade hidden behind silk. Elmenhild, representing the vampire faction, chuckled darkly from the shadows, her red eyes gleaming. She remarked that of course he was dangerous, having already outwitted the proud Astaroth house, injured their heiress, and humiliated a Satan. That alone had made him a legend in the black markets. Every nightwalker in Romania knew the name Kenji now. He was already a symbol to the wrong kinds of people. Azazel sighed and leaned back in his chair, the weight of the situation dragging against his usual sharp demeanor. He explained that the more attention Kenji received, the more unpredictable the situation became. They couldn't fight shadows with swords, they needed strategy, intelligence, and containment. Otherwise, they were all just dancing on a landmine. Gabriel, standing in place of Michael, whose decisions had grown erratic ever since the report about sleeper agents infiltrating the church, looked visibly shaken. The recent betrayal from within and the near loss of Eva during her mission weighed heavily on her. She warned that Kenji had ties to human militaries, supernatural factions, and the criminal underworld. If they provoked him, they risked turning Earth itself into a battlefield again. Her voice was gentle, almost angelic, but the steel behind her words was unmistakable. Surzex clenched his fists atop the table, his aura flickering faintly with pressure. He asserted that they were not afraid of one man, they had faced monsters and gods alike. If Kenji threatened the underworld, they would respond accordingly. However, if what Azazel said was true, they couldn't afford recklessness, not again. Odin huffed through his beard, clearly frustrated, yet his usual arrogance was tempered by caution. He questioned whether they were really going to let a mortal dictate the flow of supernatural politics. Where was the pride of their realms? Were they that fragile now? Yasaka turned her gaze toward him, her tone sharp, cutting through his bravado with clear authority. She reminded him that pride without caution was suicide. They had seen the ripples already, the growing influence of disgrace, Kenji's threat, the devil arm transformation. They were standing at the edge of something far worse than they realized. Pride wouldn't save them from it, but she believed that their pillar Dai could be the solution. Azazel nodded slowly, rubbing his temples. He stated that Kenji might be the face of the threat, but he wasn't the only one. With Barakiel still in a coma, the Grigori's intelligence network was fractured. They were operating blind while someone else pulled the strings. Gabriel then stepped forward, her wings slightly extending as she added her own words, soft-spoken, yet impactful, as if carefully measured for both diplomacy and urgency. She suggested that they have Dai Kuan, their alliance's pillar, wield the Force Edge, one of Sparda's blades sealed deep beneath the sewers of Lucifer City. It might not be such a bad idea, considering what they were up against. The chamber stirred. A few murmurs echoed through the grand hall as Surzex and Seraphal turned toward Gabriel, visibly taken aback by her proposal. The Force Edge, the legendary demonic blade once wielded by Sparda himself, the weapon that struck down Mundus, the tyrant Devil King and the Prince of Darkness. Seraphal's face lit up, childlike joy dancing in her eyes as she clasped her hands together. She exclaimed that it was actually not a bad idea at all, especially with Dai Kuan wielding the Force Edge. It could really turn the tide in their favor. Maybe he could even beat that disgrace of a brother of his with it. She giggled softly, brimming with enthusiasm, as though imagining the victory already. Surzex, however, remained seated, his fingers interlaced as his crimson eyes narrowed in deep thought. There was merit to Gabriel's proposal, and even Seraphal's excitement had its. But something inside him stirred, a quiet warning. He acknowledged that it wasn't a bad idea, agreeing that the Force Edge held unparalleled power. However, they still didn't know if Dai was ready to wield it. He may be the pillar of their alliance, but the Force Edge was no ordinary blade. His tone darkened slightly as he cautioned that the demonic energy radiating from that sword was enough to draw in other devils from entire realms away. Even sealed beneath Lucifer City, it was said that its presence had caused low-tier devils to go mad with desire. If they gave that sword to someone unprepared, they might lose Dai to the same darkness they were trying to fight. A hush fell over the room. It wasn't doubt in Dai's strength, it was caution. Even the mere idea of awakening the Force Edge sent ripples through the minds of every faction leader present. That blade wasn't just a weapon, it was the sword once wielded by Sparda, the legendary Dark Knight who defied hell itself. The thought of unleashing that kind of power again was no small matter. It wasn't just dangerous, it was apocalyptic if mishandled. Then Gabriel's voice rang out once more, calm and composed, but with a tinge of something else. She shared some good news from Father Redgrave. The chamber shifted. Eyes turned sharply. The faction leaders, divine, demonic, ancient, all locked their attention on Gabriel. Even the ever-stoic Surzex and the playful yet deadly Seraphal leaned forward. The tension, already thick, became brittle. What could possibly be considered good in times like these? Their answer came with the next words. Gabriel revealed that Father Redgrave's ward, Eva Redgrave, had succeeded in repairing the Yamato, restoring it to its original state using her own magic. A feat none of their artificers, mages, nor the best of heaven's enchanters could accomplish. And more than that, she had been deemed worthy by the Yamato itself to wield it. Silence followed, sharp and immediate. It was as though the room itself had forgotten to breathe. A human, not a devil, not an angel, not a god, but an exorcist girl. Not only had she restored the broken katana of the legendary Dark Knight, but she had also been accepted by it. Yamato had chosen her. Surzex, his fingers steepled before him, stared ahead in quiet disbelief. He remarked that the sword, Yamato, was meant to cut through reality itself. Even sealed, it carried unimaginable weight. He recalled that the last time it was unsheathed, it tore open gates no mortal could close. Now, he was being told it was active again. Serafal, wide-eyed and electric with excitement, almost squealed in her seat. She exclaimed that it was amazing and asked if Lady Gabriel meant that Eva-chan was the new wielder of Yamato. She saw it as a heroic prophecy in the making and imagined what Eva could do with it, even suggesting that she might cut down her disgraceful brother once and for all. Her voice was gleeful and childlike, but with a vicious edge underneath, as always. Surzex remained composed, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. He acknowledged that it was a remarkable feat but also dangerous. He warned that Yamato was not a toy, and its demonic resonance alone was enough to attract every devil and half-breed within miles. While Eva might have been chosen, it did not mean she was ready. Gabriel's gentle expression did not falter, but her voice sharpened as she insisted that Eva was ready for it. She explained that Eva simply refused to acknowledge its demonic gift and wielded it out of purpose, not pride. Yasaka nodded in agreement, her golden tails shifting behind her like a calm tide of power. Her amber eyes narrowed in thought as she noted that power attracts predators. If Yamato had awakened, the world would begin to shift around it. Eva might not be fighting just for her beliefs anymore. She could be pulled into something far greater, whether she was ready or not. Elmenhild, watching from the shadows behind her delegation, narrowed her crimson eyes and spoke with a dry, ominous tone. She remarked that if Eva had fixed Yamato, it was only a matter of time before the other side took interest. The devil who had left it broken would not stay silent for long, as that kind of humiliation breeds obsession. Odin, frowning deeper than before, gently slammed his fist onto the stone table, the sound echoing across the chamber. He expressed his concern about having a girl with Sparda's blade on their side, a disgraced pillar wielding Beelzebub's power, and a mortal black market lunatic who could summon 2 military superpowers like chess pieces. He questioned if they were collecting calamities now. A few of the other leaders chuckled darkly under their breath, despite the bitter truth in his words. Azazel leaned back in his chair, arms folded behind his head, his grin more tired than amused. He commented that it sounded about right for the times they lived in, noting that every piece on the board was changing sides. With Barakil still in a coma, their intel network was blind in one eye, and the other was twitching. The room quieted again, but this time it was not the silence of confusion, it was focus. A cold, calculating stillness shared by those who understood the weight of what had just been spoken. Eva Redgrave had become something else, not just an exorcist, not just a prodigy, but a symbol, a harbinger, a new player on a battlefield drenched in ancient blood and prophecy. Now, with Yamato at her side, the question was not whether she would act, but when she would unsheath the blade and what would be left standing when she did. The scene fades in on a lone figure standing atop a jagged cliff in the underworld. The wind howls, carrying the scent of war. Issei Hyoudou stands at the edge, his coat billowing behind him. Below, an army of the supernatural stretches across the battlefield, devils, fallen angels, angels and gods from distant mythologies, a force united by a common enemy, him. A smirk plays on his lips as he dives without hesitation. Mid-air, he draws loose and Umbra, spinning as he rains down bullets. He lands with a shock wave, instantly cutting down a dozen foes with rebellion, his blade tearing through armor. With a single, fluid motion, he lunges forward with Stinger, a piercing move sending an entire legion flying. Suddenly, 2 crimson spheres of power of destruction hurtle toward him. Issei flips, twisting midair. Before impact, his hand glows with royal guard, absorbing the energy and dispersing it with ease. The attackers reveal themselves. Surzex Lucifer and Rias Gremory stand alongside Team DXD, their eyes filled with fury. Without hesitation, Issei raises Luce and Umbra, the muzzles aimed at his former allies. The scene shifts to a brutal sword duel between Issei and Dai. Dai strains under the weight of Issei's blows, his sword trembling. Issei, however, remains calm and mocking, toying with him. Their swords collide, and the scene cuts to black. In a new scene filled with mystery and intrigue, a beautiful blonde woman gazes at a massive containment tube glowing with holy magic. Inside lies the shattered remains of Yamato. The scene shifts again to a single gunshot, where a blond man, face hidden in shadow, reloads his revolver, stepping over the corpses of stray devils. On the battlefield, Pexinox looms, surrounded by his monstrous army. Facing them alone is Issei. He grins, force edge in hand, and without warning he charges. The final scene reveals Issei standing before a mysterious fruit. He reaches out and takes a bite. Dark crimson energy erupts, engulfing him, and the screen distorts with a surge of unstoppable power. The title card appears, Sekyurudai May Cry. In Kobe, Japan, at 4:54 p.m., in the underground facility of the Bloodwraiths, dozens of Kenji's henchmen work diligently. The air buzzes with the sound of forges blazing and enchantments being etched into steel. Rows of weapon racks stretch across the chamber, some housing holy swords, others forged from demonic alloys. Among them are relics capable of slaying gods, sealed away for centuries, now waiting to be repurposed for Kenji's plans. There is a haunting efficiency to it all. Every movement and spark of magic is calculated, with no wasted effort or idle chatter. Amidst this, Kenji stands on an elevated platform, arms folded behind his back, surveying the operation below like a general overseeing an army. His cold, focused gaze scans every blade, every spell circle, every soul moving within his domain. Suddenly, the heavy door at the far end of the chamber slides open with a hiss, drawing the attention of several workers. A familiar voice echoes from the entrance. Issei casually states that he needs something, but there is an urgency hidden beneath the surface. Kenji, recognizing the voice, slowly glances over his shoulder, his expression unreadable but with a flicker of interest. The room quiets slightly, as if the presence of the Red Dragon Emperor has shifted the atmosphere. Kenji raises a brow and asks what Issei needs. The hum of magic continues in the background, but now all eyes are on the two. Issei states that he needs a gun and a relic to bypass the barrier on Olympus, something that can teleport him straight into their territory. Kenji smirks, recognizing Issei's request as a serious one. He turns to his crew of specialized engineers and armorers, commanding them to get Issei the latest gun. Item number 1 of the henchmen nods quickly and disappears into the armory sector. Moments later, he returns, carrying a long, reinforced metal case. He approaches Issei with care and gently places the container on the floor. With a soft hiss, the case's biometric lock disengages, and the lid opens automatically, revealing a sleek, menacing weapon inside, a heavily modified sniper rifle, brimming with supernatural augmentations. Its massive barrel and power coils give it a militaristic aesthetic, but its structure catches Issei's attention, resembling a weapon designed to tear through tank plating. Issei comments on Kenji's taste in weapons, asking how his men built it. Kenji chuckles, explaining that he started playing Warhammer 40k a week ago and got hooked on the lore and designs. He instructed his team to create a prototype that honored that vibe. He gestures toward the weapon with pride, detailing its features, including a reinforced anti-magic chamber and adjustable firing modes. Kenji taps his wristwatch, displaying the item's specs and cost on a small holographic screen. Issei whistles softly, impressed. Kenji warns him that Olympus is guarded by more than just wards and soldiers. The gods will know the moment he crosses that boundary. The rifle will keep their attention while the relic gets him in. Turning to one of the nearby relic handlers, Kenji instructs them to bring out the Hermes sigil, the stolen one. A few workers visibly flinch at the mention, aware of the danger associated with it. Kenji looks back at Issei, his smirk deepening with mischief and defiance, stating that Issei will need a key made by a god to walk into a kingdom of them. Moments later, 2 workers carefully approach with a black obsidian lockbox, etched with runes that pulse faintly with divine energy. The moment they placed the box on the nearby table, the air grew noticeably heavier, as if Olympus itself had turned an unseen eye toward the room. The box opened slowly, revealing the relic within, a slender pendant shaped like Hermes' iconic caduceus, slightly corrupted by mortal hands. The wings were tarnished, and the snakes shimmered with silver and infernal red. Issei expressed his disbelief, questioning how Kenji had managed to steal something from one of the gods of Olympus. He imagined Zeus was furious, knowing his son had been outsmarted by mortals. Kenji chuckled darkly, leaning over the railing, clearly amused by Issei's reaction. He confirmed that Hermes losing the trinket had caused quite a scandal in Olympus, which had tried to cover it up. However, he revealed that it wasn't just a random group of mortals. It was his team, and they had outsmarted Hermes during a diplomatic errand in the Middle East. Kenji explained that they had caught Hermes off guard while he was making a DLVRY for Zeus's spy games. They had set a trap with a spell circle and a teleportation trap, leading to a successful extraction. Although they hadn't planned to rob him initially, the opportunity had presented itself, and they seized it. Kenji casually mentioned that they now had a god's sigil and a death sentence if they ever set foot on Mount Olympus again. Issei smirked, realizing why most mythological factions labeled the Bloodwraiths as strays. He asked about the price of the sigil, and Kenji informed him it was 172 million yen, given its artifact-grade status and divine energy. Issei, surprised by the cost, inquired about rental options. Kenji confirmed that rental was available for 43 million yen a day, which Issei found to be a smart move since he was only planning a one-day operation. Issei produced a black ATM card, designed to bypass supernatural surveillance, and made the payment of 79 million yen, which included the rental fee for the Hermes sigil and the cost of a rifle. The transaction was approved, and Kenji smirked as they concluded their business. Issei channeled his demonic energy, surrounding the Hermes sigil in a crimson aura. The artifact responded, pulsing with divine resonance as its magic circuits lit up. In a flash of light, Issei vanished from the facility without a trace, leaving only Kenji and his workers behind, staring at the empty space where he had stood. Kenji, with a low voice, sent off a silent wish for Issei to show his true potential. Meanwhile, on Mount Olympus, many gods were gathered, preparing for something significant. Hephaestus approached Zeus's throne and bowed respectfully, informing him that his request had been successful. Zeus, resting his head against his hand, inquired if Hephaestus had completed the task. Hephaestus rose and summoned two weapons, god-made devil arms. The first was named Artemis, a sleek arm cannon forged from celestial steel, capable of discharging concentrated blasts. The second was Pandora, a jet-black briefcase etched with ancient runes, rumored to contain 666 forms of destruction. The air around it rippled with suppressed power, as if the case itself resented being closed. Hephaestus explained that these were the only devil arms he could create at the moment, but more were on the way. Zeus, impressed but wanting more, asked why only two had been completed. Hephaestus then summoned a red amulet covered in gold, along with its gold chains, explaining that creating these devil arms was no easy task. After all, it was Sparda's magic they were dealing with. It wasn't simple to create many in such a short time. Zeus declared that he needed Hephaestus to forge more of those devil arms, entrusting the task to him. On the other side of the throne, Hera, the queen of the gods, was visibly upset due to her personal vendetta against her own son. She thought about how long she must tolerate this insult, her fingers gripping the armrest of her throne as divine resentment boiled beneath her composed facade. A heavy silence filled the chamber as Hera rose from her throne, her divine presence weighing down the atmosphere. Even the lesser gods turned their eyes away, sensing the storm brewing beneath her calm exterior. Hera confronted Zeus, accusing him of favoring the one he had once cast out of Olympus. Zeus's gaze shifted toward her, his expression hardening as he reminded her that it was she who had cast their son out the day he was born. That forged mistake now carried the will of Olympus into the next age. Hera stepped forward, her voice calm but seething as she questioned the decision to hand divine demonic relics to someone who had merely touched demon magic, while their real warriors waited for war. Ares sought glory, Athena sought wisdom, yet Hephaestus was tasked with forging weapons of judgment. In this war, they needed creators, not just destroyers. Hera's eyes flickered with contempt, but she held her tongue. She turned, her robes billowing behind her as she made her way out of the chamber, warning Zeus that demon magic always has a price, and it wouldn't be Hephaestus who would pay it. The thunder rumbled faintly in the sky above Olympus as Zeus leaned forward, muttering to himself that if blood was the cost, then let the gods pay it. Meanwhile, Hephaestus quietly returned to his forge, his mind already working on the next set of devil arms and the cost of tampering further with Sparda's legacy. Deep beneath Mount Olympus, where rivers of molten fire flowed and divine sparks crackled through the air, Hephaestus returned to his sacred forge. The echoes of clashing metal and arcane humming filled the chamber as he stood before the central anvil, placing a red amulet encased in gold upon its surface. Its golden chains curled around it like serpents, reacting to the forge's divine flames. Hephaestus remarked that Sparda's magic never made things easy. With a motion of his hand, the forge roared to life. Chains descended from the ceiling, bringing down shards of divine ore, infernal alloy and enchanted bone, materials harvested from both Olympus and the underworld. Hephaestus noted that Artemis and Pandora were only the beginning, and this creation would be something else entirely. The amulet began to levitate, glowing violently with violet energy as two shards of obsidian split from its sides. Hephaestus extended his hand, and the fragments of metal and energy began to spiral into form, each piece pulled by the amulet's demonic core. He declared that the twin blades, forged not to kill gods but to strip them of their immortality, were named Thanatos. The weapons formed in tandem, twin curved blades, sleek and brutal in design. Their bodies shimmered in a rich purple coat, inscribed with glowing Greek and demonic glyphs. Each blade pulsed with its own rhythm, resonating with the lingering power of Sparda sealed inside the amulet. The hilts, wrapped in dark leather and obsidian, carried the essence of both divine craftsmanship and infernal design. Hephaestus took a step back as the weapons descended slowly onto the anvil, steam hissing around them. He stated that they were not forged for vengeance, but to remind the gods that they could bleed. The twin blades, Thanatos, rested, humming quietly as if waiting for a worthy wielder, a devil arm born of Olympus and the abyss, ready to reap divinity itself. In another area of Olympus, Issei lay flat on the marble ground, cloaked in shadow, with ultramarine set up in front of him like a beast ready to roar. His right eye was locked into the scope, scanning every divine structure and patrol route around Mount Olympus with cold precision. The air was still, sacred, and heavy with divine magic, but Hermes's sigil had done its job. No alarms, no detection, not even the gods had noticed his intrusion. Issei thought it was time to take his shot, dripping with sarcasm as he prepared to aim at Apollo, who stood proud and radiant in a courtyard of gold, surrounded by his followers. He flicked a dial on ultramarine, adjusting its settings. The barrel hummed softly, pulsing with demonic energy. This wasn't just a bullet, it was a statement. He exhaled slowly, the tension in his finger easing onto the trigger. The recoil didn't matter, nor did the shot itself. What came after was the storm. Suddenly, the silence shattered as Apollo's left arm exploded in a violent spray of divine blood. The anti-divinity round, laced with demonic energy from ultramarine, tore through him like paper. Apollo collapsed to his knees, clutching at the gushing stump where his arm used to be, his golden ichor soaking the marble beneath him. His radiant aura flickered violently as the wound refused to close. This was no ordinary weapon, but something designed to kill gods. Gasps echoed across the courtyard. The other Olympians froze for a moment before chaos erupted. Some rushed to aid Apollo, while others looked around, confused and panicked. Poseidon, his face a storm of fury, stepped forward and barked out the order to track the shot and find the intruder, commanding his warriors to scour every inch of Mount Olympus if necessary. Divine scouts and armed sentinels vanished into the wind, some using magic, others riding winged beasts, spreading across the divine realm like a hive disturbed. Meanwhile, hidden in the high cliffs overlooking the chaos, Issei adjusted his scope again, watching the panic unfold. He thought it was amusing how one shot had already sent Olympus into disarray. The scene shifted back to the wounded Apollo, surrounded by several gods scrambling to treat his catastrophic injury. Dionysus knelt beside him, his usually carefree expression darkened by concern as he conjured flames from the flame of Hephaestus to cauterize the bleeding stump. Apollo gritted his teeth, barely holding back another scream as the divine fire sealed the wound shut. Beside him, Artemis silently wrapped his injury with divine-infused bandages, her hands steady, but her anger simmering beneath the surface. Demeter, pale and shaken, could hardly believe what she had just witnessed. Demeter asked, "Who could have done this?" The divine energy infused into the sniper round was unmistakable. It reeked of anti-divinity, something meant to kill gods. It wasn't a mortal weapon. This was warforged craftsmanship made for one purpose: execution. Artemis's jaw tightened as she secured the final bandage. The insult was personal. To wound Apollo, her twin, was to strike at her pride. She clicked her tongue in disgust, her voice dripping with venom. "Tisi, man-beasts." Suddenly her instincts flared. A subtle pressure in the air. A twitch in the flow of energy. Danger. Her eyes narrowed, scanning the mountain ridges. She turned sharply, something caught her gaze. A glint. A reflection. Far above them, perched with perfect stillness. A man. Sniper rifle in hand. That was him. Artemis's aura flared with wrath as she stood, summoning her divine bow in an instant. The gods around her paused in confusion, sensing the sudden shift in her killing intent. Without hesitation, she conjured 3 divine arrows, each one humming with lethal force and glowing with sacred light. "Die, you filthy scum," she shouted. She released the string with a sharp twang. The arrows cut through the air like rays of the moon, homing in on Issei's position with terrifying precision. Back on the ridge, Issei didn't move. Still prone, still in sniper position, only his mouth moved, his voice dry and flat. "Ah, sure." A blinding explosion erupted around him as the arrows struck, engulfing the peak in crescent-shaped light. The mountain shook. Smoke flooded the area, and where Issei had once been, now lay a crater, wide and deep, surrounded by burning embers and silence. Athena then stepped forward, her calm voice cutting through the tension. "Sister, what's wrong? Why did you shoot?" Artemis only grunted in frustration. The image of that man, the one who dared to cripple her brother, burned in her mind. A mortal. A man of all things. One of those she despised with every fiber of her divine being. It was a demon man, a mortal, Athena. "He crippled Apollo right in front of our eyes," she lashed out, her rage boiling over. Meanwhile, Zeus sat silently on his throne, still uncertain. As much as he wanted to trust Artemis's instincts, one question gnawed at him. How did a mortal bypass the divine barriers of Olympus? Barriers meant to detect, repel, and annihilate anything deemed a threat. What Zeus didn't know was that Issei had used the Hermes sigil, crafted by Hermes himself, to bypass Olympus' defenses, tricking the system into recognizing him as friendly. The other gods, Hermes included, were completely unaware. Then, from the smoke-filled crater Artemis had created, a sound cracked the silence. A boom, followed by another, then another. A red blur streaked from the explosion, wrapped in orange highlights, tearing through the air faster than sound, breaking 5 sonic barriers as it shot toward them like a missile. Its form was monstrous, a hybrid between dragon, devil, and man. It hovered midair, wings flaring out in a slow, deliberate beat. The moment Zeus and Athena laid eyes on the creature, they knew exactly who it was. "Eudaimon, disgrace of a brat," Zeus exclaimed. Hovering above them was none other than Issei. He had survived Artemis's divine arrows, and judging from the distorted chuckle he let out, he enjoyed every second of it. Had he not activated his devil trigger at the last second, he would have been ash. But he didn't just survive, he mocked them. "Bingo! Got you, old man." Round of applause for the hypocrite goddess of wisdom, cursebreaker of Medusa and daughter of Olympus's favorite arch. Only she figured it out. "Bravo!" With a flash, Issei deactivated his devil trigger and dropped from the sky. He landed dramatically, his boots cracking the marble ground. His coat fluttered, not a single scratch on him, thanks to the dreadnought royal guard that activated the moment his devil trigger kicked in. He stood tall, a cocky smirk on his face as the gods glared at him with disdain. "Apologies for the shot, folks. Couldn't help myself." Apollo was standing there like some kind of magazine model. "Had to test the latest bad boy, ultramarine." Turns out it's one hell of a deal. Athena had heard enough. She stepped forward, fury in her voice. You disgrace of a pillar! Not only did you steal rebellion of the Dark Knight Sparda, but you humiliate the gods of Olympus? You mock our laws, our legacy, our strength. Dai is 10 times the pillar you ever were. At least he takes his role seriously. Issei just stared at her. He didn't flinch. He didn't blink. He didn't care. Mockery, hatred, comparisons, none of it mattered. He simply didn't give a single thought to it. Well, I came here for one thing. I'm here for the amulet. Now where is Hephaestus? Only he has it. Zeus's rage was boiling. Without hesitation, he summoned his master bolt, divine energy crackling violently around it. With a roar, he hurled it toward Issei, but Issei simply sidestepped. The bolt struck the ground, detonating into a storm of lightning, splitting marble and sending shockwaves through the area. Unbothered, Issei casually took off his monocle, slipped on his sunglasses and smirked, taunting the gods without a care. Savage! The single word from one of the great heavenly dragons only enraged Zeus further. The insult, the mockery, and now this brat had the nerve to demand Sparda's relic, the amulet? Why should we, you demon brat? You'd only use it for your own selfish desires. You'd taint the Dark Knight's legacy in disgrace. Zeus shouted. Issei couldn't help but chuckle. The irony of Zeus questioning his connection to Sparda, when the man standing before them was no longer just a devil or a man, but Sparda's reincarnation. Now Zeus, that's the only thing I need. The amulet. Then beef's over. Nothing bad's gonna happen. Artemis snapped. She fired a divine arrow straight at Issei. With barely any effort, he tilted his head to the left and let it whiz past. Calmly, he removed the sunglasses and placed the monocle back on his left eye. Lies. That's what every man-beast does, lie in every possible way to get what they want. Artemis accused. Issei wasn't fazed, he just laughed, amused by the goddess's fury. Then his eyes scanned every Olympian present. Zeus, Hera, Demeter, Poseidon, Ares, Athena, Artemis, Dionysus, Hermes, and the wounded Apollo. Now, no need to go full Karen and get all sexist just 'cause I made a request. So I'll make this simple. He lifted his hand and snapped his fingers once, the echo sharp, bold. You've got 2 options. Hand over the amulet, we can do this the easy way, or the hard way. Which one is it gonna be? He paused, a devilish smirk spreading across his face. I prefer the stylish way. And the fight begins. In the divine courtyard of Mount Olympus, Issei stands with a smug grin, the breeze catching his coat as 10 furious gods face him down. Apollo, still kneeling and one arm short, snarls in silence. The others are equally enraged. Poseidon roars first, slamming his trident down as a tidal wave erupts from the marble floor. Issei vanishes in a blink, teleporting above the wave midair. Gotta be quicker than that, sea boomer, he taunts, pulling out loose and Umbra mid-flip, twisting in the air and unleashing a rapid-fire storm of demonic bullets. Each one hammers into Poseidon's armor like a jackhammer. As Poseidon staggers, Ares blitzes forward in a blur of red and gold, swinging a war axe. Issei lands with a heavy boot, parrying the axe royal guard style, absorbing the shockwave, and releases a perfect release that detonates in Ares' face. Nice swing. Now try mine, he quips, switching to Swordmaster and pulling out Rebellion. The blade ignites in a streak of red as he spins it like a tornado, uppercutting Ares and launching him skyward. He follows up with Helmbreaker, slamming the war god back to the ground in a crater. Dionysus throws a goblet of divine wine that combusts into purple flame. Issei smirks, switches to Trickster, and skates through the fire, his style meter rising to A, before sliding in with Coyote, his modified double-barrel shotgun. Bottoms up, great boy, he shouts, firing point blank. The blast hurls Dionysus back into a wall, causing him to cough up blood and wine. Demeter attempts to bind him with enchanted roots, while Athena flanks from behind with a divine spear. Issei grins. 2-on-1? Can't go why. He channels Draig, his claws and greaves glowing crimson. He blocks the roots with royal guard, then teleports behind Athena, grabbing her spear mid-move, yanking her forward, and slamming her into Demeter with a powered punch. "You sure you're the goddess of wisdom?" he mocks. Before they can recover, Artemis rains down divine arrows. Issei jumps into gunslinger mode, wielding Luce in one hand and Ombre in the other. He shoots every arrow mid-air, ricocheting bullets off stone columns with perfect aim. "Savage! Combo! SS rank!" he exclaims. He zips behind Artemis using Trickster Dash, flips over her, and slams her down with Rebellion Stinger, following up with Million Stab until her bow cracks in half. "You call that divine hunting? I call it Tuesday." Hermes blitzes in next, faster than light, but Issei is already switching to Royal Guard, eyes locked, grinning. Hermes' punches bounce off a glowing guard shell, each impact charging up a counter. "Thanks for charging my meter," Issei says. He releases the energy, which explodes back, sending Hermes flying like a ragdoll. Hera finally snaps, unleashing divine lightning and illusions of her past selves to disorient him. Issei turns toward the sky, holding Coyote in one hand and raising his free hand dramatically. "Draig! Style points now!" Draig roars from his gauntlet, commanding, "Blow her away!" The shotgun blast combined with a dragon burst disintegrates the divine illusions in a burst of crimson flame, causing Hera to collapse from the magical backlash. "Enough!" Zeus bellows as he descends from the sky in a flash of godly might. He summons a storm cloud and calls down his true lightning, a master bolt amplified beyond divine comprehension. Issei cracks his neck and clicks the safety off Luce. "Final round, old man," he declares. Zeus hurls the bolt. Issei activates Devil Trigger. His coat transforms into a demonic one that sprouts wings, his cloak billowing, and his eyes blazing with hellfire. He dashes into the bolt, clashing with it head-on. He blocks with Royal Guard into release. The explosion is god-shattering. He appears behind Zeus, rebellion impaled through his chest. "Here's the thing about thunder. It never strikes twice. But me? I do it with style," he states confidently. Zeus coughs blood and falls. Issei deactivates his Devil Trigger form and slowly approaches Zeus. "Be lucky I'm only after the amulet. I mean, I ain't some sadistic hunter toying with its prey, right? I kinda did earlier. But hey, not sadistic, just stylish." With a smirk, he pulls rebellion from Zeus's chest. The wound begins to heal, untouched by any god-slaying magic. He twirls Luce in one hand before sliding it smoothly into his holster. Suddenly, Issei feels a sharp pain as an enchanted root pierces his chest. His eyes widen slightly, not in pain, but in surprise. It was Demeter, bloodied and furious, using a root infused with a siphoning spell meant to drain demonic energy. More roots erupt, wrapping around Issei in layers, locking him in place. Then, a divine arrow flies in from Artemis, striking Issei's wrist. It explodes on impact, forcing rebellion from his grip. His hand is blown off, but it begins to regenerate, glowing crimson. Before he can react further, Athena chants a divine incantation, one borrowed from the Norse faction, strengthened by their alliance. The spell binds him tighter, glowing golden chains of runes intertwining with Demeter's roots. Poseidon steps forward, raising his trident as divine water spirals around him. He moves it down, encasing Issei completely inside a sphere of pressurized water, locking the bindings in a divine seal. Zeus, now standing tall, dusts off his blood-stained robes, a smug grin etched across his face. "You see, brat? You really thought you could take on the gods of Olympus? Think again," he taunts. Artemis sneers beside him, her voice sharp and venomous. "Know your place, you man-beast scum." Suddenly, a pulse of red emanates from rebellion, lying quietly on the marble floor. It begins to tremble, then levitates. The hilt spins midair, then rockets forward like a missile, slamming into Issei's regenerating hand. The moment it connects, his eyes flare open, glowing orange, and a pulse of demonic pressure explodes outward. A red aura bursts from his body, shattering the bindings. The divine water evaporates instantly. The roots and runes crack apart like glass. Issei stands tall again, wings spreading wide, his devil trigger fully active. His aura roars like a crimson inferno. Oops! You were saying Zeus? He quips. The demonic coat flares open, blood-red wings whipping back with a thunderclap as Issei's devil trigger form surges with raw infernal energy. The divine roots and seals that once held him in place shatter instantly, exploding in a blast of red lightning and hellfire. The Olympian gods are caught completely off guard, the spells from Demeter, Athena, and Poseidon evaporating like paper in a furnace. Issei's orange eyes gleam, a smirk tugging at his lips. Let's dance, you divine has-beens. Hermes lunges in with divine speed, daggers flashing. You're fast, but not fast enough, he exclaims. Issei switches to trickster, teleport dashing mid-swing and appearing behind him, coyote already in hand. Wrong. I'm faster, he replies. Two point-blank shotgun blasts blast Hermes straight through a marble column. The messenger god collapsed, his eyes rolling back. Issei was now targeting Dionysus, who raised his chalice, summoning madness. Let's see you fight through this haze, devil boy. Dionysus taunted. Issei grinned, switching to gunslinger, firing loose and Umbra with pinpoint ricochet shots that shattered the illusions. I fight better, buzzed, he replied. Bullets slammed into Dionysus's chest, flipping him over and knocking him unconscious. Next was Demeter. She screamed, launching more enchanted roots at him. Back to the earth with you, beast, she shouted. Issei dashed in, igniting rebellion in Swordmaster style. His slashes burned through every vine, and he flipped mid-air, driving his blade down into the ground. A shockwave erupted, hurling Demeter backward, leaving her unconscious. Stay buried, he said. Ares charged next, his divine axe raised. Face me, demon, he bellowed. Issei switched to royal guard, parrying 3 monstrous axe swings and absorbing their force. Then he released the built-up energy in a massive counterburst that shattered Ares' weapon. Ares was launched into the distance like a missile. Try that macho act in hell, Issei remarked. Poseidon roared, raising a divine tidal wave. You are nothing before the sea, he declared. Issei used Trickster to dash up the wave, midair spinning, switching to Drake. His fists blazed as he shouted, Here's your drought. He crashed down with a flaming green punch, knocking Poseidon into the temple wall, knocking him out. Hera was next. She chanted divine seals, and golden chains formed around her. I'll bind you forever, filth, she threatened. Issei zigzagged through the chains, blasting them apart with loose. He reached her in a flash and elbowed her straight into the floor. You should have bound your ego instead, he quipped. Apollo, wounded, crawled up, barely raising a hand of light. You, bstd, he gasped. Issei appeared above him, grabbed his face, and slammed him down hard. Shut up and hit the floor, cover boy, he said. Artemis rained divine arrows from above. I will not fall to a man-beast, she declared. Issei dashed through the barrage, caught her last arrow and crushed it. Call me whatever you want, I'm still knocking you out, he replied before delivering a savage headbutt that laid her flat. Drake announced, Bozo. Athena summoned her divine blade and shield. Your insolence ends here, pillar wannabe, she proclaimed. Issei parried each strike with royal guard, then struck back in Swordmaster, smashing her shield and delivering a flipping kick to her temple. Wisdom failed you, sweetie, he said. Finally, Zeus roared, charging a final master bolt. Dai Hyoudou brat. And face my wrath. The wrath of the king of the gods, he shouted. Issei activated all styles in sync, Trickster dash, Royal Guard deflect, Swordmaster spin combo, and Gunslinger bullet storm. He launched Rebellion skyward, juggled Zeus with bullets, then teleported above, caught the sword, and dive-bombed with a red flaming arc, and I'm your reckoning, he declared. With a crash, Zeus cratered into the marble floor, leaving silence in the aftermath. 10 gods lay knocked out cold. Issei stood at the center of the carnage, his coat billowing, rebellion resting on his shoulder. He soon deactivated his devil trigger form. Now, where the hell's Hephaestus? He wondered aloud. Issei exited the area, heading straight toward Hephaestus's domain. It didn't take long before he found it, massive, ancient, and burning with the heat of divine craftsmanship. He entered without hesitation, his eyes scanning the chamber filled with legendary weapons, each humming with power. At the center stood Hephaestus, waiting calmly, arms crossed. Issei approached slowly, casually inspecting the forge and admiring the brutal elegance of each creation forged by the god himself. "Easy way or hard way?" he asked. "Negotiation. Take a seat, Sparda," Hephaestus replied. Issei paused, his brows twitching slightly at the name. He didn't expect it to be thrown so casually by one of the Olympians. He walked over and sat down, his posture relaxed but his eyes sharp. "So you knew?" What an interesting surprise coming from the god of the forge. I expected the goddess of wisdom to put the pieces together first, but turns out you hit the jackpot, he said. Hephaestus gave a subtle grin, the kind only someone who worked with fire and steel all his life could wear, scarred, worn, but steady. Takes one to know one. You can't fake the way you hold rebellion. That sword only dances like that when it's in the hands of Sparda's blood, he replied. Issei leaned forward, fingers tapping on the table, his gaze flicking from one burning blade to the next. Guess I underestimated the quiet ones. You forge more than just weapons, huh? You forge truth, he observed. Hephaestus gave no answer. He didn't need to. The crackling forge spoke enough. He let out a slow breath, the fire of his forge flickering behind him as molten metal bubbled in the background. His hand clicked softly as he reached for a cooling blade, not to wield, but merely to inspect, keeping his eyes on Issei the whole time. You don't swing a sword like that without it remembering who it belonged to. Rebellion doesn't lie. And neither do the scars of this realm. They still whisper about the dark night, Hephaestus remarked. Issei leaned back, resting one arm across the back of the chair, a smirk crawling across his face. Amen. And here I thought the gods were too busy stroking their own egos to notice the undercurrents, he said. Most are. I'm not. I listen to metal. I listen to flame. Both told me you were coming, Hephaestus replied. He stood, walking toward a stone pedestal at the center of his forge, where a velvet-lined box rested. Hephaestus opened it, revealing a black and crimson amulet pulsing with sealed energy. You want your amulet? Fine. But it comes with a question. And a price, he said. Issei leaned forward, his eyes sharpening. Shoot, he urged. What do you plan to do with your previous legacy? Hephaestus asked. The room went silent, the crackle of fire the only thing between them. For a moment, the smirk faded from Issei's face. Not follow it. Not live in its shadow. But redefine it. Humanity doesn't need another legend, it needs a savior, he answered. Hephaestus studied him, then closed the box and handed it over. Then take it, Sparda. And may your soul and goal burn brighter than Olympus itself, he said. Issei stood up, grabbing the box with one hand and resting rebellion on his shoulder with the other. Trust me, Hephaestus, the fire's already lit, he replied. He opened the box, revealing the amulet inside. It pulsed with ancient power, Sparda's signature etched into its core like a burning scar. Without hesitation, he took it and slipped it around his neck. The amulet sat against his chest like it belonged there. So tell me, Hephaestus, why didn't you side with your fellow gods when they were fighting me? Do you happen to seek redemption? Issei inquired. Hephaestus didn't respond immediately. The glow of the forge flickered against his half-scarred face as he reached for a nearby tool, slowly turning it in his hands, not to use it, but to feel its weight. Redemption? I'm not one of them. I build weapons, not pride, he finally replied. What they call justice, I call noise. Hephaestus turned toward Issei, meeting his gaze with one molten eye. Besides, I know power when I see it. And you? You're not just walking around with Sparda's name. You are Sparda now. You carry his will, and that amulet just confirmed it. Issei smirked, the amulet still warm against his skin. So you chose not to fight, because you knew how that'd end. Hephaestus shrugged. No, I chose not to fight because I'm not stupid nor arrogant. I'm done with Olympus arrogance, especially my father. Hephaestus raised his hand, summoning 3 weapons from the heart of the forge. The air grew heavy as molten steel twisted and reformed, shaped by divine craftsmanship and demonic essence. Each weapon pulsed with raw power, devil arms forged through Sparda's amulet. Take these with you, Sparda. The first was a sleek black-bladed scythe wreathed in blue hellfire, the second, a pair of jagged chain blades crackling with demonic lightning, and the third, a cannon-like greatsword humming with abyssal energy. Issei stood up slowly, eyes scanning each devil arm with an approving smirk. DMN. You really went all in, huh? These beauties got names. Thanatos, Artemis, and Pandora, Hephaestus replied. Issei walked up to them, running a finger along the edge of one blade, feeling the energy resonate through his bones. You really do live up to the Forge God title. He grabbed all 3, his aura momentarily flaring with Sparda's power as the weapons recognized their new master. You sure you won't get excommunicated by Zeus himself if they find out about this? Hephaestus didn't flinch, his hammer steady as he molded another piece of metal. His gaze remained focused on the forge, his tone unbothered. Zeus has already made it clear what he thinks of me. I've long been beyond his reach. Let him burn with his pride. He paused, throwing a glance over his shoulder at Issei. Besides, the gods of Olympus have already lost their hold on power. They're nothing but relics of a bygone age. I'm not bound to them anymore. I don't think Zeus would care enough to investigate for devil arms and the amulet that I gave you. He'd just have temper tantrums. Issei chuckled, rolling his shoulder and adjusting the new weapons he had taken from the forge. Well, at least you're not as delusional as the rest of them. Hephaestus gave a small, almost imperceptible smile, then returned to his work. Delusions of grandeur make the gods blind. And I've long seen through their illusions. Issei nodded in agreement, slipping his hands into his pockets, ready to leave. Guess you've made your choice then. I respect that. He turned to leave, the forge's heat still lingering in the air. I'll make sure your work lives on, Hephaestus. The gods may not care, but I'll make DMN sure it's remembered. With that, he exited the forge, leaving the quiet hum of the divine flames behind. In Kuoh Town, Japan, at 5:36 p.m., the empty warehouse was devoid of life. Eva had just arrived, sent by Karl to assist Rias Gremory's peerage alongside the faction's pillar. Her mission was simple: support and cleanup. The moment her boots hit Kuoh's soil, she was already moving. In her left hand, she gripped the Yamato tightly, its dark blade gleaming faintly under the moonlight that filtered through the broken windows. She stepped into the warehouse, shadows curling around her figure, the only illumination being the pale light of the moon spilling across the floor. Her eyes scanned the area, tight, still. Suddenly, 2 stray devils emerged from the darkness. Both male, their grins were as filthy as their auras. Well, look what wandered in. A little baddie with bust and butt to match. They chuckled, eyes glowing with twisted intent, stepping closer. Eva didn't even blink. Her grip on Yamato tightened. Her silence said enough. Eva's eyes narrowed beneath her bangs, her expression unreadable. She took a slow step forward, the sound of her boots echoing in the hollow warehouse. The Yamato in her left hand gleamed under the moonlight, exuding a quiet pressure that weighed on the air. T-Siege, typical filth. Always thinking with the wrong head. The 2 stray devils laughed crudely, completely unaware of the danger that stood before them. Feisty too, I like 'em when they put up a fight. Eva didn't humor them with another word. In a blink, she vanished. A whoosh of cutting wind split the air as the Yamato's sheath rang with the sound of a perfect AI slash. One of the strays froze mid-step, blood spraying from a thin, delayed slash that tore across his chest. He dropped, lifeless, before he could even process what happened. The second stray's eyes widened. What the? Before he could finish, Eva appeared behind him, her voice like ice. Your judgment was over the moment you opened your mouth. With a smooth motion, she unsheathed and resheathed the Yamato in a flash. A dark rift opened across the devil's torso, bisecting him cleanly before his upper half slipped off with a wet thud. Silence returned to the warehouse, the moonlight casting long shadows over the corpses. Eva stood still, unmoving, the tip of the Yamato dripping faint traces of corrupted blood. Cleanup complete. Time to meet the princess of this territory. She turned and walked toward the warehouse exit, her coat billowing with each silent, precise step, like a ghost leaving behind a storm. Suddenly, a large stray devil emerged from the shadows. Eva immediately took her stance, Yamato drawn, ready to engage. But just as she prepared to strike, something unexpected happened. A blue bird, no, not a bird, a demonic creature, fluttered into view. Its feathers sparked with unnatural energy as it zipped through the air, flapping wildly, catching the stray devil's attention. The beast snarled, distracted, its gaze following the erratic flight. Without warning, the demonic bird unleashed a barrage of lightning strikes. Bolts of raw electricity tore through the air, slamming into the massive stray. The creature convulsed violently, collapsing to the ground with a heavy thud, smoke rising from its charred body. Eva lowered her stance, stunned. Her eyes locked onto the strange creature, confused and cautious. A demonic bird that can use lightning? Before she could inspect it further, the bird vanished into thin air, its summon limit reached. Yamato found its way back to her sheath with a quiet click. Then she noticed him. Standing beneath the fractured light of the moon was a man with a noble, striking profile. His hair was two-toned, silver blonde above, fading into warm brown underneath. His piercing blue eyes burned with quiet resolve and a haunting clarity. Draped in a dark, sleek Vatican trench coat lined with gold, a lion-shaped brooch clasped the high collar. Embedded in the center of his chest was a gem that pulsed faintly. In his right hand, he carried a holy sword shaped like a cane. In his left, a worn poetry book. Eva narrowed her eyes, questioning the man before her. "Who are you exactly? Those clothes, are you an exorcist?" she asked. The man let out a quiet chuckle, clearly amused by her question. "Not an exorcist, no, more like just another failure, one not so different from the Excalibur project," he replied, tilting his head as his gaze drifted toward the broken roof above. He spoke again, his words flowing like verse, heavy with bitterness. Once bound by holy rites, now cast adrift. A scarred remnant of their cruel ambition. No temple nor tomb will claim me now. Only the road whispers my absolution. His calm voice carried a wistful tone, but the weight of his words lingered in the air. "What?" Eva responded, confused. The man shrugged slightly, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "Oh, sorry. Just a hobby of mine," he said. Eva remained cautious, her eyes still fixed on him. "Then at least tell me, who are you? What's your name?" she pressed. He hesitated for a moment, as if weighing the cost of truth. Then, with a smirk that seemed cocky yet effortless, he said, "I have no name. I am but 2 days old." A short beat passed before he added, "Just kidding. You can call me Issei." Suddenly, the scene transitioned into a glass, and then, bang, 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 bang. The glass shattered, revealing the words, "Mission 5, and mission rank, this. To be continued." In Kuoh Town, Japan, at 5:36 p.m., Eva had met a new exorcist during her mission named Issei. Despite his appearance, she remained doubtful. His presence, his power, and more than anything, his name. Issei. It sounded far too similar to the name of the former faction alliance's pillar, Issei Hyoudou. "Ayaha," she remarked, drawing the Yamato from its sheath. The blade hummed with restrained power as she held it inches from his neck. Issei blinked, surprised that the tension had escalated so quickly. "You think you can fool me, heretic? You're a devil, aren't you? That demonic bird, it belonged to you, right?" she accused, her voice sharp and echoing through the empty warehouse. She didn't lower her weapon, not even an inch. Trust wasn't something she gave easily, especially not to someone who appeared out of nowhere with a summon like that. Issei, however, didn't falter. He let out a soft chuckle and casually pushed the edge of Yamato away from his neck with the back of his hand. "Devil? How am I a devil? Sure, that summon was mine. Its name is Griffin. But I'm human, not a heretic hiding in flesh. So tell me, what's your name? He asked. Eva hesitated. His casual demeanor was disarming, but her instincts were still on high alert. The last time someone had asked her name like that, it was a stray devil who had used charm magic, and she still hadn't lived that down. The thought made her flustered for a moment, but she caught herself. Eva Redgrave. Ward of Carl Redgrave. You're strange. You don't have a surname, so you're not a ward, are you? She stated. Issei nodded slowly, his expression unreadable. I'm clearly not a ward, Eva, he replied. With a sigh, Eva slid Yamato back into its sheath. The tension lingered, but her aggression eased. With a flick of her hand, she dismissed the blade with a shimmer of magic and stepped forward. You sure you aren't a devil? Who sent you here, anyway? What's your mission in Kuoh? She inquired. Issei didn't respond immediately. Instead, he opened his poetry book, flipping through a few worn pages before speaking again. No one sent me here. My only mission is to clear out the strays in these streets, and maybe find a bit of peace for myself. I'm just a shadow of my former self, robbed of everything by my own kin, he explained, looking up to meet her eyes. Tell me, Eva, isn't clearing out strays your mission too? He asked. Eva remained serious but sighed. I'm here to aid the Gremory princess and her peerage, along with the Alliance's pillar, Dai Hyoudou. Rias Gremory, the little sister of the Devil King, Surzex Lucifer, she stated. The moment those names were mentioned, Issei clenched his jaw slightly. Internally, fury bubbled at their mere mention, but outwardly, he remained stoic and calm, the image of a wandering scholar. I see. Be careful out there, Redgrave. You're dealing with devils. You might even get reincarnated as one of the Gremory servants if you're not cautious, he warned, flipping a page in his book without looking up. Take Zenobia Quarta for example. Natural-born holy sword wielder, exorcist like us. She lost her faith. Traded her loyalty for a devil's crest. Now she serves as Gremory's knight, bound to the very thing we were trained to destroy, he continued. Eva's eyes narrowed at his words, a flicker of unease passing through her expression. You speak as if you've seen it firsthand. Like you knew her, she remarked. He let out a quiet breath, his gaze still fixed on the pages. Knew her? I fought beside her. Watched her fall, he said, his voice trailing off. Not in battle, but in conviction. One moment she was a sword of God, the next, just another pawn under the Gremory banner. He finally closed the book and looked at Eva, his piercing blue eyes meeting hers. He warned her that they would offer kindness, making it seem like she belonged. But he cautioned that all it took was one moment of weakness, and she would wake up with a crest burned into her soul, calling a devil master. Eva's grip tightened at her side, the weight of the Yamato at her hip feeling heavier. She declared that it wouldn't happen to her. Issei gave a small, almost sympathetic smile and expressed his hope that it wouldn't, but reminded her that once she was in, there was no turning back. He advised her that loyalty wasn't true loyalty if it was bought with comfort. Eva's expression hardened, her brows furrowing as she stepped closer to. She questioned him, asking why he was really there if he had seen all that and knew how deep their corruption ran. Issei returned her gaze, calm and unmoved, stating that unfinished business doesn't bury itself and that some debts, no matter how old, demand to be paid. He turned slightly, slipping the poetry book back into his coat, and added that not all devils wear horns, some wear crowns, and others just wear smiles. Eva's eyes followed him, still unsure what to make of him. She remarked that he spoke like a man who had lost everything. He paused and glanced over his shoulder, admitting that he had lost everything but that losing it taught him what really mattered. He took a few steps forward into the shadow of the warehouse doors, his voice echoing faintly as he advised her to keep her sword close because she might need it sooner than she thought. And just like that he walked into the darkness, vanishing into the shadows. As he walked, Griffin materialized with a sharp crackle, landing lightly on Issei's right shoulder. The familiar, a mischievous and talkative spirit, tilted its head, observing its summoner with a bemused smirk. Griffin questioned Issei's decision, reminding him that the Leviathan girl was under the protection of the Gremory. He suggested that if Issei were wise, he would back down, as facing that girl again would be troublesome. He turned his head slightly, irritation flashing across his face, and told Griffin that it was none of his business. Griffin puffed up his chest, seemingly offended by Issei's indifference, but quickly settled back into his familiar, arrogant posture. He insisted that it was his business when I was about to make another foolish decision. He reminded Issei that the girl was not just some random devil he could casually approach, and that he knew it. Issei didn't respond immediately. His gaze hardened as he focused on the task ahead. He declared that he wasn't backing down and would do whatever it took to fix the mess, whether it was with Dai, Rias, or anyone else standing in his way. Griffin let out an exaggerated sigh but didn't argue further, knowing better than to try and talk Issei out of something once his mind was made up. Instead, he ruffled his wings and muttered under his breath, expressing his concern for Issei's stubbornness and hoping he wouldn't get himself killed. Issei's expression softened for a moment, a faint, sardonic smile tugging at the corner of his lips as he reassured Griffin that he would survive and to just trust him. Griffin let out a loud, sarcastic laugh, his feathers ruffling as he perched smugly. He suggested that Issei call in the entire Bowser squad if he ended up scrapping with the girl and her loyal followers, warning that dealing with that situation again would be a total hassle. Unbothered, he kept walking, his eyes fixed ahead, his boots crunching against gravel as the shadows swallowed his form. The dark welcomed him like an old friend, and Griffin, muttering under his breath, reluctantly followed, expressing his frustration with Issei's reckless determination. The scene faded in on a lone figure standing atop a jagged cliff in the underworld. The wind howled, carrying the scent of war. Issei Hyoudou stood at the edge, his coat billowing behind him. Below, an army of the supernatural stretched across the battlefield, devils, fallen angels, angels and gods from distant mythologies, a force united by a common enemy, him. A smirk played on his lips. Without hesitation, he dove from the cliff. Mid-air, he drew loose and Umbra, spinning as he rained down bullets. He landed with a shockwave, instantly cutting down a dozen foes with rebellion, his blade tearing through armor. With a single, fluid motion he lunged forward, using Stinger. A piercing move sent an entire legion flying. Suddenly, two crimson spheres of power of destruction hurtled toward him. Issei flipped, twisting mid-air. Before impact, his hand glowed with royal guard, absorbing the energy and dispersing it with ease. The attackers revealed themselves. Surzex Lucifer and Rias Gremory stood alongside Team DXD, their eyes filled with fury. Without hesitation, Issei raised Luce and Umbra, aiming the muzzles at his former allies. The scene shifted to a brutal sword duel, where the bullets transitioned into sparks flying as Issei faced Dai. Dai strained under the weight of Issei's blows, his sword trembling. Issei, however, remained calm and mocking, toying with him. Their swords collided, and the scene cut to black. In a new scene filled with mystery and intrigue, a beautiful blonde woman gazed at a massive containment tube glowing with holy magic. Inside were the shattered remains of Yamato. The scene shifted again to a single gunshot, where a blonde man, face hidden in shadow, reloaded his revolver, stepping over the corpses of stray devils. On the battlefield, Pexinox loomed, surrounded by his monstrous army. Facing them alone was Issei, grinning with force edge in hand. Without warning, he charged forward. In the final scene, a silhouette of Issei stood before a mysterious fruit. He reached out and took a bite. Dark crimson energy erupted, engulfing him. The screen distorted, showcasing a surge of unstoppable power. Meanwhile, the night air in Kuoh was calm. The city lights gently illuminating the quiet streets. Eva moved like a phantom, scanning her surroundings with sharp, trained eyes. She walked with quiet confidence, her long coat trailing behind her, and her red eyes glowing faintly in the dark. She was searching for the next step in her mission. Her gaze stopped on a girl standing beneath a street lamp. The girl had short black hair, sleek glasses, and wore the Kuoh Academy girl's uniform. There was a composed elegance to her stance, like someone used to control and power. It was Sona Shirturai, the student council president of Kuoh Academy and the little sister of Seraphal Leviathan. Sona addressed Eva, confirming her identity. Eva paused, her eyes narrowing slightly. Her presence was calm, but beneath the surface, her magic crackled like distant thunder. She studied Sona carefully, questioning whether Sona's knowledge was meant to impress her. Sona adjusted her glasses, maintaining a neutral expression. She explained that her knowledge was not meant to impress but to save time. The tension between them hung in the air, two different legacies, two different paths, crossing at last. Eva warned Sona not to waste her time and requested to be taken to Rias Gremory, acknowledging Sona's connection to the Devil King. Sona calmly confirmed her identity and her relationship with Seraphal Leviathan, noting that while she found her sister's antics exhausting, she did not share her flair. Eva remained guarded, dissecting Sona with her gaze, insisting that if this was a trap, she would fight her way out, regardless of titles. Sona acknowledged the tension but assured Eva there would be no tricks. She informed Eva that Rias was on campus at Kuoh Academy, preparing for their meeting. Eva raised an eyebrow, surprised that Rias was expecting her. Sona explained that Eva's use of Yamato had made waves in the magical surveillance networks, and Rias had wanted to meet her since Michael vouched for her. A flicker of annoyance crossed Eva's face at the mention of Michael, feeling that others were watching her choices grated against her pride. She warned Sona again that if this was a trap, she would not hesitate to fight back. Sona smirked faintly, not in amusement but in respect, acknowledging Eva's determination. Sona conjured a glowing blue sigil beneath their feet, a testament to her precision and mastery over magical science. She informed Eva that they would not be walking. The magic circle would take them straight to the student council room where Rias would be waiting. Eva cast one last glance at the street behind her before stepping onto the circle, her grip tightening around the hilt of Yamato at her hip. With a flash of the demonic circle, the two vanished, leaving behind the quiet street now empty under the moon's watchful gaze. Inside the academy's courtyard, the silence was unnerving. Not a single student, teacher, or staff member roamed the grounds. The area was eerily still, the wind brushing gently across the trees surrounding an old, worn-down school building tucked behind the main campus. This place, long abandoned by modern Kuoh Academy, had been repurposed by Rias Gremory as the base for her peerage. A glowing magic circle suddenly manifested on the cracked stone floor of the courtyard. With a flash of light, Sona Citri and Eva Redgrave emerged, the faint hum of magical energy dissipating quickly. Sona took the lead confidently, striding toward the building with Eva close behind, her boots echoing softly with each step. Inside, the scene was a stark contrast. Rias Gremory sat on a lavish red velvet couch, leaning seductively into Dai, playfully running her fingers across his chest. Akino Himedma, ever the temptress, was perched on Dai's other side, smiling coyly as his arm rested behind her. Their flirting was casual and NTMT, as if they had done this 1,000 times before. Sona stopped in her tracks, letting out a quiet sigh as she adjusted her glasses, jealousy flashing for the briefest moment in her eyes. Despite her usual composure, even Eva wasn't immune to the scene unfolding before her. Awkwardness and disgust swirled within her expression as she observed the so-called pillar of the supernatural factions. A womanizer? A flirt? She had done her research. She knew he was the host of the evil dragon Krumkruch and a former human-turned-devil, but she hadn't expected this behavior. Her lips twitched, forming a faint grimace. She stared coldly, her body language stiff with discomfort, arms crossed tightly under her cloak. Sona cleared her throat, breaking the tension. Rias blinked and quickly sat up straighter, composing herself as if a switch had been flipped. She rose from the couch with elegance, brushing a stray red strand behind her ear. "Your guest is here, Rias," Sona announced. Rias nodded, her expression shifting from flirtatious to diplomatic. A soft, welcoming smile formed on her face, one practiced, royal, and fit for a daughter of the Gremory household. Meanwhile, Dai lazily threw one arm over the couch, still smirking as if the whole moment had been a game. Eva remained expressionless, but her fingers curled tightly at her sides, her cold, piercing gaze flicking between the devils in front of her. The remnants of their shameless display still lingered in her mind. She hadn't come here for flirty games or idle banter, she had come to fulfill her mission. Rhea stepped forward with grace, her long crimson hair swaying behind her like a royal banner. She extended a hand toward Eva, her voice smooth but firm. Eva Redgrave, am I right? Or shall I say, the Red Scarf Exorcist? The nickname stung, reminding Eva of her past missions and the blood she had spilled in the name of the church. It also reminded her of how far she now stood from that path. Still, her face betrayed nothing. Inside, the memory of Rhea's earlier flirtations with Dai stirred her anger. So this was the sister of Surzek's Lucifer, a woman with royal blood and little sense of dignity. Days had passed since the chaos unfolded, 3 devastating attacks in a single day. Now, inside the Grand Council chamber of Lucifer City, the atmosphere was heavy with tension and unease. Every faction leader was present, seated around the circular obsidian table under the watchful gaze of the seraphic statues that adorned the walls. The chair of Seraphal Leviathan remained empty, draped with her cape in silent tribute as she was still recovering from the brutal injuries inflicted by Issei Soy. As for the Gremory peerage, all members besides Asia and Gasper had managed to recover from their injuries in the past days. The silence was broken by the calm, sharp voice of Shemhazai, Governor-General of the Grigori, as he opened the meeting with a grim tone. 3 separate attacks. All in one day. Each executed by a different threat. Yet all equally catastrophic. He tapped a file on the table, and a holographic image of Mount Olympus rose above it, reduced to scorched ruins. According to the report submitted by Lady Athena, Mount Olympus was assaulted by a lone individual, a former pillar of the supernatural factions. Issei Hyoudou. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the room. Shemhazai continued without pause. He infiltrated Olympus, fought and defeated multiple gods, including Zeus, and stole one of the 2 amulets of Sparda, an artifact previously under the protection of the forge god, Hephaestus. He gestured again, and an image of Hephaestus appeared, now listed as missing. Hephaestus vanished on the same day. So did several devil arms forged by his hand. Lady Athena is reluctant to comment on whether he was slain or went into hiding. He leaned forward, his voice now lower. And that was only the first incident of that day. Many of the leaders grew visibly frustrated as Shemhazai finished briefing the first incident. The mere mention of Issei Hyoudou, the disgrace of the pillars, stirred a mix of contempt and discomfort among them. None more than Zeus, who clenched his fists tightly, his memory still vivid with the humiliation he and the other Olympians suffered at Hyoudou's hands. The second incident occurred shortly after. Another individual entered Kuoh town. He identified himself as Issei Hyoudou, claiming to be an exorcist from Germany. But the name alone raises suspicions. Ajuka, now present and recovered from his recent clash with Hyoudou, though he had paid the price with the loss of his Kankara formula, raised his hand, his eyes sharp with calculation. He's connected to Hyoudou. I'm certain of it. According to Rosweiss's field report, compiled before the fight, the aura was human. But Rhys and her team initially believed it was Hyoudou himself, masking his presence with a magic cloak. Their reasoning? The aura and magical pressure were nearly identical to Hyoudou's. He paused for effect, then leaned forward. But here's the strange part. The Kuoh incident occurred almost exactly 1 hour after Hyoudou's assault on Mount Olympus. A silence fell over the chamber, the implication clear. 2 beings with Sparda-tier signatures. The table shimmered with magic, projecting a visual comparison between Issei Hyoudou and Issei Hyoudou. Both figures stood side by side in the projection. Similar build, similar aura, but distinct weapons and presence. And the difference between the 2. This Issei didn't have rebellion in his hands. Instead, he wielded a holy sword. But it gets worse, far worse. He also commands 3 demonic summons. He narrowed his eyes as the image shifted, revealing 3 monstrous entities cloaked in infernal energy. These weren't ordinary demons. According to the ancient scrolls of the underworld, they once served the tyrant prince of darkness, Mundus. Sparda himself sealed them away long before the 4 Satans even existed. Odin furrowed his brow, his tone skeptical but grim. If that's true, then this Issei wields the power of sealed high-class demons? That's not just concerning, it's catastrophic. He's no mere exorcist. He's something crafted. Zizel, the former governor of the Grigori, present with arms crossed, had a thoughtful but sharp expression. Which raises the bigger question, how did he unseal or tame them? Or more importantly, why do they follow him? Demons of that level don't just accept a leash. Not unless they see him as something greater. Michael's gaze darkened, his voice even but edged. He wields a holy sword, and yet he walks alongside entities once loyal to Mundus. That contradicts the foundational balance of sacred and demonic energy. Either the sword is tainted, or the wielder is no longer entirely human. Barakiel, newly recovered and sporting a prosthetic arm nearly identical in design to Azazel's, joined in coldly. And the resemblance in aura to Hyoudou, too precise. Too exact. This isn't coincidence. The only answer is doppelganger magic. Ajuka nodded slowly, his eyes flicking across the room. It's a good theory, Barakiel, but it still doesn't answer the core problem. How can they have the same aura and magic signature levels, and yet one is demonic and the other is human? He tapped the projection with 2 fingers, emphasizing the fluctuating energy readings between the 2 figures. It doesn't make sense. Normally, a person's magic signature is like a fingerprint, unique to their race, soul structure, and energy source. It cannot be replicated exactly without being the same being. Take Hyoudou and Ritterdrach, for example. Their signatures are too identical, not just similar, but identical. Ajuka paused, narrowing his eyes. He continued, explaining that it couldn't be doppelganger magic. A doppelganger is a mirrored copy, down to genetic data and traits, but it still draws from the same core essence. You can't copy that across different races. Hyoudou is unmistakably demonic in origin now, but this Ritterdrach reads as pure human. That discrepancy shouldn't exist unless someone rewrote the laws governing magical resonance. The room fell into uneasy silence until Azazel exhaled sharply, implying that someone manipulated the magical laws themselves, like rewriting an equation that governs identity. Michael cleared his throat to speak next, sharing that they had searched thoroughly and found no records of an exorcist named Issei Ritterdrach. No place of birth, no registry entries, nothing from the Vatican archives. It was as if he never existed. Azazel let out a low, frustrated sigh, pinching the bridge of his nose. This made the situation even more annoying. No past, no file, no background check. He just appeared out of thin air and started causing chaos in Kuoh as if it were personal. The air in the room tensed as Surzex gently cleared his throat, drawing attention to the 3rd incident. Surzex reported that this incident occurred in the underworld, specifically within the Citri estate. It was a full-scale assault. According to Belfast, the attackers weren't just terrorists or mercenaries, they were one of Pexinox's elite commando units. Their objective was the remains of Serafal Leviathan's youngest sister, Miyuki Citri. They tore through the estate as if they knew exactly what they were looking for. As of today, Lady Leviathan remained in critical condition after sustaining heavy injuries. Lord and Lady Citri survived, but barely. The estate itself was in ruins. Silence fell again, heavier now. 3 incidents, each involving deeply personal targets, precise execution, and unknown players. The board was set, and someone was moving pieces from the shadows. The former governor of the Grigori rubbed his temples in mounting frustration. The threads were tangled, too many unanswered questions and overlapping threats. Clearly, there was a third party pulling strings, orchestrating chaos while the factions scrambled to react. Azazel leaned back in his chair, eyes narrowing. He noted that there was no appearance, no origin, and no faction ties, just a name and a trail of destruction. That wasn't a terrorist, it was someone playing war like a chessboard. Tension thickened in the room as each leader silently acknowledged the grim truth. This wasn't a clash of enemies, it was the prelude to something far more dangerous. Falbium finally broke the heavy silence, his calm but weighty tone grounding the room. He suggested that they consider whether Dai was truly ready to wield the Force Edge. His recommendation was to hold off on any offensive actions, avoiding preemptive strikes. They should focus on preparation. Dai, along with the members of the DXD team, must train harder than ever before. Once Dai was truly ready and could wield the Force Edge without losing himself, that would be the time to strike. A murmur of cautious agreement followed before Yasaka of the Yukai faction stepped forward, her fan folding with a soft snap. She stated that strategically, Lord Asmodeus had a point. With their current instability, a premature strike could invite complete collapse. Her forces would assist with fortification and intelligence gathering, especially near Kyoto, providing a defensive perimeter and keeping watch for any movement from Pexinoxes. Elmenhild, ever composed, brushed her platinum hair over her shoulder, her eyes cold and analytical. She mentioned that the vampire clans would contribute surveillance assets and arcane specialists. If Pexinox was experimenting with resurrection or soul fragmentation, as suspected with Miyuki, they needed access to forbidden alchemy and sealing arts. She would open the archive of the Carmilla lineage under strict supervision. A sudden snort cut through the room as Zeus, god of thunder, slammed his fist on the table, lightning crackling at his knuckles. He declared that all this planning and caution was pathetic. They wanted to wait until a boy could swing a sword? He suggested gathering their best and scorching every trace of Pexinox from every realm. Ajuka, arms folded, turned toward him with a calm stare. He cautioned that impatience could lead to another Olympus or another Citri incident. They didn't need a show of strength, they needed control. Zeus gritted his teeth in response, stating that they should not expect Olympus to sit idle while this threat grew. They had been humiliated once, and there wouldn't be a second time. The tension flared, but the room remained silent, processing the weight of the plan. Patience, training, unity, and a counterstrike when Dai was ready. Because if the Force Edge truly was the blade of Sparda, they would only have one shot to make it count. Unbeknownst to the gathered leaders, a discreet security surveillance orb stationed in the far corner of the chamber continued its silent recording, its enchantments cloaked and seemingly routine. However, the twist came with a cruel revelation: the orb had been wiretapped. Its data stream was no longer exclusive to the Alliance. Somewhere deep within an unknown server, encrypted and rerouted dozens of times across dimensional relays, someone was watching and listening. Every word spoken, every plan made, every weakness exposed. A low static buzz crackled in a dark room as an unknown figure leaned forward onto the monitor, cloaked in shadow, eyes fixed on the projections of the leaders. The figure noted that they planned to wait, which was good. This was enough evidence to brief the squad. The feed continued, and the game behind the game moved forward. The scene fades in on a lone figure standing atop a jagged cliff in the underworld. The wind howls, carrying the scent of war. Issei Hyoudou stands at the edge, his coat billowing behind him. Below, an army of the supernatural stretches across the battlefield: devils, fallen angels, angels, and gods from distant mythologies, a force united by a common enemy, him. A smirk plays on his lips. Without hesitation he dives. Mid-air, he draws loose and Umbra, spinning as he rains down bullets. He lands with a shockwave, instantly cutting down a dozen foes with rebellion, his blade tearing through armor. With a single, fluid motion he lunges forward with Stinger. A piercing move sends an entire legion flying. Suddenly, two crimson spheres of power of destruction hurtle toward him. Issei flips, twisting midair. Before impact, his hand glows with royal guard, absorbing the energy and dispersing it with ease. The attackers reveal themselves. Surzex Lucifer and Rias Gremory stand alongside Team DXD, their eyes filled with fury. Without hesitation, Issei raises Luce and Umbra, the muzzles aimed at his former allies. The tension in the air is palpable. The scene shifts to a brutal sword duel, where Issei faces Dai. Dai strains under the weight of Issei's blows, his sword trembling. Issei, however, remains calm and mocking, toying with him. Their swords collide, and the scene cuts to black. In a new scene filled with mystery and intrigue, a beautiful blonde woman gazes at a massive containment tube glowing with holy magic. Inside lies the shattered remains of Yamato. The scene shifts again to a single gunshot. A blond man, his face hidden in shadow, reloads his revolver, stepping over the fallen stray devils. The scene transitions to an apocalyptic confrontation on the battlefield, where Pexinox looms, surrounded by his monstrous army. Facing them alone is Issei, grinning with force edge in hand. Without warning, he charges forward. In the final scene, a silhouette of Issei stands before a mysterious fruit. He reaches out and takes a bite. Dark crimson energy erupts, engulfing him, and the screen distorts with a surge of unstoppable power. The title card appears, Security May Cry. Opening end. In Kuoh Town, the morning sun filters softly through the curtains of an apartment, casting a gentle glow over the tidy space. Eva stands by the mirror, slipping on her blazer as she adjusts the Kuoh Academy ribbon at her collar. Her long hair is neatly tied back, and her expression reflects mild irritation mixed with nervous energy. Eva couldn't believe she had to wear this cliché school uniform. She had been enrolled in the academy as a transfer for the past 3 days. Despite her complaint, a faint blush of anticipation colored her cheeks. It had been a long time since she had experienced anything resembling a normal life. Adjusting the Kuoh Academy ribbon at her collar, she glanced at her reflection, frowning slightly before turning away. Across the room, Miyuki sat at the small dining table, enjoying a plate of toast, eggs, and fruit. Her cheeks were puffed as she chewed eagerly, savoring the rich flavors. The light in her eyes was brighter than it had been in the underworld. She looked healthier and more at ease. Miyuki expressed her delight, saying she never knew food could taste this good and that she already liked this world. Eva shot her younger companion a dry smirk as she picked up her school bag. She warned Miyuki not to get too comfortable, explaining that Kuoh was not exactly a boring place, being governed by 2 devil heiresses, Rias Gremory and Sona Citri. She advised Miyuki to watch her step. Miyuki paused, her expression thoughtful as she took another bite. Her eyes darkened slightly at the mention of Sona's name, memories of her past weighing on her mind. Eva, still unaware of Miyuki's troubled history, didn't notice the subtle shift. Miyuki hoped she wouldn't be bored, and Eva let out a faint chuckle, her shoulders relaxing a bit. As she headed for the door, she glanced back at Miyuki, who was still absorbed in her meal. She instructed Miyuki to stay at the apartment while she was gone, encouraging her to make herself at home and watch some television. Eva picked up her bag and twisted the doorknob as she prepared to leave. Just as she walked a few feet away from the apartment, Miyuki followed her to the doorway, her eyes softening. She gently called out to Eva, wishing her to take care and waving her hand. Eva paused for a moment, then let a small, genuine smile tug at her lips before leaving the apartment behind on her way to the academy once again. As she walked through the quiet morning streets, Eva shifted back to her usual cold demeanor, her gaze sharp and focused. Despite the calm around her, a sense of irritation built up within her. The thought of dealing with the Gremory peerage again made her scowl. It was always the same with them, constantly trying to convince her to join Dai's harem, even after he lost the deal. To Dai, it was all about possessing her body and claiming the Yamato. That desperation reeked of weakness, and Eva couldn't stand it. She muttered under her breath, her grip tightening on her bag, calling them pathetic. She knew they would likely try again today, another round of coaxing or some new scheme to get her to agree. She scoffed at the thought, confident they had no idea who they were dealing with. Eva wasn't about to let herself be treated like a prize to be won. With each step closer to Kuoh Academy, she reinforced her resolve. If they tried anything again, she wouldn't hesitate to put them in their place. At Kuoh Academy, Eva walked through the hallway, her footsteps firm and unyielding. The usual hum of student chatter filled the air, but as she passed, several male students couldn't help but ogle at her, eyes wide and hearts practically floating above their heads. Noticing their stares, Eva abruptly stopped and fixed them with a piercing, icy glare. She threatened them, asking if they had decided which one of them would die first. The chilling tone made the boys flinch back immediately, paling as if death itself had just whispered in their ears. A few even stumbled over their own feet as they hurriedly dispersed, murmuring apologies. Eva scoffed softly as she continued on her way, muttering under her breath about their foolishness. Navigating the crowded hallway, she finally reached her classroom. Pausing at the door, her eyes narrowed at the sight before her. Dai, as usual, was surrounded by a small crowd of female students, all fawning over him with starry eyes and eager giggles. The girls seemed captivated by his charm, completely ignoring the envious glares from the male students in the room. Standing nearby, Rias and Aquino were visibly trying to maintain their composure, though the faint irritation in their eyes betrayed their feelings. Eva let out a silent sigh, her face settling into a deadpan expression as she watched the scene unfold, thinking that the idiot never changed. She settled into her seat, carefully pulling out a book from her bag. Its leather cover was adorned with intricate gold highlights, and the letter V was embossed elegantly on the front. It was a poetry book by William Blake, one of the few things that brought her some semblance of peace amidst the chaos of Kuoh Academy. It was a poetry book by William Blake, one of the few things that brought Eva some semblance of peace amidst the chaos of Kuoh Academy. Placing the book gently on the desk, she flipped through the pages with practiced grace, finding solace in the familiar lines. As the room remained filled with chatter and Dai's flirtatious antics, Eva tuned it all out, letting the words absorb her thoughts. Her voice, barely above a whisper, carried a soft, almost melancholic tone as she read a verse aloud. To see a world in a grain of sand and a heaven in a wild flower, hold infinity in the palm of your hand and eternity in an hour. The rhythm of the words seemed to soothe her, anchoring her mind amid the mundane yet noisy surroundings. Despite the ongoing commotion in the classroom, Eva remained calm, her focus unwavering as she continued to immerse herself in the poetic verses. One of the girls nearby glanced curiously at Eva but quickly looked away when Eva's sharp gaze momentarily flickered in her direction. It wasn't long before Dai's laughter cut through the noise, but Eva didn't even bother looking up. Murmuring to herself, she reflected on the foolishness of human nature, noting how it never changed. She continued to read, blocking out the world around her, immersing herself in the quiet comfort that the poetry offered. As soon as Rosweiss entered the classroom, her authoritative presence immediately commanded the attention of the students. The chatter died down and everyone, except Eva, scrambled to their seats, hastily pulling out their textbooks and notes. "Alright class. As I promised yesterday, we're going to have a quiz today. You have a few minutes to study, so please get your books ready before time's up," Rosweiss announced. A collective groan echoed through the room, especially from Dai, who leaned back with a dramatic sigh, mumbling about how he didn't remember anything from yesterday's lesson. The other students hurriedly opened their textbooks, some frantically flipping through pages, hoping to cram as much information as possible. Eva, on the other hand, remained calm and composed, still engrossed in her poetry book. She barely acknowledged Rosweiss's announcement, seemingly uninterested in the sudden hustle around her. Rosweiss's gaze briefly landed on Eva, but seeing the girl unbothered wasn't surprising. One of the girls leaned over to whisper to her friend, questioning whether Eva even cared about quizzes, noting that she had never seen her study. The other girl speculated that perhaps Eva was just that smart or simply indifferent. Rosweiss clapped her hands once, signaling the end of the study PRD. "Alright, time's up. Put your notes away. I'll hand out the quiz now." Eva finished the first page of the quiz with fluid ease, barely pausing as her pen danced across the paper. Her expression remained neutral, focused, and unbothered by the pressure that seemed to settle over the rest of the class. She muttered softly under her breath, acknowledging the written words. Rosweiss continued pacing the rows, occasionally glancing over students' shoulders. When she passed Eva, she couldn't help but notice the speed and precision with which she was answering. Eva didn't even glance up, her focus unwavering. Rias and Aquino were steadily progressing, though both found a few of the questions challenging, causing them to pause. Rias, noticing Dai's struggling expression, discreetly conjured a tiny magic circle on his desk, projecting a small illusion of her completed answer sheet. Dai shot her a grateful look, and she returned it with a sly wink, clearly pleased with her own cleverness. Dai whispered his thanks to Rias, immediately beginning to copy the answers while glancing nervously between the sheet and Rosweiss's position in the classroom. Unaware of the cheating, Rosweiss continued her rounds, her back turned to Dai just long enough for him to jot down the most critical answers. Eva, however, was not oblivious. Her sharp eyes caught the faint glow of the magic circle on Dai's desk, and a flicker of annoyance crossed her face. She let out a quiet scoff, dismissing the foolishness of the act. Quickly moving on to the next page, she finished it just as effortlessly. Meanwhile, Rias kept a calm, composed expression, but Aquino subtly nudged her, whispering a warning about Rosweiss possibly noticing. Rias gave a small nod, subtly dispelling the magic circle the moment Dai was done. As the quiz continued, Eva couldn't help but wonder why someone as supposedly powerful as Dai would resort to something so childish. The thought only solidified her opinion of him as an unreliable flirt rather than a capable warrior. Rosweiss finally returned to the front, unaware of the little cheating incident. "You have 5 minutes remaining. Please finish up and check your answers." Eva put her pen down, leaning back as she crossed her arms, already done with the quiz. A faint, knowing smirk appeared on her lips as she glanced in Dai's direction, silently judging his lack of preparation. After the test was finished, the students passed their answer sheets to Rosweiss, who began grading them at her desk. As she went through the papers, her eyes widened slightly in surprise when she came across one in particular. She thought to herself that it was impressive to see all answers correct. She hadn't expected anyone to achieve a perfect score. Once she finished grading, she stood up and addressed the class. She announced that most students scored within the average range, which was acceptable, but a few had scored significantly higher. Eva remained seated, her expression calm and indifferent, while Dai leaned back in his chair with a cocky smirk, fully expecting his name to be called last as the top scorer. Rosweiss continued her announcement, starting with the lowest of the highest scores, Aquino Himejima, Rias Gremory, and then she revealed that Dai Hyoudou was among the top scorers as well. Dai puffed out his chest proudly, throwing a smug glance at Eva. However, Rosweiss then stated that there was one student who managed to get a perfect score on the quiz, and that student was Eva Redgrave. The room fell silent for a moment, and Dai's smirk faltered, his eyes widening in disbelief. Eva, on the other hand, didn't react, casually flipping open her poetry book again as if the announcement was of no importance. Dai muttered to himself in disbelief, unable to comprehend that she had beaten him. Rias and Aquino exchanged glances, slightly impressed but not entirely surprised given Eva's composed demeanor. Rosweiss smiled faintly and congratulated Eva, mentioning that she would post the detailed results on the board later for everyone to check. Eva didn't acknowledge the praise, simply continuing to read. Dai sank a little lower in his seat, frustrated that his plan to impress Eva had backfired so completely. The classroom fell into a brief silence, followed by a wave of murmurs and whispers among the students. Dai's confident demeanor wavered as he exclaimed in shock. Rias and Aquino exchanged surprised glances but couldn't help smirking slightly at Dai's reaction. Eva remained seated, her expression unchanging as she lightly tapped her fingers on her desk, having expected nothing less from herself. Rosweiss adjusted her glasses and confirmed that Eva Redgrave had achieved a perfect score on the quiz, with not a single mistake. A few students glanced at Eva, some in awe and others in mild envy. One of the boys whispered to his friend, expressing surprise that Dai was not at the top this time. Dai tried to mask his irritation, leaning back in his seat with a forced grin, insisting that Eva had just gotten lucky this time. Eva, however, did not respond to his comment, simply stating that it was foolishness. She calmly collected her things, preparing for the next class. Rosweiss, still slightly impressed by Eva's performance, moved on to discuss the answers, highlighting common mistakes and explaining the correct ones. The lesson continued as usual, but many students remained stunned by Eva's perfect score. Even as Rosweiss taught, some whispered among themselves, glancing at Eva with a mix of curiosity and admiration. Eva, however, remained indifferent, ignoring the attention entirely. As time passed, the bell signaled lunch break. The students hurried out of the classroom, heading to the cafeteria. Dai and the rest of the ORC club members gathered at one of the group benches, chatting animatedly. Gasper and Asia were present too, with Gasper still looking a bit shaken but comforted by Asia's gentle presence. Meanwhile, Eva chose a secluded spot at a bench away from the crowd, clearly uninterested in socializing. She set down a round bento box and opened it, revealing a balanced meal: steamed white rice, a marinated soft-boiled egg, Japanese beef curry, and fresh lettuce. Her disciplined approach to her diet was evident from the nutritious and well-prepared meal. As she ate in silence, a few curious glances came her way, but Eva paid them no mind, focused solely on her lunch. The quietness around her contrasted sharply with the lively chatter from the ORC club. At the group bench, Dai was basking in the attention of the other girls, boasting about his quiz score with a cocky grin. He declared that he had told everyone he would ace it and that being in the top 3 was no surprise. Akino gave him a teasing smile, folding her hands elegantly, and asked if that was why he had been sweating bullets during the test. Dai's smirk faltered for a moment, but he quickly recovered, insisting that he had everything under control. Ria sighed, giving Dai a disapproving look. She expressed her concern about his recent performance, reminding him that he had barely passed the last quiz and was lucky this time. Kiba, sitting across from Dai, chuckled softly, suggesting that Dai should study more instead of spending his time flirting. Dai huffed, crossing his arms defensively, and retorted that Kiba was one to talk, implying that Kiba had breezed through the quiz with his looks. Nearby, Gasper was nibbling on a sandwich while Asia offered him a comforting smile, noting that it was nice that everyone had done well on the quiz. Gasper gave a shy nod, still a bit withdrawn but visibly comforted by Asia's presence. Kaneko, munching on a taiyaki, glanced over at Eva, who was sitting alone. She remarked on Eva's strength and intelligence. Akino followed Kaneko's gaze and noted that it was unusual for someone to achieve a perfect score on one of Rosweiss's quizzes, wondering where Eva had studied before coming to their school. Rias's expression softened as she watched Eva, acknowledging that she was a bit of a mystery but undeniably impressive. However, Dai clicked his tongue in annoyance, dismissing Eva as someone trying to act superior and showing off. Akino raised an eyebrow at his tone, suggesting that perhaps Eva was simply talented and that not everyone needed to flaunt their skills like Dai did. Dai scowled but chose not to respond, clearly bothered by Eva's nonchalant attitude and the admiration she received from the others. As the group continued chatting, Eva remained at her bench, seemingly oblivious to their conversation as she focused on her meal. When she finished eating, she took out her dessert, a slice of berry delight. Taking a small bite, she savored the sweetness, content and unbothered by her surroundings. To her, the most important thing was simply feeling full. Meanwhile, the rest of the ORC continued to observe her from a distance. Their relationship with Eva was still complicated. Though she had aided them in their mission to reclaim the rebellion from Issei, the fact that she now wielded the Yamato made things tense. Irina decided to break the silence, drawing the group's attention. She reassured them that Eva's social behavior was just her way of interacting, recalling that during her time as an exorcist in training, they had called her the Omega. Zenobia sighed, remembering her first encounter with Eva when she and Irina were still in training. Kiba raised an eyebrow, curious about the nickname. Irina explained that Omega was the last letter of the Greek alphabet, and Eva had earned the title because once she entered a fight, it was over. No one could stand against her back then. Asia blinked in surprise, astonished that Eva had been so strong even during her training. Irina confirmed that while Eva wasn't the most social, her combat skills were impressive. Dai scoffed, still annoyed, claiming that Eva just liked acting tough and doubting her true abilities. Akino smirked at his reaction, teasing him about his jealousy. Dai clicked his tongue, frustrated as he glanced back at Eva, who remained unaffected, enjoying her dessert. Suddenly, his mood shifted as he appreciated her figure, the curves, the confidence, and the fact that she wielded one of Sparda's blades, the Yamato. He remarked that she was a beauty, despite her attitude. Hearing this, the girls in his harem felt a pang of jealousy. Rias narrowed her eyes, while Akino raised an eyebrow, her smile twitching. Even Asia and Zenobia couldn't help but glance at Dai with irritation. Akino teased him further, surprised by his newfound appreciation for Eva. Rias crossed her arms, huffing softly, expressing disbelief that Dai would be her type. Dai shrugged, still focused on Eva as she continued to eat, oblivious to his attention. He leaned back in his seat, confidently stating that he couldn't be blamed for appreciating a good figure and that asking a lady out was easy. Rias rolled her eyes, unimpressed, but she couldn't help but blush, wishing Dai would compliment her figure instead. She pointed out that Dai had lost his chance with Eva, noting that she wasn't the type to fall for shallow compliments. Aquino gave a sly smile, suggesting that perhaps Dai just wanted a challenge, as he often pursued those who didn't immediately fall for his charm. Asia, looking concerned, spoke up softly, suggesting that it was better to get to know someone before making such comments. Irina, trying to lighten the mood, chimed in, mentioning how Dai was always the same. She added that if Eva were to ever join, she would be welcome to be a part of Dai's harem. Meanwhile, Eva remained entirely unaware of their conversation, finishing her dessert with a composed, almost regal air. Dai found it intriguing that someone could remain unaffected by his usual charm. He remarked that there was just something about her, strong, confident, and indifferent to others' opinions. He had to admit, it was kind of appealing. After lunch, the rest of the students were relaxing in the room, spending their time before the afternoon PRD began. Eva leaned against the wall, her book in hand, eyes fixed on the pages. Her posture was relaxed, but her tone was sharp as the ORC club approached. She asked what they wanted, stating she didn't have time for their pointless antics. If Dai was there to bother her or try to convince her to join his harem again, she would pass, as they had already settled that before. Dai, undeterred, flashed his usual cocky grin and said there was no need for her to be so cold. He just thought they would check up on her, being the new girl and all. Eva didn't bother looking up from her book and replied that she was fine and wanted them to go away. Rias, sensing the tension, decided to step in. She assured Eva they weren't there to cause trouble, they just wanted to see how she was adjusting, as Kuoh could be overwhelming for newcomers. Eva gave a half-hearted shrug, saying she was managing and that there was nothing she couldn't handle. Aquino chimed in with a teasing smile, noting that Eva was tough to crack and that she could see why Dai was interested. Eva shot Aquino a glare, stating that Dai's interests didn't concern her and that if he was looking for attention, he could find it elsewhere. Dai chuckled, clearly amused, and remarked that she knew how to put a guy in his place, which he kind of liked. Eva sighed, closing her book with a soft thud. She reiterated that she wasn't interested and preferred some peace and quiet if they were done wasting her time. The ORC members exchanged glances, knowing they wouldn't get much more out of her. Dai, however, shrugged, still grinning, and said she was interesting whether she liked it or not. Eva ignored him, her eyes returning to her book, signaling that the conversation was over. But Dai wasn't finished yet. A smirk formed on his face as an idea crossed his mind. He proposed a sparring match at the courtyard near the ORC club office once class was over. Aquino raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and asked if Dai was trying to settle things through a fight now. Rias shot Dai a skeptical look, questioning whether challenging her was a good idea, as she wasn't someone who could be impressed with brute strength. Dai shrugged, still grinning, and explained that it wasn't about impressing her. He just wanted to see what the so-called Omega could really do. Besides, he added, a good fight never hurt anyone. Eva didn't react at first, still absorbed in her book. After a moment, she turned a page and spoke in a calm, dismissive tone, stating that he wasn't worth her time and she had no interest in entertaining his ego. Dai's smirk didn't falter as he asked if she was scared she'd lose. That made Eva pause. She closed her book and looked at him with cold, piercing eyes, saying that if he wanted to frame it that way, fine, but he shouldn't complain when he couldn't walk afterward. Dai chuckled, clearly excited, and said he would take his chances. The rest of the ORC members looked between the two, sensing the tension rise. Rias sighed, knowing Dai wouldn't back down, while Aquino looked amused, clearly anticipating the outcome. Eva reopened her book, effectively dismissing them again, her posture relaxed as if the challenge didn't bother her at all. As time passed, the afternoon class PRD began. Many students seemed bored with the lesson. It was chemistry. Rossweiss stood at the front of the classroom, writing on the board and asking how many electrons copper loses when oxidized to cuprous and cupric ions. Eva raised her right hand without hesitation, answering that copper loses 1 or 2 electrons when oxidized. Rosweiss nodded, pleased with the quick response, confirming that copper loses 1 electron when oxidized to the cuprous ion and 2 electrons when oxidized to the cupric ion. The rest of the class remained mostly silent, a few students glancing at Eva with a mix of admiration and mild annoyance. Dai, on the other hand, huffed, leaning back in his seat, clearly uninterested in chemistry. Aquino whispered to Rias, smirking, noting that Eva really knew her stuff and that it seemed Dai had some competition, both academically and in combat. Rias smiled faintly, finding it amusing how unbothered Eva remained despite the attention. Dai grumbled to himself, annoyed at how effortlessly Eva seemed to excel at everything. Rosweiss continued with the lesson, occasionally glancing at Eva as if expecting her to answer every question without hesitation. The class dragged on, but Eva remained focused, taking notes diligently while the others struggled to stay awake. As the bell finally rang, signaling the end of the class, students began gathering their things. Dai stretched lazily, already thinking about the sparring match. Eva, however, calmly packed her books, not even sparing him a glance. Dai couldn't help but mutter under his breath, calling her a show-off. The rest of the students had already left the academy, leaving the ORC club behind. They gathered at the courtyard, a secluded area surrounded by trees within the school campus. The Grammary peerage was present, along with Rosweiss, while Eva stood a short distance away, keeping her cold gaze fixed on them. Eva questioned where the playboy was, stating that they were all just wasting her time. Rias frowned at Eva's sharp tone, clearly displeased with the insult directed at Dai. Aquino, standing beside her, clenched her fists subtly, her usual calm demeanor cracking just a bit. Rias respectfully asked Eva to watch her tone toward Dai, reminding her that she was sent by Lord Michael of the Angel faction to aid them, not to insult them. Eva narrowed her eyes and shot a glare at Rias, releasing a fraction of her magic. The sheer presence that accompanied it was unexpected. Despite being human, her aura was regal and imposing, almost like that of an empress. It sent a chill down the spines of those present, forcing Rias and Aquino to tense up instinctively. Eva defiantly questioned Rias's authority, stating that she was not part of the peerage filled with clowns and bats. Rias gritted her teeth at the insult, while Aquino's expression darkened, barely restraining her irritation. The rest of the peerage, along with Irina, seemed taken aback by Eva's intimidating presence, unsure whether to intervene or not. Before anyone could respond, the sound of footsteps echoed through the courtyard as Dai finally arrived, arrogantly waving his hand. He apologized for keeping them waiting, claiming he had been held up by fangirls. Eva scoffed, her cold glare shifting to Dai, remarking that it took him long enough. Dai stepped forward, positioning himself at the center of the courtyard. A magic circle appeared beneath him as he summoned Ascalon, the blade gleaming in his grip. He gave Eva a cocky grin, clearly relishing the upcoming sparring match. He teased Eva about fighting him in her uniform, hoping to witness her transformation into battle attire. Eva stood firm, facing Dai with a calm yet cold expression. A blue light engulfed her body, and when it faded, her Kuoh Academy uniform had been replaced by her signature exorcist attire, minus the red scarf. Dai couldn't hide his disappointment, muttering to himself about the missed opportunity. Eva ignored his reaction, smoothly drawing her twin holy blades, Yuan and Yuri, their polished edges glinting in the afternoon sun. She positioned herself, blades raised, eyes focused entirely on Dai. The ORC club continued to cheer for Dai, their voices growing louder and more enthusiastic. Asia clasped her hands together, her eyes shining with hope, wishing him good luck. Kaneko, in her usual soft, nonchalant tone, gave her own quiet encouragement, telling him to show her what he had. Irina chimed in with her usual enthusiasm, raising a fist into the air and urging Dai to be an alpha and show the Omega what he could do. Zenobia nodded in agreement, her voice firm and confident, assuring him that he had this. Even Kiba and Gasper offered their support, rallying behind Dai as the tension in the courtyard built for the sparring match. Kiba gave a calm, encouraging smile. He reminded Dai to maintain his speed and stay focused when it came to swordsmanship, especially against an opponent like Eva. Gasper, though still a bit nervous, mustered up his courage to cheer as well, telling Dai that he could do it. Dai couldn't help but grin, his confidence boosted by the encouragement from his friends. He gave a thumbs up to the ORC club, his eyes still locked onto Eva, and declared that he would make it quick. Aquino joined in, teasingly telling Dai to try not to embarrass himself too much. Rias nodded, a confident smile on her face despite her mixed feelings, and expressed that they were counting on him to show Eva what a real devil could do. Eva remained unfazed by the cheering. Her grip on her twin blades remained steady, her posture calm and poised. She didn't bother acknowledging the ORC club's words, her focus solely on Dai. Dai swung Ascalon around, resting it on his shoulder with a cocky smirk, and told Eva that he wasn't going easy on her just because she was pretty. Eva's gaze hardened, and she coldly taunted him, questioning if he thought he stood a chance. Dai's grin widened, and without another word, he launched himself toward Eva, Ascalon gleaming as he prepared to strike. Eva, unfazed, tightened her grip on her blades, ready to counter his opening move. She effortlessly deflected each of Dai's blows with her twin blades, maintaining a defensive stance while looking for openings to counterattack. Her movements were precise, barely expending any unnecessary effort. Realizing his attacks were getting nowhere, Dai retreated and unleashed 4 magic slashes toward Eva, a mocking smirk on his face, urging her to stop holding back. A tick mark appeared on Eva's forehead, clearly irritated by Dai's casual nickname for her. She dismissed her dual holy blades and summoned the sheathed Yamato into her left hand. With a swift, practiced motion, she withdrew the Yamato and fired 4 consecutive judgment cuts, slicing through Dai's magic slashes before smoothly sheathing the blade again. Before Dai could process what had happened, Eva vanished from his sight. Confused, he spun around, only to find Eva standing behind him. In one fluid motion, she withdrew the Yamato and executed a void slash, sending Dai flying backward. She calmly resheathed the blade as Dai struggled to recover. The Grammary Peerage stood in shock, their expressions a mix of concern and disbelief. They hadn't expected Eva to go all out, especially during what they thought would be a friendly match. Not giving Dai a moment to regroup, Eva summoned 6 ethereal swords that floated beside her. With a single motion, she fired them at Dai, each blade piercing his aura and leaving shallow cuts on his body. Eva stabbed the sheathed Yamato into the ground, her tone icy and final, declaring that this would be his grave. Provoked by her words, Dai activated his sacred gear, his aura flaring with determination. He fired a barrage of crescent blasts at Eva, but she effortlessly dodged each one, her movements swift and calculated. When the dust settled, Dai paused, waiting for Eva's next move. But instead of responding, Eva merely sighed and turned her back to him, stating that he was wasting her time. Dai clenched his teeth in frustration. The ORC members remained tense, worried that Dai's recklessness was pushing Eva further into hostility. It was becoming clear to them that Eva wasn't there to humor him, she was teaching him a lesson. Dai gritted his teeth, his frustration mounting as Eva dismissed his efforts without a second thought. The sheer gap in their abilities was starting to sink in, but his pride refused to let him back down. He expressed his annoyance, stating that she was really starting to irritate him. Eva remained calm, her back still turned to him, dismissing his presence entirely. The Yamato remained stabbed into the ground, emphasizing that she didn't even need it to handle him. The Grammary Peerage watched with mixed emotions, concern, shock, and even a hint of admiration at Eva's skill. Rias clenched her fists, her frustration evident, noting that Eva was treating Dai like he wasn't even worth the effort. Aquino couldn't help but smirk slightly, despite her concern, observing that it was rare to see Dai actually pushed back like this and that Eva's precision and control were terrifying. Kaneko, more observant than the others, whispered that Eva was analyzing him, breaking down his moves and waiting for an opening. Dai, refusing to give up, activated his sacred gear, boosting his power. His aura flared, and he prepared a more concentrated attack, aiming to overwhelm Eva. He declared that she wasn't going to just walk away and that he wasn't done yet. He rushed forward, feinting with a downward slash before spinning to attack from the side. Eva, still without drawing Yamato, sidestepped effortlessly, her movements like a ghost's. Dai's eyes widened as Eva, still turned away from him, muttered softly that if this was all he had, then she was leaving. Her dismissal only fueled Dai's determination. He unleashed a series of rapid slashes, combining them with bursts of holy energy from Ascalon. The courtyard lit up with his aggressive onslaught. But Eva didn't even flinch. The moment his attacks reached her, she twisted elegantly, sidestepping each blow with almost disdainful ease. She finally turned to face him, one hand resting casually on the hilt of Yamato. She remarked that his attacks were wild and predictable, that he relied too much on brute force without any finesse, and that he was just a mere fool before her. Dai roared in frustration and charged at her once more. This time, Eva moved like a blur, appearing behind him in an instant. He barely had time to react before feeling a sharp, precise strike to the back of his knee, sending him stumbling forward. She told him that he lacked disposable and needed to learn to temper his strength with precision. Dai, still determined, forced himself back up, panting but refusing to admit defeat. His hands tightened around Ascalon as he glared at Eva, insisting that he was not losing, not to her. Eva gave him a cold, unimpressed look, stating that his bravado was pointless without the skill to back it up. If this was all he could do, then he didn't deserve to wield that sword. The ORC club exchanged worried glances, realizing that Eva wasn't holding back with either her words or her skills. It was clear that Dai's usual cockiness wasn't working this time, and Eva wasn't the type to be impressed by empty bravado. Eva then turned her back on Dai and the rest of the ORC club. A magic circle appeared beneath her feet. She wasn't in the mood to deal with them today. The others stood in awe, shocked by what Eva had just done to Dai. She had completely taunted him throughout the fight and finished it off by simply leaving, not even acknowledging him as a worthy opponent. Dai remained standing, still processing the humiliating defeat. Before vanishing, Eva glanced back at them one last time, saying that they were not worth her time. With that, she disappeared, leaving the ORC club speechless. Dai was left humiliated, defeated by a mere human, a girl older than him and the current wielder of the Yamato. He could only tighten his grip on Ascalon, his pride wounded by the loss. Dai clenched his jaw, his thoughts seething with frustration. He muttered that no matter how much she rejected his offer, he wouldn't stop until he had her, and the Yamato, in his hands. A small, arrogant smirk crept onto Dai's face despite the defeat, his determination unshaken. When Eva arrived at her apartment, she immediately sensed something was off. Miyuki's magic presence was completely absent. As she scanned the area, she noticed a bush on her left that appeared freshly watered. Eva narrowed her eyes, suspecting it might be a clue. She moved closer to investigate, hoping it would lead her to Miyuki. Meanwhile, Miyuki was being pursued by a group of devil soldiers bearing the Citri family crest. Their orders were clear: retrieve Miyuki and return her to the underworld. Miyuki, determined not to be captured, unleashed powerful blasts of water magic, forcing some of the devils back while others narrowly dodged the attacks. Just as Miyuki thought she had gained some distance, one of the soldiers managed to hurl a magic chain toward her. The chain, designed specifically for ultimate-class beings, wrapped around Miyuki, nullifying her magic and restraining her movements. The devil soldier announced that they had the girl and that they should head back to the underworld immediately. The soldiers began to regroup as a magic circle formed beneath their feet, preparing for teleportation. Suddenly, one of the devils collapsed to the ground, a blue phantom sword lodged in his back. The remaining soldiers froze in shock, their eyes darting around to find the attacker. Their attention snapped to Eva, who stood a few paces away, glaring at them with a cold, unyielding expression. The Yamato rested casually in her left hand, its presence alone radiating a menacing aura. Eva declared that she believed they had something that belonged to her. The soldiers instinctively raised their weapons, but Eva didn't give them a chance to react. The air around her seemed to distort as she tightened her grip on the Yamato, ready to cut down anyone who dared to stand in her way. The devil soldiers froze, their instincts screaming danger as Eva's icy glare bore into them. One of the soldiers, trying to muster his courage, took a step forward. Devil Soldier warned, urging caution as he spoke. Stay back. We're under orders from Lady Citri herself. Hand over the girl and we won't. Before he could finish, Eva vanished, leaving only a flicker of blue light in her wake. A moment later, chaos erupted as the soldier's head fell to the ground with a dull thud. The other soldiers barely had time to react before Eva reappeared behind them, calmly sheathing the Yamato. A faint clicking sound echoed as the blade settled into its scabbard. Suddenly, deep gashes opened up on the remaining soldiers, their bodies splitting apart as if the space itself had cut them. Eva remarked, "You talk too much." One of the surviving soldiers, clutching his shoulder, desperately raised his hand to cast a spell. Without even turning to face him, Eva casually waved her hand, and 6 spectral swords materialized around her, launching forward with deadly precision. They pierced through his chest, pinning him against a nearby tree. A final soldier, trembling, tried to crawl away, mumbling prayers and begging for mercy. Eva approached him slowly, her footsteps calm and deliberate. She stated, "Did you really think you could take her from me? You should have known better." With one swift motion, Eva unsheathed Yamato again, delivering a vertical slash that seemed almost too quick to follow. The soldier froze, eyes wide with terror, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Eva flicked the blood off the blade before sheathing it once more. Turning her gaze toward Miyuki, who was still bound by magical chains, Eva approached calmly. "Hold still," she instructed. With a single precise cut, the chains disintegrated, freeing Miyuki. Eva examined her briefly, ensuring she wasn't injured. Miyuki looked at Eva, relief flooding her expression. "Eva, thank you. You're safe now. Let's go." "We'll talk back at the apartment," Eva replied. Miyuki nodded, still shaken but grateful. As they left the scene, Eva gave one last glance at the scattered bodies, ensuring no one remained alive. With a final dismissive scoff, she led Miyuki back home, her expression as cold and composed as ever. Once they arrived at the apartment, they both sat at the dining table. Miyuki was nervous, her hands trembling slightly. Eva sat across from her, eyes sharp and focused. "Miyuki, who are they? One of them mentioned the citrus sent them after you. What aren't you telling me?" Eva asked. Miyuki clenched her fists, trying to steady her breathing. She knew Eva was an exorcist, and the thought of revealing her true nature terrified her. She feared that Eva might abandon her, or worse. But after a moment of hesitation, she made her decision. "Eva, whatever you do, please don't be mad at me," she said, taking a deep breath. Slowly, Miyuki unfolded her devil wings, their dark, elegant forms spreading from her back. She kept her gaze down, too afraid to look at Eva's reaction. "I'm a devil. The reason they're after me is because I'm a Citri. They want to take me back to the underworld. Please, don't be angry at me," she confessed, her voice wavering. Eva remained silent, her expression unreadable as she stared at Miyuki's trembling form. The faint glow from the kitchen light cast shadows over Eva's face, making it harder to discern her thoughts. Miyuki's heart pounded in her chest, terrified of what Eva would do. Finally, Eva let out a soft sigh, leaning back in her chair. "So, you're a devil." Miyuki bit her lip, nodding slowly, her wings still visible and slightly quivering. "Wait, I'm sorry. I didn't want to lie to you. I was just afraid. I thought you might hate me or worse." Eva's gaze softened just a fraction, though her expression remained stern. "You thought I'd kill you?" Miyuki hesitated before giving a small, fearful nod. Eva sighed again, running a hand through her hair. "Idiot. If I wanted you dead, I wouldn't have saved you from those soldiers," she said. Miyuki blinked in surprise, her wings twitching as hope slowly replaced her fear. "Why, you're not mad." Eva looked away briefly, her tone calm and composed. "I'm not mad. Annoyed you didn't tell me sooner. You've been living with me for a while now. Did you really think something like this would change my mind about you?" Miyuki looked down, her hands clenching on her lap. "I didn't know. I was scared you'd hate me once you found out." Eva huffed, crossing her arms. "As if something that trivial would make me ditch you. You're still the same Miyuki, whether you're human, devil, or anything else. A tear slipped from Miyuki's eye as she quickly wiped it away, her lips trembling into a small smile. "Eva." "Thank you," she said softly. Eva stood up and walked over to the fridge to grab a bottle of water, her movements calm and deliberate. She twisted the cap off and took a sip before turning back to Miyuki, her gaze unwavering. "So, why are they after you?" "Start from the beginning, Miyuki," Eva prompted. Miyuki let out a deep sigh, a wave of relief washing over her. She was grateful that Eva hadn't reacted with anger or rejection. Gathering her thoughts, she looked up, meeting Eva's eyes. "My real name is Miyuki Citri. I'm the youngest sister of the Devil King Serafal Leviathan and the current heiress of my clan, Sona Citri. I was born a natural ultimate class devil, with the ability to manipulate both water and ice." She hesitated for a moment, the memories clearly painful. "Things changed during my childhood. One day, my parents decided to lock me up in my room, claiming I was too dangerous to be around because of my power. I barely got fed properly, and for a long time, I couldn't understand why they treated me that way. Then I found out the bitter truth." Miyuki clenched her fists, a hint of anger and sadness in her voice. "It turns out my two older sisters, Serafal and Sona, lied to my parents. They convinced them that I was a threat that needed to be kept under control. They did it because they were jealous of my power and potential. Especially Serafal. She worked so hard to become an ultimate class devil, while I was just born one without any effort." Her shoulders trembled slightly as she took a shaky breath. "I guess they just couldn't stand it. So they made sure I was kept away, isolated, treated like a danger to everyone." She lowered her head, struggling to keep her composure, uncertain of how Eva would react to the revelation. Eva's expression darkened, shadows obscuring her eyes behind her bangs. She had never truly understood a devil's life, always assuming them to be inherently evil. But Miyuki, she was different. She hadn't chosen this fate, and hearing her story made something inside Eva twist with anger. "No one deserves a life like that. Not even you, Miyuki. You never asked to be born as an ultimate class being. And I suppose Sona or Serafal sent those goons to drag you back, worried about their precious public image. All at the cost of stripping away your freedom." Eva stepped closer, placing a firm yet gentle hand on Miyuki's shoulder, her touch conveying a rare warmth. "If there's a devil that deserves punishment, it's not you, it's your older sisters. Their sin of pride has consumed them, and they're willing to ruin your life just to protect their own reputations." Miyuki looked up, surprised at Eva's words. Before she could respond, Eva turned her back, striding purposefully toward the apartment door. "Where are you going?" Miyuki asked. Eva paused, casting a cold stare over her shoulder, though her voice remained calm and almost gentle. "Sending a message." Without another word, Eva left the apartment, her presence like a storm on the horizon, leaving Miyuki both relieved and worried about what was to come. At Kuoh Academy, in the student council club room at 5:30 p.m., Sona was poring over school documents at her desk, the stress of the past few days weighing heavily on her. Her older sister was in the hospital in critical condition, and Miyuki was still on the loose. Suddenly, Tsubaki was sent flying into the office, crashing to the ground. Sona's eyes widened, and she rushed over to Tsubaki, who was battered and barely conscious. "Bucho," Tsubaki murmured before passing out. Before Sona could process what had happened, Eva stepped through the smoking hole in the wall, enveloped in her devil trigger form. Her spectral avatar loomed ominously above her. "Redgar," Sona began, but before she could finish, the phantom grabbed her by the back of her uniform, lifting her effortlessly. Eva's glowing red eyes bore into Sona, the energy from her devil trigger suffocating her. "It's not nice to meet you, Sona Citri," Eva said, her voice low and menacing. Sona struggled to move, but the oppressive force kept her paralyzed. "Does the name Miyuki Citri ring a bell? I know exactly what kind of devil you are." Sona could feel her heart pounding in her chest, fear tightening around her like a vice. The oppressive energy emanating from Eva's devil trigger left her unable to move, let alone think clearly. Eva's spectral avatar gripped Sona tighter, lifting her just off the ground, the pressure almost suffocating. Eva took a slow step forward, her glowing red eyes narrowing as she looked at Sona like a predator sizing up its prey. Eva confronted Sona, her voice filled with disdain as she accused her of locking away her own sister under false pretenses to protect her reputation. Sona struggled to respond, her words trapped in her throat as she felt the weight of Eva's presence bearing down on her. Eva continued, accusing Sona and her sister Serafal of twisting their family dynamics to serve their own pride, sacrificing Miyuki's happiness and freedom in the process. Sona's lips trembled as she attempted to defend herself, but Eva raised her hand, and the phantom's grip tightened, cutting off Sona's words. Eva dismissed Sona's excuses, declaring that she had no right to speak Miyuki's name. Sona felt panic rising within her, tears forming in her eyes as she struggled to breathe. In a moment of desperation, Sona attempted to assert herself, questioning Eva's authority. But Eva had reached her limit. She seized Sona by the neck, her grip firm and unyielding. Eva warned Sona that it didn't matter who her sister was. If she harmed Miyuki in any way, she would face dire consequences. The demonic energy coursing through Eva intensified, and Sona's fear escalated as Eva's anger became palpable. Eva made it clear that even if Sona sent an entire faction after her, she would eliminate them all. Her power surged, transforming her arm into a demonic limb, sharp claws glinting menacingly. The transformation mirrored her fury, tightening her grip on Sona. Finally, Eva released Sona, who fell to the ground, trembling and unable to find her voice. The overwhelming pressure of Eva's presence left her paralyzed with fear. Eva warned Sona to keep the events of the night a secret, or she would face severe repercussions. Sona could only nod in fear before losing consciousness. Eva glanced at her transformed arm, a flicker of regret crossing her face as she fought against the demonic influence. With a deep breath, she managed to calm herself, her arm returning to normal as she left the office, the remnants of her rage still simmering beneath the surface. In an unknown location in the United States, an abandoned military base lay hidden in the outskirts of a desert. Inside, however, a top-secret military group known as Exodus operated in the shadows. This group was dedicated to handling paranormal threats and supernatural occurrences. Exodus stood for Extra Normal Operations Division for Unnatural Security, and it had a structured hierarchy. The Directorate of Operations was the military wing responsible for planning and executing high-priority missions related to paranormal incursions and supernatural combat. Specialized task forces trained in advanced combat techniques and demonology were divided into various units. The Division of Research and Development focused on investigating paranormal activities and developing technology to combat supernatural forces. This division collaborated with occult experts and scientists to create weapons and defenses. The Intelligence and Surveillance Bureau tracked paranormal activity worldwide, gathering intelligence on occult organizations to prevent supernatural attacks. They employed both traditional espionage and supernatural surveillance techniques. Lastly, the Containment and Control Division specialized in managing identified supernatural threats, creating secure facilities and protocols for containment and transport of dangerous entities. In the hallway, two young women walked side by side, both wearing white lab coats over dark green sweaters and high-waisted skirts. One wore normal heel boots, while the other sported high heels. Despite their different footwear, they were identical twins, Alisa and Katerina Antonov, agents of DARPA and Exodus. Alisa glanced at her sister with mild irritation, her mind still focused on the mission. She expressed her thoughts, noting, "With the evidence we gathered earlier while observing the faction leaders' meeting, we can use it to get more information on Sparda's blades." Katerina, however, seemed completely absorbed in her tablet, the familiar sound of Tetris blocks stacking filling the corridor. She responded absent-mindedly, "Huh? What was that again, sis?" Alisa let out an exasperated sigh, pinching the bridge of her nose. "Seriously, Katerina? Could you at least pretend to pay attention?" Katerina shrugged, not even looking up from her game. "I'm listening." "Sort of." Alisa shot her a glare but decided not to press the issue. She knew once Katarina got into one of her gaming moods, it was almost impossible to break her focus. Instead, she kept walking, her mind racing with the possibilities of what the gathered intel could reveal. As the twins walked down the hallway, they suddenly stopped in their tracks upon spotting a man ahead. He had long, sleek black hair tied back, with a few strands falling over his striking green eyes, giving him a focused and calm demeanor. He wore a well-fitted black suit and tie, complemented by a tactical tan chest rig over his formal attire, clearly a blend of professionalism and combat readiness. His accessories included a pair of dangling earrings, a necklace, and fingerless gloves, adding a practical yet stylish touch. He carried a modern assault rifle with a tactical scope, emphasizing his precision and lethality. The twins immediately straightened up. "Oh, Daniel Masahiko Jones," they exclaimed in unison. The man, now identified as LT Call. Daniel Masahiko Jones, USMC, Exodus ICU, turned to face them, his expression unwavering. DARPA agents Antonov twins. Status report on the recent recorded meeting of the faction leaders, he inquired. The twins immediately shifted from their casual demeanor to one of professionalism. Elisa tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, while Katarina hurriedly paused her game, hiding the tablet behind her back. "Sir, we successfully recorded the entirety of the faction leaders' meeting. We've gathered critical audio and visual data regarding their discussions on Sparda's blades," Elisa reported. Katarina nodded, trying to suppress a sheepish grin. "Yeah, we also managed to isolate key conversations that might hint at the blade's current whereabouts and potential guardianship." Daniel Masahiko Jones gave them a brief, approving nod, his piercing green eyes assessing them both. "Good. Ensure the data is securely uploaded to the Exodus server. We can't afford any leaks." Elisa offered a confident salute, stating that they would begin data encryption and transmission immediately. Daniels gave a slight nod of acknowledgement before shifting his gaze, his calm yet intense presence demanding efficiency. He instructed them to report to the command center after the upload, expressing his desire for a full meeting with the entire squad the following day. With that, he dismissed them. The twins exchanged a quick glance, feeling the weight of the task ahead. As Daniels moved past them with purposeful strides, Elisa sighed softly, while Katarina finally put away her tablet, knowing there was no room for distractions now. Suddenly, the scene transitioned to a glass, capturing the last image before a series of loud bangs shattered the silence. The glass broke apart, revealing the words, "Mission 7, Mission rank, Thes."